After ditching his noble baggage last season, Arthur, now operating under the edgy alias note, embarks on a brand new adventure with Jasmine. For 2 solid years, the only thing spreading faster than disease in the vibrant guild halls were tales of a mysterious, masked swordsman. Most of these washed-up adventurers dismissed the stories as bullshit. The one drunkard swore his buddy fought alongside the swordsman and his companion, Jasmine. The guild morons couldn't believe legendary feats were possible without some sparkly finger-waving, even when the friend insisted the swordsman used zero magic. Rumors swirled that he was in Legendary for solo-clearing dungeons that made veteran B-class hunters cry for their mommies. Not a single one of these dumbasses could wrap their head around the simple fact that the masked figure was just a dude who was really, really good with a pointy stick. Naturally, their tiny, jealous brains concluded that Jasmine's constant presence meant she was the one doing all the heavy lifting. The guild adventure just assumed she was carrying this masked freeloader. Then there's this motherfucker, Turman, a walking pile of muscle and ego, who loudly claimed he could easily snap the masked swordsman in half. Meanwhile, Arthur's identity as Notes sparked a nationwide debate, with the most popular theory being that he was Jasmine's personal student. But that theory shit the bed when everyone remembered this student had shot up from B-class to A-class faster than a goblin on meth. Frustrated, intoxicated, and deeply insecure, the adventurers concluded that he must have just honed his skills to reach A-class. For 3 years, one dumbass in the crowd said, "For 3 years, I've been stuck in C-class for 3 fucking years." As a B-class himself, he felt Turman's frustration. This masked swordsman was a walking, talking you suck sign pointed directly at their stagnation and glaring weaknesses. Amidst the rising shit-talking, the tavern doors burst open, revealing the very boy at the heart of their pathetic gossip. The masked swordsman appeared, and Turman, seeing his chance to prove his dick was massive, slammed his drink down and eagerly grabbed his weapon. His friends, who shared a single collective brain cell, urged him to calm the fuck down. Turman hurled insults at Arthur, who ignored his existence completely and just walked past him. Enraged at being snubbed, Turman swung his blade in a cowardly, lethal strike aimed at Arthur's blind spot. His strike hit absolutely nothing but air. It was unclear if the boy dodged like a god, or if Turman was just that fucking incompetent. Arthur's icy glare turned and chilled the big man to the bone. It was a look that promised a world of pain. Turman, seething with rage, charged his sword with some sparkly wind magic, determined to actually hit something this time. Arthur evaded every single pathetic swing with insulting ease, not even bothering to unsheath his own blade. Finally, Arthur's patience snapped. With a swift, brutal motion, he severed Turman's fingers from his hand. The man collapsed, screaming in pure terror as Arthur's chilling presence silenced the entire room, suffocating the adventurers with its sheer pressure. Completely unfazed, he asked the terrified waitress for a sack of rations, gathered his shit, and walked out, indifferent to the screaming fucker he had just humiliated and maimed. Arthur, smooth as sandpaper, nonchalantly blamed the slow service. Jasmine's keen eyes immediately spotted fresh blood on Arthur's mask, but he just lifted it to reassure her he was fine, as if that explained the impromptu blood splatter. That afternoon, Arthur penned a heartfelt letter to his parents. He apologized for ghosting them for 2 years, recapped his adventures, and expressed excitement to see, hoping Vincent wouldn't be too rough on her before she joined the academy. Amusingly, now her senior, he vowed to get even stronger, probably still salty about losing that last arm wrestling match with his dad. Having recently advanced to the light orange stage, Arthur credited Jasmine with refining his wind magic so it didn't suck anymore. While he coached her in swordplay, they basically just taught each other how not to die. True to his word, this was his last dungeon quest before trading in the chaos for the soul-crushing boredom of school. He sealed the letter with heartfelt affection, intent on sending it soon. Jasmine assured him that sending a letter was safer than risking his family's presence at the perilous dungeon. She asked about Little Bond's presence, but Arthur revealed telepathic communication had become quite articulate. She had told him that she would reunite with him when she was ready, had ventured around to sought strengthen for herself before school began, prompting Jasmine to refocus on their mission. She and Arthur hurriedly pressed on, only to be inconveniently paired with irksome Party, the brat who riled Arthur last time. A burly, mustached leader eagerly steps forward to introduce group, genuinely thrilled to meet the famed masked swordsman in person. Reginald Bastion, in a class warrior, boasts about his party skills, though Jasmine and Arthur are well aware of prowess. Reginald introduces Creole Masser, a water attribute serving as their defensive shield, Elijah, and a class warrior with earth powers, and Oliver, an arrogant healer in a class. Samantha Tempest, an elegant A-class water, joins them. She told Arthur how she had dreamed of meeting the legendary masked swordsman. The charismatic leader has just ascended to the rare AA class and will command the team in their upcoming dungeon raid. He asks Jasmine and Arthur to introduce themselves. Jasmine asserts her prowess as an AA class specializing in wind magic, cementing her role as a reliable team force. Arthur, revealing himself as an A-class warrior with fire magic, surprises Samantha, who didn't expect the masked swordsman to wield elemental powers. Arthur casually reveals he has chosen not to use his magic for personal reasons. inquires about their deer, asking if they possess a dimensional ring for luggage management. Both shake their heads. Asked if he could help out, but was hit with a big fat no. Oliver told that his inventory is full of Samantha's things, but Elijah's storage is open, so he agrees to help. Arthur is secretly amazed by Elijah's dimensional ring, a rare and costly relic forged by the legendary mages of Cyrus. These rare artifacts could fetch thousands if they were to be sold in open market. Arthur's grateful smile makes Elijah blush. Preparations completes. The group enters into the dungeon's damp depths, urges everyone to stay alert upon reaching the first level. Was by the lack of monsters in the supposedly dangerous dungeon. Cautiously, the group navigates the silent cavern until a falling rock seizes their attention. Gazes up in horror at swarms of grotesque lurking on the ceiling, thinking how these pesky little things would really haunt them to death. Jasmine swiftly shields Oliver as Creel erects a defensive barrier, orders the team to form ranks as they descend. Oliver swiftly casts healing spells to halt worsening injuries. Elijah hurls earth spears at the monsters as fiercely slices through them, but they soon realize their energy is being wasted. Like the dumbass, he unleashes a fire cyclone, taking down the remaining in one strike. Frustrated by the need to conserve mana, questions if grasps the situation they were in. Being the little bitch that he has said, that he saved everyone's asses just now, so what was the problem? Dismisses the debate and urges the party to move on before more beasts return. Arthur remembers the dungeon teeming with immortal undead creatures, thwarting adventurers from retrieving monocores. Monsters relentlessly swarm adventurers in the rewardless dire tombs. Navigating the dim corridors, recalls the route from his previous exploration. Arthur feels assured of their purpose and direction in this perilous place. Asks Elijah to carve handholds for the steep ascent. The party collaborates, scaling the handholds until everyone ascends to the upper level. Table. Told the group that the last time he was here, he had only reached the second floor before retreating, making everything beyond uncharted territory. Suspects the secret to this endless rebirth lies close by. Creel boldly claims he's ready to risk everything for his prize. Vows fair reward for the mission's completion, guiding the team deeper until Arthur abruptly lunges to shield Samantha from a hidden threat only he perceives. Samantha remains composed as others wonder why he didn't warn them about the traps. As shocked, he confidently claimed there were no traps during his last visit. Oliver inspects Samantha, who reassures him she's fine, then shifts focus to Arthur as he inspects the projectile. Arthur declares the trap an attack by a mana beast, alarming the group to the escalating dangers, urges heightened vigilance as the dungeon's unpredictability looms. Venturing deeper, the team reaches a strange, red, smoky zone, quickly realizes the scene differs from his memory. Not the steam, but a denser force unnerves him in the cave. Arthur told the group that the sensation enveloping them isn't heat, but a powerful pressure. Entering the volcanic chamber, they are surrounded by countless geysers when suddenly, the entire cavern shakes violently, leaving everyone bewildered and alarmed. Even is baffled by the sudden quake. An enormous erupts from the ground, towering over them in terrifying glory. The healer panics as swiftly commands Creel to act. Creel, undeterred by his size, springs into action, conjuring a protective water sphere around the group. The shield grants them time to strategize. Is shocked by the unprecedented power of the mana beast, while Creel is equally perplexed by its sudden appearance in the dungeon. As the men argue, the launches its attack but unexpectedly retreats underground, suggesting they are no longer its target. The arrogant healer insists on advancing to investigate the artifact, ignoring repeated warnings to stay put. Even Samantha finds his actions absurd. He confidently strides away from the team. Arthur's senses were telling him that there was danger ahead. Urgently, he orders to create a heatwave barrier and seizes Brawl by the collar. Under pressure, casts the barrier just in time. Aims near Oliver. The attack erupts with a forceful geyser that engulfs and incinerates him instantly, just as Arthur is about to warn him. Samantha swiftly conjures a water barrier to control the explosion. Stands frozen in horror as the group stares at their healer's charred remains. Arthur quietly collects Oliver's mana crystal from the debris and hands it to Samantha, directing her to insert it into her wand. She swiftly complies as Arthur urges a quick retreat. Even Brog can't deny the urgency. Staying means certain death for them all. Racing for the exit, the party faces their monstrous foe once more, blocking their path. Urgently commands Creel to raise another water barrier, but the now fiercer worm prompts Elijah and Samantha to unleash a joint stun attack. Elijah unleashes his stone serpent grasp to halt the beast. The impact is minimal, startling even their leader. Swiftly changes strategy, rallying Jasmine and Reginald for a joint attack. Energized by fire, he directs Jasmine to distract the creature, setting up Reginald for the final strike. Should this fail, Arthur and Will launch further attacks. Charges in, slicing the worm with blazing blades. Jasmine unleashes precise strikes, wounding the monster. Reginald bashed the shit of the monsters with his giant hammer. All the while, the little bitch remains paralyzed by fear shitting his pants. With no fire spell proving effective, Arthur decides his only chance is to unleash his fire's full potential. His blade ignites in fierce orange flames as he charges, landing a critical slash that shatters the worm's teeth. He told Jasmine to press the attack. She retaliates by ripping into the creature's other side, the combined assault making the worm roar in agony as blood gushes from its wounds. Commands to strike again, but the worm abruptly burrows underground, takes pride in their safety and effort. While Jasmine told everyone to hurry, saying that they need to get the fuck away from here as soon as possible, was still high on his overconfidence, saying that the bug must have their power and was possibly gone for good. His overconfidence crumbles as the earth trembles violently again. Arthur is horrified to realize the worm's real strategy was to drive them into the path of another deadly eruption. The team swiftly erects barriers for protection. Jasmine can shield Arthur, but at the cost of leaving vulnerable. Arthur boldly sacrifices himself to protect, conjuring a timely, fierce wall of fire. As the eruption subsides, retaliates in fury, shoving Arthur aside in a childish outburst. Unfazed, Arthur turns his attention to, gravely injured after sacrificing part of his arm to shield his teammate. Samantha averts her gaze from the horrific wound as screams in agony. Arthur wields his blade while his friends frantically work to stopping the bleeding. Cries out while Arthur swiftly takes action. With him stabilized, Samantha moves in to heal their leader. Masked swordsman Creole, ever kind, sits by Arthur and offers him a cherished sandwich to lift his spirits. He told Arthur that he always carries these sandwiches for tough times like this. Arthur eagerly roasts the sandwich with fire magic, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Even Creole can't resist a bite of the warm version. Sharing a quiet moment over a lovingly prepared meal, Arthur reflects on Creole's fortune in having such a devoted partner. As silence envelops the duo, chaos erupts as blames their injured leader. Enraged by the loss of their leader and healer, unleashes his fury, declaring he sacrificed his arm to save Samantha. Is berated for failing to raise a defense, but Arthur, his patience spent, interrupts with a sharp retort, dismissing skills as an ore. He sees only a liability weighing the team down. Storms off in frustration as Reginald calmly advises their leader to rest. With gone, Arthur confronts Brawl, demanding a final decision. Reginald thinks for a while and said that the damage is not that great, so the team remains battle-ready, but the leader is critically injured. Arthur insists on a clear response. Brawl, teeth clenched and eyes locked, declares his unwavering resolve to complete this final dungeon raid. Samantha expresses her doubts, aware that battling one-armed is nearly impossible. One of the top insists he can still contribute without being a burden. Yet he urges Arthur to lead the team, trusting the boy's capability amid uncertainties. The team swiftly endorses the leadership shift. Arthur took the command, ordering a 1-hour rest. After a brief rest, the team presses on, but fresh obstacles constantly catch off guard. The tunnel ahead was always clear. Reginald's weapon slices through the air, yet barely scratches the surface. Harnessing the earth element, he unleashes a powerful blast. Jasmine taps his shoulder, readying her, and proposes they combine their attacks despite the small spiral outcome. Unleashing a dual assault, they break through the tunnel's barrier, forging a new path. Blinded by a sudden brilliant light, they unexpectedly stand in an unfamiliar forest. Arthur quickly realizes something is amiss. The ceiling stands firm despite the absence of support pillars. The forest blooms with vibrant flowers and serene resting spots. Creole suddenly announces his drowsiness, despite their recent rest. Arthur urges the group onward, his instincts warning that something is amiss. Creole hesitates, yet Arthur's instincts remain on high alert. Jasmine glimpses a cloaked figure and briefly falls into a trance, snapped out by a sudden loud bud. Creole drops his weapon, eyes locked onto something. He saw his late wife appears in the distance. He sprints to her, ignoring his teammates' urgent pleas. Arthur races after him but couldn't catch up to him. Jasmine stops Arthur, revealing the mist's illusionary manipulations that heightened his senses. Arthur swiftly gathers everyone, revealing the mist's mind-altering effects. He instructs Samantha to create a water barrier to counter the illusion. Samantha nods as she quietly inquires about. Reginald somberly discloses that perished long ago in a dungeon raid, and that he and Broad personally laid her ashes to rest, making this impossible. Reginald urges a swift search for Creole Testing's patience, furious at senior members for abandoning formation despite the strict plan. Arthur turns to Jasmine, who trembles as he asks if she saw anyone too. She confesses to seeing a mirage of her father. Seeing her struggle, Arthur comforts her, promising everything will be alright. She offers him a sincere smile, and feeling encouraged, Arthur requests her wind spells to clear a path through the mist. She conjures 2 wind orbs and drives 4 of magic. Arthur orders Samantha to lower her barrier as Jasmine releases the Banshee's Howl, a precise wind blast carving a path forward. Clearing the path, the group is shocked by massive vines that suddenly appeared, untouched by Jasmine's wind spell. Strikes first, igniting crescent ember flames to scorch the vines. To his dismay, the vines swiftly regenerate, leaving the fire's impact fleeting. Arthur commands Reginald to shield thee as they prepare potent spells. Arthur infuses his blade with mana, signaling and Jasmine to strike together as they all fiercely slash through the vines. Trapped briefly, Arthur unleashes a vortex slash to escape. Channeling more mana, he unleashes a powerful attack, halting the vine's regeneration. Seeing success, he urges to scorch his weapon, but is shocked as charges in, swinging wildly without a plan. Arthur watches, who, losing his composure, fights with the desperation of a man ready to die, eyes on Jasmine. Arthur notices her handling things smoothly and hurries to aid, who is soon utterly trapped. Arthur frees him, asking if he truly plans to waste his life here. Arthur implores him to fight wisely and survive, as they still rely on him to conquer the dungeon. Downs a mana potion and unleashes his full power with a flame spell. The attack, though weaker, spreads wider and ignites easily. Arthur is truly impressed by newfound prowess. Reginald warns Elijah of the oncoming vine, but swiftly regains composure, shielding Elijah. This allows Elijah to cast an earth spell, cracking the ground and trapping the vines as they sink into the fissure. Together, their magic halts the plant monster, allowing Samantha to cast her spell and find their missing teammate. Samantha unleashes Aqua Siphon, her unique skill to draw water from the surroundings. In this battle, she deftly drains moisture from the vines, making them shrivel and weaken. Despite the spell's success, Samantha collapses in exhaustion. Arthur swiftly catches her and praises her cleverness in turning a utility spell into a weapon. Their relief shatters as the mist surges back toward the vines. But vines in an instant, as if nothing had. Even this little shit was shitting bricks now out of fear. Arthur realizes the vines absorb the mist under relentless attacks. Arthur turns to find the vines twisted into a colossal eldritch nightmare towering above him. Arthur's sword drops as terror paralyzes him before this monstrous nightmare. Ripped by terror, Samantha instantly concedes, realizing the Elderwood Guardian legend is a horrifying reality. Everyone loses their hope. Just then, Arthur notices the fool has snapped once more. Reginald's eyes widen in disbelief as he faces the insurmountable threat of an S-class mana beast. Horrified, they see Creole as a vessel, his life force fading while he cries for his lost wife. The team is frozen in despair. Helpless, the Elderwood Guardian crushes Creole underfoot as Reginald screams his friend's name in anguish. The monstrous colossus unleashes a chilling roar from its layered, death-promising mouths, while Reginald, consumed by fury, snaps as if witnessing his best friend's demise. Arthur realizes this madman will be destroyed if he attacks the monstrosity. Arthur urges a retreat, but Reginald, consumed by rage, hammers him aside, deaf to reason. The man encases himself in stone, becoming a living fortress. A fierce battle ignites as the colossal giant unleashes a swirling vortex of vines towards him. Arthur urgently commands Elijah to shield Reginald, but the monster's onslaught shatters the barrier instantly. Jasmine clutches Arthur's hand, urging him to escape from the formidable beast. Arthur remains conflicted, his heart bound to his comrades. Elijah's barrier teeters on collapse as he sacrifices his life force to sustain it. Arthur recalls his promise to the team, while Jasmine, teary-eyed, implores him to honor her vow to his family. Jasmine clings to Arthur's promise as the barrier shatters, vowing to protect him at any cost. Reginald endures the assault, cursing the monstrous plant as he rises. Arthur knows retreat is wise, yet refuses to abandon his friends. Jasmine reluctantly agrees and readies herself to support him. Reginald clashes fiercely with the vine-clad colossus. Reginald's golem armor shreds the beast's vines, drawing a scream of agony. Meanwhile, them team was busy dodging the vines. Reginald swiftly slices through the approaching vines from behind. Still, the monster ensnares him tightly. Arthur clutches Samantha's frail form, commanding Elijah protect Jasmine, ensuring her escape, which becomes their top priority. Arthur turns back to face the motherfucker that made their life. Terror engulfs them as they witness Reginald ensnared. Arthur asks to burn the vines and rescue their teammate. This little bitch aims his fire staff at Samantha Arthur, throws his body in the way to protect her, causing the spell to pierce Arthur's body. The story flashes back to Unveil Divine's earlier attack on. Struck down, he swiftly recovered, realizing their hopeless defeat. Spotting the exit within reach, he watched his teammates battle fiercely for one another, but his Wake's family pride surged, clutching his staff with resolve to survive the cursed dungeon. Aimed at Arthur, he fired at close range, sending Arthur hurtling away with devastating abdominal injuries. Jasmine, horrified, rushes to shield him, tells her to stand down, then seizes the moment of distraction to unleash another fierce beam of flames, striking her forcefully. She collapses to the ground, is cornered as coldly targets Elijah with his staff, ready to burn him down at the slightest movement. Elijah asks what the fuck he is doing, but little bitch sees his life as superior, expecting his teammates to gloriously sacrifice themselves for his escape. Faces the crystal. Elijah, fueled by rage and determined to uphold his reputation, is poised to demolish. Before he acts, the Elderwood Guardian strikes him down, leaving the team teetering on the brink. The monstrous plant relentlessly tears into them, leaving their conditions critical. Elijah rejects this as his end, summoning his remaining strength to rise and forge ahead at the critical moment. The AA-class hero arrives with his sword ablaze. Flames engulf the vines, shielding Elijah. Once a leader, he now embodies the protector he was meant to be, fiercely guarding the young adventurers from death. The monstrous plant roars, yet the blazing hero marches forward, his resolve unshaken. With a fiery blade, charges fiercely, leaping to deliver a wrathful, scorching strike on the towering beast. Amidst the battle, Elijah shifts his focus to Arthur and Jasmine. Desperate final attack cleaves the Elderwood Guardian in two. But this motherfucker started regenerating almost instantly, and within he was looking down on everyone with his terrifying gaze. Trapped, he sees the creature's tendrils closing in, his fate undeniably sealed. Meanwhile, Arthur gasps for air, blood trickling from his mouth. His mask slips away as his dimming sight barely catches Elijah kneeling beside him. Elijah eyes Jasmine, both incapacitated, then fixes on the crystals, seeing only one desperate path, yet doubts survival. Arthur taps into his final reserves and unleashes the ability. Entering Phase 2 of the Dragon's Awakening, his mind races back to the land of elves where relentless training unleashed his latent power. He first unlocked the Acquire phase, enabling a momentary detachment from time and space using Thinate powers. Despite depleting his mana and leaving him weak, Arthur's second breakthrough, a feat spent decades mastering, was miraculously achieved in just 3 years. This marked the integration phase. With his body transforming and hair shifting in color, this newfound power emerges. A fully grown dragon now, she defies her papa's plea to stay back, sensing his distress and soaring toward him, prepared to retreat to Vincent's if needed, but wasn't having it as she rushed to Arthur's side. Believing he'll return, she yields to his words as he limps toward the eldritch creature, climbing a boulder with determination. Overwhelmed with emotion, he casts an ice spell, channeling all his focus to freeze the S-class beast and launching the first strike, reminiscent of during Arthur's integrate phase, aiming to swiftly end the battle and reduce the backlash. With potent ice magic, he temporarily freezes the vines, but they shatter through, forcing him to cast Absolute Zero, immobilizing the creature and giving him time to channel 3 elemental powers into one devastating strike. Purple lightning surges from his palms, obliterating the beast's head and disintegrating the vines. Victory comes at a cost as he collapses, blood streaming from every wound. Mission accomplished, his life fading and distant while his family confronts their own destiny. Collapses from intense training, tucked into bed under watchful eye when suddenly a glowing ring fills both parents with dread. His mother desperately hopes it's a malfunction, not a real warning. In the dungeon, Arthur awakens in agony, blood in his throat, as Elijah urges him to shatter the crystal in his glove. Elijah complies, unleashing healing magic that frees Arthur's frozen hands. Despite the relief, Arthur's mind races back to betrayal and the traitor's abandonment, then shifts to worry for Jasmine, gravely injured and vulnerable. Elijah stabilized her burns, but internal injuries endangered her life. Arthur urged using the second crystal, and Elijah obliged, healing her significantly and sparking hope for a swift recovery. Arthur recalls the childhood pain evoked by his mother's gift. While noticing his recovery, heads back to the dungeon, only for Arthur to urge her to concentrate on her training now that the threat is over. He gently reinforces the command as the connection fades. Elijah checks on Arthur, who jokes about running a marathon despite his frail state. Elijah is surprised to discover the masked warrior is his peer, while Arthur mourns his lost mask, but is relieved Elijah found his sword. Arthur deeply respects Elijah's selflessness, but Elijah humbly insists leaving would equate him to. Elijah's curiosity sparks as Arthur reveals his motive, a promise to protect and never turn away. Intrigued by Arthur's mature perspective, they ponder his past. As the dialogue unfolds, Arthur learns he's been unconscious for over a day. Facing the weight, he decides to connect, offering his hand with a smile, introducing himself as Art. This gesture sparks a new friendship, with Elijah reciprocating and sharing his heritage. Arthur had deduced this from his metal manipulation skills, which included the shelter upheld by the Elderwood Guardian's corpse. Though few can summon metal from thin air, a dwarf can. Elijah admits his secret is out, leading him to ask Arthur why his hair turned white and eyes glowed purple. Arthur agrees to explain if they exchange secrets. Elijah reveals he is from the kingdom, raised by Elder Radius who spoke little of his parents, leaving him with faint childhood memories. His life was calm until a power surge knocked him out, and he awoke surrounded by metal spikes, prompting Radius to urge him to travel the continent without explanation. Elijah confesses his abilities remain a mystery, feeling an unsettling pull linked to his mysterious origin. As Arthur prepares to share his story, Jasmine's loud snore interrupts with a sleepy murmur, making both boys laugh. Elijah, realizing the mood, apologizes for being too serious. Arthur, unfazed, reveals his mastery of 4 elemental magics, specializing in augmentation with ice and lightning, leaving Elijah in stunned disbelief. He was sure he'd lost the title of the weirdest one. Arthur reveals his markings are from being a beast tamer who released his companion in battle, leaving Elijah stunned, especially since Arthur is only 11, a year younger than him. Despite his lack of pride, Arthur can't suppress a grin as they laugh at each other's quirks. Battling residual pain, he uses the last healing gem on himself just as Jasmine awakens. Seeing his dire state, she rushes to him, guilt-ridden, apologizing through tears. Arthur's gaze softens, assuring her it's okay, embracing her, and affirming his choice to stay and fight. He notices her fragility in his arms and exhales a pained breath, heightening her worry. Jasmine urges Elijah to fetch their supplies from the storage ring. Grateful for her emergency kit, she bandages Arthur until he resembles a mummy, healing wounds and lifting spirits. Assisted by friends, Arthur rises as they ready to return. Stepping out of Elijah's metal shelter, the outside is entirely frozen. Arthur inquires about other survivors, only to discover that and Reginald perished, dimming hopes of any escapees. Jasmine's inquiry about Samantha burdens him with guilt. Elijah admits he encased her in metal before they were separated, uncertain if she survived. Arthur questions her destiny. Desperate for escape, he hunts for the S-class beasts buried in the icy ruins. Elijah, determined to find her, channels his energy into the earth, invoking the Earth's pulse spell. It emits signals to detect life nearby. Fortune strikes as he spots Samantha, prompting a quick dash with Arthur and Jasmine in pursuit. Elijah soon spots the metallic cocoon he encased around her on Earth. Prizing it open, he calls out, finding Samantha battered and burnt. Elijah reaches in as Arthur told him that these injuries were caused by the vines and were extremely fatal. Arthur is relieved she's breathing, though her fever is worrying, but thankfully she was. This was a good thing, otherwise her survival might have been uncertain. Elijah wonders if unconsciousness is a blessing, as Jasmine gently lifts her, suggesting they head back. Arthur scans the area for the beast core, but his search is futile. The ground trembles beneath their feet. Elijah braces for battle, but Arthur swiftly intervenes, sensing the danger. The dungeon's ceiling shatters, revealing in her majestic form amid the falling debris. Arthur is awestruck by her fierce transformation. Fondly licks Elijah's face, tousling his hair as he reacts in surprise. Perplexed by a four-limbed wyvern, he soon discovers it's something else entirely, a genuine dragon. Arthur introduces her, as while telling everyone to keep meeting her to themselves. Jasmine is unfazed by Smith's affection, but Elijah is astounded by Arthur's immense power and his dragon companion. They quickly hops on too. Arthur urges Elijah to climb aboard, and they escape the boss lair, landing safely outside. Elijah quips about why they didn't unleash this beast from the beginning. Samantha awakens on the ground, glimpsing Arthur unmasked for the first time. Finding him even more appealing, Arthur gently urges her to rest and recover. He reveals securing the beast core and preserving his shattered mask, both bringing a rare smile to Arthur's face. He proposes sharing the core sale profits, but Jasmine flatly declines. Everyone shared the same thought. Arthur deserves it more than anyone, declining any share. Arthur argues the core immense worth, yet Samantha insists he takes it. Grateful for his courage, they entrust the core to him. He expresses gratitude for their trust, checks Samantha's pulse one last time, and urges Elijah and Jasmine to seek help, as Elijah leaves his emergency bag with Arthur to ensure he's ready. Arthur discovers a mana scroll among the supplies and seizes the chance to reassure his parents with a message. With the message sent, he finds peace knowing they'll be there when he returns home. Arthur questions swift growth, suspecting it stems from devouring numerous beast cores. She confirms, revealing her relentless hunt to attain this formidable form. Intrigued, he inquires if she can still transform, and with pride, she shifts back into the tiny lizard he remembers. The familiar companion climbs up, and he gently strokes her head. Reunited but weary, Arthur's injuries worsen as he awaits help. He trusts the newly secured beast core will stabilize him until then. Leaning back, he recalls the name. Who came from a family of assholes. He recalls the stunt he has pulled, causing death and almost destroyed their party. Arthur wanted to slap his stupid face, but leaves it for the future. The rescue team swiftly arrives and aids the group. Samantha races to the hospital, as is pronounced dead. Arthur heals as his companions relay the harrowing tale to the... Arthur's frustration mounts as the guild delves deeper into their report, despite his exhaustion from reliving the trauma. Grants a brief respite until awakes, ushering chaos with his guard's intrusion. Jasmine and Elijah were ready to end this chapter today, but Arthur gestures for them to wait, pretends innocence as irritation mounts, questioning how they survived and accusing them of sacrificing someone for their escape. He casually tosses around Samantha's name, then labels as a mere pawn. At the height of tension, Arthur's blade slices part of Seer. Immediately protests, playing the victim while Arthur stands, eyes blazing with fury, dominating the room with his presence. Despite warning, Arthur calmly steps forward, retrieves his blade, and feigns misunderstanding. Trembles, frozen in fear. Told his assistant to take to the infirmary as Arthur asks for a private moment with the... Jasmine and Elijah hesitantly emerge, fearing for his life, as cautions Arthur against provoking the... Arthur's stance is resolute, as he coldly questions stability to shield from his impending transformation. Calmly states he's safeguarding Arthur and his people, warning that acting now endangers Jasmine, Elijah, and others linked to him. The family refuses to remain quiet, and formidable half-brother is beyond Arthur's current strength. Recognizing his wisdom, Arthur accepts the truth and confidently presents his terms. Knowing the guild can't afford to reject him, pledges his support. As Arthur exits to meet Jasmine and Elijah, they show relief about survival, but Arthur shifts the mood by admitting his hunger, leaving unease beneath their smiles. Arthur and face the jury. After reviewing the reports, they conclude betrayed his party, stripping him of his rank and banning him from adventuring forever. Reluctantly, he hands back his card. Arthur remains unfazed by the lenient punishment, convinced deserved harsher consequences. The panel scrutinizes Arthur's actions against, considering the threat to the family. Their ruling, ban note from the city until finishes at the academy, a decision Arthur secretly wanted despite his feigned objections. The jury upholds his adventurer status for his honor and courage. He must stay away while he's in town. Fears notes hidden identity, suspecting danger. The panel agrees to record Arthur's identity secretly, with only a few aware, keeping it from the family. Cedes and protests, but nobody listens to him. Leaving, he warns Arthur to keep his distance. but was not in a mood to play. He shot a death glare, storms off in anger, while Arthur, on the verge of being escorted out, is personally led by the panel's head. Through a secret passage, once the door shuts, it's revealed the entire scenario was a premeditated plot. Arthur appreciates their persistence, yet the court warns the truth won't stay hidden from the family indefinitely. Arthur, however, promises his vigilance beneath the facade. Another secret passage opens, hinting that this favor might demand repayment one day. The masked swordsman nods, promising never to forget their support. The elder acknowledges warning about Arthur's fearsome nature just as he opens the door and is joyfully tackled by, with Jasmine and Elijah waiting nearby. With everything settled, it's time to return home. Elijah told them that he wanted to visit Samantha before leaving. Arthur advises against it for himself, but urges Jasmine to check on her later. At the gates, Elijah realizes their paths will soon diverge. Recalling Arthur's outsider status, he extends an invitation to hang out before school starts. Elijah bristles with irritation as he explains a school, never having imagined attending one. Arthur's plan comes as a surprise. Arthur reveals that joining the academy is a strategic step to advance in rank. Elijah doubts his eligibility, but Arthur assures him he'll handle all financial and social hurdles. Elijah just needs to appear at the school gates. Arthur instructs Jasmine to take Elijah home, as he needs to handle other issues. Elijah agrees, citing his presence at the academy and expressing gratitude to Arthur, whom he proudly calls a friend. Once they depart, Arthur confronts for hiding, thanking him for successfully manipulating the judge while keeping in the dark, thus managing the situation for now. Arthur tells that despite resolving the chaos, a great warrior's life was still lost. Declares peace, tossing Arthur a hefty gold pouch as a farewell gift. Money that transforms lives. Trouble seeks Arthur only if he allows it. His only worry is if Saw, who answers by transforming again, showcasing her dragon abilities. Later, Arthur adjusts his hair and enters a magic shop to buy a dimension ring. He feigns ignorance as the shopkeeper cautions about the high cost. Arthur casually unveils his gold, leaving the man speechless. He invests his gold in a ring, just large enough for a sword and beast core, with his preparations complete. Lost in thought on the way to Hillsday Manor, he ponders his 2 years under a new identity, gazing out the window and contemplating academy life ahead. Night falls as he returns home, met by tearful glare and mid-Souter, sentence scolding for his prolonged absence. Arthur beams, embracing her tightly, proud of her growth, yet suddenly dreading the day she might start dating. A shiver races down his spine. His parents embrace him mournfully, quips that his son's hair is the only thing gaining strength. His mother hugs him tightly, overjoyed he's safe as they tease each other. Vincent and the others warmly welcome him back. While Arthur showers, he discovers a letter from Jasmine. She embarked on a new mission, guided by a terse, emotionless letter. Like her, he regrets missing the chance to say goodbye, but at least he knows where she is. Vincent excitedly announces sneering 1-year milestone at Academy. Arthur feels relieved. Vincent thanks Arthur for his unwavering support, while Arthur hints at a future request, eager first to hear tale of the dungeon. Arthur hesitates, then unfolds a gripping tale that visibly shakes Vincent. He astonished them by single-handedly defeating an Elderwood guardian. Arthur inquires about his father's progress and learns, remains trapped at Dark Orange despite ongoing mana purification. Arthur hurls the leftover beast core to him, saying, though the core remains potent and could aid his breakthrough, hesitates to embrace such a prized gift. Stunned by Arthur's decision to part with a lucrative S-Class core, Arthur desires his father to catch up. While noticing Arthur's progress to Light Orange, vows to surpass him in their next spar, fueling their ongoing rivalry. Elijah finds tranquility in a shower, interrupted by Arthur's abrupt entrance with pajamas, unfazed as Elijah slams the door. Arthur inspects his mask, reflecting on the past 2 years. Notes she's now taller than him as Elijah asks why she took so long. Arthur reveals he was aiding Vincent in securing Academy sponsorship. Elijah is ecstatic to finally become a student. Arthur is eager to learn and push his limits, acknowledging that his powers may make school dull, but finding the opportunity to explore Elijah's dual affinities exciting, especially since lightning drains his mana and ice remains challenging despite a beast's will. Concerned about handling, Elijah is reassured by Arthur, who intends to delay revealing his true identity. Elijah is surprised by Arthur's restraint regarding the family. Amidst teasing about a pillow wall, Elijah nervously asks about finding a girlfriend at the academy. Arthur jokes he'll end up with a nerd girl, while Elijah retorts that Arthur's charm will attract many girls. Arthur counters that they're not his type, and both eventually drift to sleep. Arthur awakens to Vincent's news of meeting Gideon, a brilliant and respected inventor. He was currently out of town, but was scheduled to return in 3 days, allowing a brief detour before they meet everyone in the city. Arthur nods, pondering if something significant is happening downtown. Vincent announces that the 3 royal families will make a major public declaration in the city square. Vincent's time with Arthur moves him, and he eagerly anticipates the meeting with Gideon, ready to leverage his past life's wisdom. Appears reminding Vincent of a meeting prompting his swift departure. Reveals to his father that he's advanced to the solid orange stage and hands over the intact beast core, noting its unusual resilience despite absorbing all its energy. Arthur ponders deeply, his meditation interrupted by the looming shadow of the beast. Acknowledging the core's retention of the creature's will, he contemplates beast wills, spiritual imprints from potent mana beasts conferring great power. Driven by curiosity, Arthur tests merging the Elderwood Guardian's will withs but finds them incompatible and repelling. That's why I couldn't fully absorb the crystal. It all hinges on compatibility. Arthur knows the perfect recipient for the core and starts pondering his well-being. The days pass as he trains and cherishes family moments. Storms in one morning, fed up with his sleep talk and body slams him awake for breakfast. Arthur teases her as a brute, and she retorts, reminding him not to skip the meal. Arthur and Elijah explore the town's shops despite Arthur's empty pockets. Elijah wisely manages his savings. Arthur dispatches to accompany Elijah as he visits the inventor. Arthur and Vincent reach Gideon's. Arthur halts abruptly, questioning the foul stench assaulting his nose. Him simply notes, it's easier to ask what's not causing it. Gideon finally emerges, resembling a decaying corpse untouched by water for decades. His anger fades upon noticing Vincent's guests. Irritated, he grumbles about the royal messengers pressuring him to share his expertise overseas. Arthur questions why anyone would bother, further souring the man's mood. Gideon inquires about the boy, who introduces himself as Arthur, an admirer of Gideon's work. The inventor dismisses apprentices, but Vincent explains Arthur's voluntary arrival, prompting Arthur to present a sketch to solve Gideon's travel problem. Gideon initially dismisses the drawing as childish until he spots the innovative steam engine design, an idea so fucking out of the world that couldn't even imagine it. He quickly skims through it and finds that there was something missing. Arthur confesses to Gideon that he's crucial details, promising to disclose them once their deal concludes. Gideon, realizing Arthur's uniqueness, sets aside his annoyance and instructs him to find something suitable for his intellect. Hims unveils a lustrous ironized diamond, boasting 5 times the mana capacity for its size, according to the inventor. Yet Arthur stays indifferent. Gideon unveils more treasures, including a secret mirror unseen by others. Arthur dismisses each item with such indifference that Gideon almost drops and shatters the mirror, saved only by Hem's quick catch. Vincent looks on, stunned, as Arthur continues to reject the premier creations of a world renowned. In despair, Gideon unlocks his deepest vaults to unveil his greatest treasures, protests their purpose. But the old man, frustrated, ignores him. The butler arrives with 2 ornate boxes holding royal pendants. Arthur inspects one and instantly recognizes the phoenix worm silk. Stunned, both men in the room, even Vincent's unaware of them. Gideon reveals the phoenix worms, as rare as dragons, are S-class mana beasts known for self-preservation, inspiring the pendant's creation. If something were to go wrong, the pendant creates a shield, then uses its mana to teleport the wearer to their subconscious sanctuary once broken. Intrigued, Arthur inquires about its activation count. Gideon confesses uncertainty, but shares he used 5 rare phoenix cores, estimating each pendant can safely activate twice. Arthur ponders gifting the pendant to his mother or sister, recalling its royal lineage. The inventor affirms the royal houses supplied the cores, but now he shows little interest in them. Arthur's invention and the boy's true motives are what truly matter to him. Arthur pretends it's a birthday gift for his sister, but Gideon sees through the act. Arthur demands to his true intentions before revealing more of his design. Gideon told him that he'll learn during the public announcement. Arthur demands the unvarnished truth, not sugar-coated announcements. Gideon wonders if the boy would cancel the deal, but Arthur, smiling defiantly, ignites his drawing, ready to burn it if needed. Gideon concedes, allowing the determined boy to claim both pendants. Last year, royal families began to consider a second continent beyond. Arthur is stunned, while Vincent, privy to insider rumors, is caught off guard by their confirmation. Arthur demands proof, and Gideon, slightly miffed, insists they have the evidence to back their claims. He told him that they found a rare artifact linked to a beast years ago. A creature camouflaging so flawlessly it appeared invisible. Vincent is stunned, questioning how it was discovered. Gideon thinks how an adventurer by sheer luck accidentally killed the beast while targeting another, leading to the artifact's recovery. Even he couldn't grasp its full complexity, with its purpose known only to the royal families. Arthur's threat to destroy the blueprint provokes Gideon to unveil the artifact's purpose. It captures motion and still images with perfect precision. Vincent asserts it's sufficient proof, yet Arthur doubts, noting even Gideon, the top artificer, couldn't figure it out. Gideon defensively claims that if he can't decipher it, no one on this continent could have made it. Arthur argues that claiming another continent exists solely because of Gideon's failure is foolish. Gideon reveals the artifact holds records of all 3 kingdoms, hinting at its otherworldly origin. Arthur stays calm, while an agitated Gideon warns of the peril if powerful mages and inventors lie beyond. Arthur takes it anyways, valuing facts over speculation, confident that his steam engine will reveal the truth. Later, Vincent notices Gideon's unexpected joy after getting the blueprint. He struggles to envision a steam engine powerful enough to propel a ship across the sea. Arthur said society's dependence on mana neglecting technology's potential, while Vincent rambles on irrelevantly. Arthur marvels at trading harmless tech for powerful weapons, yet the discovery of a new continent thrills him even more. Telepathically informs she's coming. Elijah wraps up his shopping and joins the group. Eager for the kingdom's unification news, Arthur suspects its link to the second continent's discovery. Vincent upped the announcement until they suddenly encounter a disturbing scene. A boy is brutally kicked and mocked for his short stature and mana use. The bully orders him to release his mana, and when he refuses, he starts beating him with a pipe. Elijah swiftly tackles the attacker, ensuring the injured kid's safety. The asshole then slaps Elijah. Vincent proposes alluring the guards, but Arthur stops him. Just then, a thug spots the Dwarf Kingdom symbol on Elijah's uniform, changing the mood instantly. They claim he's shielding his own and yank his hair. Elijah struggles in the fight. Arthur's approaches with murder in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the royal carriage, Prince bristles at the low-profile journey, deprived of his parents' presence. The guard assures him of impenetrable security, subtly noting Princess' desire for discretion. Decided to attend solely due to interest. Quips that it's a miracle she survived in the royal household, suggesting she'd be overwhelmed by books without him. She retorts that she's only there because his first choice cancelled. Dismisses it and laments leaving his rare, untamed lion-type mana creature behind, seeking views on his beast. But she wasn't paying him any attention because she's already fixated on someone. At the plaza, Vincent, in a panic, leaps between them, fearing Arthur is about to commit murder. Bull taunts him as an old man, striking a nerve as he strives to protect the kids. Arthur calmly calls his name and politely asks him to move aside. Vincent shivers, realizing that those punks are doomed. A green-haired fool swings his pipe, only to be floored by a single crushing blow that leaves the others paralyzed with shock. The strides forward, overconfident in his noble sword technique, boasting of a generational move. He attempts to deceive Arthur with a sudden feint, launching an ultra-fast lunge. Arthur effortlessly sidesteps, then smashes the kid with a mono-enforced pipe, shattering it with a powerful blow. Arthur steps forward, fists clenched, ready to end the fight. The leader mocks him and prepares his trident's fist technique, but as Arthur draws near, his calm, deadly blue eyes strike fear into, reminding him of his father's presence. Despite this, charges only to be met with a brutal punch that floors him. Bleeding and determined, he channels magic for another attempt. An icy shield materializes, deflecting the blow entirely. Princess steps forward to shield them. Her sudden arrival stops the chaos, freezing the scene just as demands answers. Panicked, the bullies drop to their knees, pleading for mercy. They insist they were peaceful, until Arthur suddenly attacked. Elijah attempts a defense, but interrupts, declaring they were the true victims. Elijah quietly aids the dwarf boy, while sees his injuries and immediately detects the bully's deceit. Her brother believes them, and starts interrogating Arthur about the truth of their claims. Arthur dismisses the oblivious with indifference. Seeing this, the bullies believe Arthur was done for. The royal escort blocks Arthur, ensuring he properly addresses the prince. Arthur seizes the knight's hand and was ready to break it in half. The knight admits his harsh language flares up against nonsense, but Arthur's strong grip unsettles him. Vincent swiftly intervenes, clarifying that Arthur accused the bullies of lying. Can't believe Vincent is here. Vincent says they stumbled upon the scene on their way to the announcement. The dwarf boy's bloody cough reveals the truth. Can't overlook the fact that someone's gravely injured. He turned to the bullies and asked them for their identities. Declares himself as House Trident's first son, causing to pause, aware of their significant support to the royal family, despite being the aggressor. This causes to hesitate. Tries to speak, but her brother intervenes. Advises making peace and moving forward, noting no serious injuries and urging against escalation. Confident in his father's wealth and influence, anticipated this, proving himself untouchable once more. Arthur refuses to let it go, quickly asking Uncle Vincent about the communication scroll. Upon grasping the situation, Arthur promptly contacts the director of Academy, prompting to scoff. Irritated and expecting Vincent, thinks Arthur looks foolish for involving someone so high-ranking. Her tone shifts from cold to warm, flirtatious upon realizing Arthur is speaking, leaving everyone else behind. Arthur reveals Trident and his group are racially bullying students and wielding deadly magic in the city. Panic strikes the offenders, making them nervously glance at each other, feigns ignorance, casually asking what he did wrong, sparking a flicker of hope in him. Convinced her allegiance is to his family's wealth, he discreetly threatens to leave the academy, believing alone might convince her. To his shock, unhesitatingly sides with Arthur, instantly declaring the expulsion of and his group. The prince approaches Arthur to apologize for his earlier judgment. He confessed to acting impulsively, not embodying the dignity of a true prince. Arthur regrets losing his temper, but the prince admires his resolve, expressing relief that those troublemakers from House Trident are finally gone from the academy. After talking, the prince returns to the carriage, remarking on Arthur's oddity, acknowledging his strength yet sensing deeper layers beneath. His sister, suddenly distracted, stands up and invites Arthur for tea once they're back at school. Arthur, with no reason to refuse, calmly accepts the invitation. Behind him, Elijah watches, jealousy barely concealed, as the typically aloof princess shows genuine interest, leaving him and the prince equally stunned. In the heart of city, a curious crowd awaited a life-altering announcement about a newly discovered continent, but was thinking about something in his mind. Arthur was troubled by the idea that another land had been secretly studying, using disguised mana animals and strange recording devices, and he questioned his drive forward to expedite connection to this distant continent. If these people constituted a genuine threat, securing Sedge, even by a preemptive strike, may be critical. Lost in thought, his mother sensed his unease and asked if something was wrong. He quickly reassured her with a smile that all was well. She warmly assured him she would always worry, but never hinder his pursuit. Arthur wanted to tell her that she has nothing to worry but couldn't lie. He thanked her softly, filled with gratitude. Suddenly, mages conjured a radiant screen above the crowd, offering a clear view as the king took center stage alongside other leaders. The king addressed the crowd, recognizing the enduring human-elf conflicts and the dwarves' role as mere business allies. They resolved to abandon this mindset. Over the past few years, he and fellow leaders tirelessly pursued continental unity, notably opening adventuring parties to all three races 2 years ago. Last year, Academy brought together students from and fostering connections through shared education. Arthur was troubled by the idea that another land was secretly studying, with disguised mana animals and strange recording devices, and he questioned his desire to connect to this distant continent. If these individuals posed a genuine threat, securing edge even through a preemptive strike could be critical to foster cooperation for the continent's survival and future growth. The crowd erupted with enthusiastic approval, clearly supporting the message. Elven King stepped forward, honored to partake in this historic moment, echoing the Human King's words. Despite their growing unity, much within its borders remains unknown. Untamed lands loomed, highlighting their limited knowledge, but his announcement was crucial. They had found undeniable proof of another continent across the seas. The crowd erupted in frenzy. He reassured them, confirming the continent's existence despite lingering questions. They were stunned to discover that the enigmatic land had also tried to contact, despite neither possessing the technology to close the gap. Amidst the shocked murmurs, the king urged unity, declaring pride in their shared homeland despite differences, hoping future generations would embrace this bond. He questioned the crowd's belief in the vision, and after a moment of silence they erupted in applause, affirming their support for the future. A groundbreaking initiative was unveiled, steering a new era of exploration and alliances. 6 exceptional individuals were appointed by the royal families to protect and represent the continent, chosen for their courage, wisdom, strength, and leadership. The 6 lances emerged as symbols of unity and guardians of future. Each was given a unique ring that represented their function and was known across the continent. The identities were revealed. Earthborn and Baron. His name startled the audience, freezing Elijah in disbelief. Arthur tensed, reliving unpleasant memories of his brother's betrayal and escape from justice. Now exuded power and prestige. Arthur sets aside his worries for the day, focusing on his little sister's birthday. Dressed sharply, he's every bit the gentleman, ready for the celebration. When insists on joining, he gently advises her to stay back, hinting at potential spies at the party and avoiding unnecessary risks. He assures her someone will return with food. Spirits soar with that simple assurance. With cheerful farewells, the night bursts to life as guests flood the mansion with music and chatter. Arthur, poised at the entrance, greets everyone with his usual charm, catching the eye of a girl's mother who nudges her daughter to ask him for a dance. Elijah, nestled in a corner, charms a pretty girl with a lunch invitation. True to form, Elijah fumbles, spilling his drink all over himself, causing the girl to awkwardly step back. Arthur swiftly averts his gaze, sparing his friend further embarrassment. The evening's highlight emerges. Smother playfully covers her eyes and leads her into the living room, unveiling a surprise gathering of loved ones. Arthur steps forward, inviting his sister to dance, is clearly taken aback. The father signals the musicians, and as music fills the air, the siblings begin their graceful dance, captivating every guest with their flawless and emotive performance. Amidst the festivities, Gideon, the ever-inventive genius, unexpectedly arrives. He's here to discuss business, even at a birthday party. The scene cuts outside. A lavish royal carriage halts at the estate, remains inside, ensuring Smomant shines undisturbed. She discreetly sends her servant to deliver a gift, allowing the family their time. Meanwhile, inside, Gideon pulls Arthur aside for a private conversation. Arthur, already cautious, questions if the trip was solely for council matters. Gideon shakes his head, admitting that he brought a gift, but more importantly, that the council has approved Arthur's blueprint, and that building has begun. The ex-monarchs now refer to themselves as the council. Arthur congratulates Gideon on his well-deserved triumph, but Gideon dismisses fame and fortune as mere tools, seeking something more valuable in the council's reach. Gideon's admirers swarm him, granting Arthur a second of until arrives, breathless and apologetic for her delay, to which Arthur reassures her swiftly. Acknowledging her hectic schedule as student council secretary, he warmly greets her, noting how long it's been since they last met. Now standing face to face, notices Arthur's new height, and they start catching up, with Arthur admiring her progress from sneaking meals with the staff to thriving its top academy. Playfully glares, thinking he's teasing her about her past escapades. Arthur sincerely acknowledges her growth, observing the intrigued gazes of the boys around her, gets flustered and told him that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Arthur, oblivious to the hint, chuckles and offers to vet any guy she brings home, cautioning he won't be easier to impress unlike his father. His face falls, stunned by Arthur's continued oblivion. Gideon arrives, bows, and gracefully departs, offering them privacy. Gideon mocks Arthur for his constant female company, highlighting genuine interest and questioning his intentions with her. Arthur calmly suggests that feelings stem more from gratitude and a hero complex than true affection, saying that she'll realize this in time. Gideon dismisses Arthur's, redirecting the conversation to his true intent, securing Arthur's mind with the council's resources. Arthur regretted giving the steam engine plan since he didn't want to interrupt natural evolution. Gideon, seeing untapped potential, feels Arthur has bigger aspirations. Exhausted, Arthur asserts unequivocally that he has no desire to pursue personal goals. Gideon quickly suggests a compromise, periodic consultations in exchange for unwavering support, as Arthur's supplier of artifacts and resources. After a moment of deliberation, Arthur agrees, sealing their agreement with a handshake. "Thank you." Amidst the birthday gifts, eagerly unwraps each one as Arthur's attention is drawn to a peculiar package. Eagerly tears open the oddly shaped package, revealing an exquisitely crafted elven bow and arrows with a folded letter beside them. Arthur reads the letter while admires the elegant weapon. Arthur remains puzzled over the sender, but we know it's his future, extends her hand demanding the gift from her brother. Arthur grins, unveiling 2 small jewelry boxes, one for their mother. Discovers the phoenix feather necklace Arthur received from Gideon, an enchanted pendant meant to protect them in Arthur's or their father's absence. Mrs. appears shocked by the extravagant necklace, as their father calmly reveals only 2 exist on the whole continent. Arthur tenderly clasps the necklace around his neck, wishing her a heartfelt happy birthday. The scene transitions to a high-security facility exclusive to council members, where Arthur walks alongside Gideon with special access. Amidst their casual conversation in the facility, Gideon casually notes Arthur's recent, quietly passed birthday. 4 months had swiftly passed since celebration. Despite the delay, Gideon gifts Arthur a small box. Arthur thanked him for making it for him. Gideon dismisses it, saying that it's nothing in comparison to Arthur's assistance with the steam engine project. He mentions a persistent concern. Did Arthur hide 2 elemental affinities, hinting he might secretly be a quadri-elemental mage? Arthur's confirmation hits like a punchline, leaving Gideon breathless as he realizes the bracelet he gifted was meant to suppress half of Arthur's magic. Bewildered, he questions Arthur's timing, to which Arthur smirks, revealing that impressing Gideon increases his chances of freebies. Gideon, stunned by the earth-shattering revelation, demands proof, which Arthur eagerly offers. The shipyard's rapid progress leaves Arthur in awe. The ship was almost completed. Gideon boasts that by the time Arthur starts his first day of classes, they will be ready to set sail. Alone now, Arthur marvels at Gideon's incredible speed. In just a few months, Arthur is struggling to comprehend the construction of a steam-powered ship. He abandons informal training after becoming aware of the dangers of the continent. Armed with Gideon's artifact, he decides to improve his wind and earth magic to match his fire and water abilities. Arthur, lost in thought, collides with a burly man carrying 2 women, a mere local thug. Arthur opts to walk by discreetly, but the man seizes him by the head, crossing the line. Arthur initially maintains his composure, ignoring the taunts, but physical contact pushes him over the edge. Arthur's lethal glare halts the man, suddenly cautious of his provocation. As the man brags about teaching at academy, Arthur freezes. With a flick of his wrist, he drops a pendant at the man's feet, leaving him stunned. The brute didn't notice Arthur taking it. Speechless and shaken, the guy watches Arthur walk away. Arthur arrives home and skillfully calms the chaos as his sister and tackle him, lifting them gently with a breeze of wind magic. He asks about their parents' whereabouts, and replies they're in the living room with Elijah, examining a package from Academy for both Arthur and Elijah. Arthur discovers his official uniform, feeling the weight of his journey from lost child to king, baby, and now Academy student. As dawn breaks, Elijah attempts to rouse him by poking his feet, prompting to leap onto Elijah, leaving clawed marks on his cheeks. Arthur rises to get ready for school, while Elijah stands dressed and waiting. Buttoning his uniform, Arthur is questioned by Elijah about his choice to attend academy as a scholar mage, rather than pursuing battle magic. Arthur seeks deeper magical knowledge, but Elijah warns that choosing a scholar's path might clash with more combative mage students. His anxious Arthur might hospitalize half the students for disrespecting him. Arthur shrugs, vowing to behave. Sulks over breakfast, clearly unhappy about not attending the academy yet. Her brother's uniform only fuels her desire. Arthur and Elijah get ready to leave after breakfast. Arthur warmly hugs his parents, playfully ruffles hair, and reminds everyone to wear the pendants he gave them. His mother and sister proudly flaunt theirs. His father, eager for inclusion, asks if his son has any final words for him. Arthur smirks, warning him not to torch the house during training. Arthur arrives at the bustling Cyrus Academy, where students converge from all sides, some on magical beasts that captivate onlookers. A senior commands the crowd to line up before the grand white building for the entrance ceremony. Students must attend and approach the front desk individually to check in. Arthur approaches the registration desk, leaving the receptionist speechless at his rare wind and earth affinities. She quickly regains composure and signals him to proceed. In the packed auditorium, Arthur and Elijah weave through the buzzing crowd to find 2 seats. As they settle, Academy chairwoman takes the stage. Her piercing gaze locks onto Arthur, punctuated by a knowing wink. With a snap of her fingers, the room falls silent. Arthur is stunned by her commanding presence, not from doubt in her strength, but from witnessing such influence firsthand. She apologizes for the abrupt silence, joking about her voice not carrying as far at her age. After her introduction, she skips the usual formalities, noting this moment calls for a personal touch. Proudly, she reveals the Academy's record enrollment of elves and dwarves, choosing to welcome students through representatives of their unity. She gestures to the entrance, urging applause as the Academy Student Council strides onto the stage. The first 3 members arrive quietly. The moment the final member enters, the atmosphere transforms. She magnetizes the crowd, lights up with excitement, prompting a smile from Arthur. Finally emerges her mere presence, commanding respect and admiration from the entire hall. Rumors swirled about her year-long mentorship under director at the Academy, an unprecedented event, as the director has never mentored anyone before. Talent speaks for itself. Steps forward and congratulate the newcomers on their admission to the continent's top magical academy. As a fellow first year, she offers her year-long observations of the academy's structure, emphasizing both academic problems and persistent biases against scholar mages. She emphasizes that if minor uniform differences can cause division, racial differences could be even more divisive. She urges students to abandon inherited prejudices and draw inspiration from the royal family's unity in forming the council. Her heartfelt speech earns thunderous applause, leaving Arthur stunned as proudly calls her mama. He mentally notes to inquire later. Elijah is clearly smitten, while Arthur remains unsurprised by this irresistible charm. Once the ceremony ends, students flood outside for fresh air. A nearby commotion erupts. Students taunt a dwarf over his height. Elijah, exasperated, intervenes. Arthur observes from afar, contemplating the immense task faces in eradicating such behavior. Nicholas, a human bully, taunts the dwarf until challenges him to a pride-defending duel. Nicholas instantly agrees, revealing a magical artifact in his uniform that activates a dual barrier, intriguing Arthur with its genius for creating safe combat zones. Elijah cheers wildly for Bronze and Boar as Arthur coolly assesses the match. Nicholas reveals himself as a dark red core mage. Is a black core, lunges with his axe as Nicholas swiftly conjures duel. A remarkable achievement for his core level, proving he's both skilled and well-trained. The dwarf stands firm, his axe slicing through attacks with formidable might. Nicholas attempts a sneak attack, but swiftly counters with nimble footwork. Nicholas resorts to a dirty trick, blinding the unyielding dwarf by kicking debris into his eyes. Nicholas ends the duel with a decisive blow the instant the dwarf stumbles, as the magical barrier falls. The match ends, but he stomps over, breaks the dwarf's arm, and as the victim lies defenseless, Elijah seizes his moment to become the hero of his dreams. Just as he's about to intervene, Arthur casually calls for the student council president, leaving Nicholas startled and searching. Elijah glares at Arthur, frustration boiling as his heroic moment is snatched away, heightening the awkward tension. Nicholas seizes Arthur, his irritation evident. Arthur calmly asserts that the duel is over, and anything further crosses into bullying. Shoving Arthur aside, Nicholas storms off, muttering petty insults. Arthur dismisses the words and starts to leave, but unexpectedly spits on Nicholas's neck as he walks by. He snaps, fury boiling over, ready to explode. Arthur deflects blame to the real culprit just as the student council enters, changing the atmosphere. The vice president then addresses rules, conduct, and the academy's strict no-discrimination policy. Its mind drifts, consumed by thoughts of Arthur. She couldn't find him at the ceremony and began to doubt his attendance. Director confirmed Arthur was on campus, yet the thought of him missing the speech left her anxious and uncertain about their reunion. Should she play it cool or be friendly? What if he finds her first? These thoughts swirl until the vice president interrupts, checking if she's okay and suggesting to cancel their meetings. Dismisses him, insisting she's fine, then notices Arthur casually observing the scene. The vice president meets her gaze and starts the briefing. That redhead is Nicholas Frum. He was a standout student last year, while the boy next to him seems to be a freshman, likely a commoner, absent from noble family gatherings. A council member spots Arthur, her eyes sparking with recognition. Both girls immediately sense that Nicholas is about to do something profoundly stupid. This motherfucker has no idea he's poking a goddamn dragon. Steps up to confront Nicholas, questioning his intent to use his magic. He immediately shits his pants, claiming he was just finishing a friendly duel with when some random first year just happened to intervene. Arthur gives a cheeky little wave while steps in, demanding the actual fucking story. Gives the side eye, asking if she knows this chaotic dumbass. Puffs out her chest, proudly announcing Arthur's dad has been serving her family forever, basically screaming, "We're family, bitch." Arthur casually drops that they've been living together, sending Brain into a blue screen of death as she pictures all the scenarios that entails. While she's lost in horny confusion, the vice president finally decides to do his job, demanding an explanation from Nicholas and reminding him that drawing a weapon outside a formal duel breaks academy rules. Nicholas, still trying to save his pathetic ass, insists he was just trying to spook the kid, not actually hurt him. Utterly unimpressed and completely spineless, Clive decides to just let it slide for now, shows no mercy. She asserts that Nicholas broke academy rules, warning him that it could mean suspension. Had he actually harmed anyone, she warns, expulsion would be the least of his fucking worries. Finally admitting defeat, Nicholas mumbles a pathetic apology for being an angry little shit. Arthur ignores him so hard it's practically an art form, while calmly informs Nicholas that his fuck-up is going on his permanent record, and he should piss off before things get worse. As the losers retreat, immediately turns on Arthur, pissed that he caused a scene on day one. She remembers director mentioning Arthur's wish to stay under the radar. This isn't helping at all. Disappointment floods Arthur's space. He argues she's judging from a brief encounter, stressing he never meant to fight but remains firm, insisting he should have anticipated the consequences. Arthur holds his ground, pointing out that the dickhead Nicholas was about to rearrange the dwarf's entire face. Without his intervention, that poor dwarf would be a smear on the pavement. Elijah, sensing the incoming shitstorm, tells Arthur to just let it go, reminding him kinda has a point. Done with being misunderstood by every single moron in this goddamn school, Arthur just turns and walks away. The vice president, feeling his tiny authority threatened, sneers, asking if Arthur was raised in a fucking barn. Arthur sighs. Fed up with being belittled, Clive confronts Arthur once more. Arthur unleashes a powerful pressure, freezing everyone in place. Before anyone can process it, Clive is launched into the fucking stratosphere, flailing like a cartoon character. Rushes to his side while the others watch in shock as he groans on the floor. Fed up with the chaos, he silently walks away. Even dares not intervene, as his frustration lingers heavily in the air. After fucking up spectacularly, paced her dorm room. Her brain was a dumpster fire of guilt, and what the fuck was I thinking? Guilt and confusion were having a goddamn cage match in her head. Sure, she was just trying to stop Arthur from getting himself booted out on his ass for being a reckless dumbass. But maybe, just maybe, she'd overplayed her hand like a complete amateur. Still, the frustration clawed at her insides. But that was something that she had to do. He was holding a weapon, and her brain, being the traitorous bitch it was, replayed Arthur mentioning he lived with. Little tidbits stung more than on the fucking eyeball. How the hell did that even happen? Did this dude just collect roommates like they were fucking? None of this shit made any sense. Her entire world was spinning off its axis, face planted into her pillow. Letting out a scream, she squarely blamed that old hag director for saddling her with this student council president bullshit without this stupid-ass title. She could have jumped the guy, not given him a goddamn lecture. Instead, their reunion had all the grace of a car crash. Just then, a knock at the door signaled the arrival of Clive. He'd seen her looking like a zombie during their meeting and decided to play the concerned puppy. Still radiating fuck-off energy, told him she was fine. Clive, still shitting his pants from the earlier beatdown, just had to bring up Arthur again. His little pea brain couldn't compute how a freshman had the balls to speak to her like that. He even offered to go snitch to the director, but his patients had already left the building. He shut that shit down hard, telling him to drop it before she dropped him. As his pathetic footsteps faded, she collapsed onto her bed, completely drained. Everything had gone to shit so fast, and to top it all off, Arthur had the audacity to grow up into a handsome motherfucker. He just knew he was going to be catnip for every girl at this goddamn school. That thought alone made her want to suffocate herself with her pillow, letting out another muffled scream of pure agony. Meanwhile, Arthur and Elijah finally dragged their asses to their dorm after trekking across a campus the size of a small country. Academy wasn't just big, it was a fucking labyrinth of stone paths and endless buildings designed by someone who clearly hated feet. Elijah was still geeking out over the sheer scale of the place. Laya, ever the observant one, started poking the bear about body slamming the student council's second in command. Arthur just grumbled, admitting the dumbass was still on his mind, but there was more to the story. Normally, he wouldn't give a flying fuck, but something about Slexshire had gotten under his skin. The bitch if it was, she wasn't wrong, which only made her words hit harder. Maybe it was just because it was her, a thought he immediately tried to yeet into the void. Arthur told himself, it is what it is, but his brain refused to shut the fuck up. A knock at the door pulled him out of the conversation. Arthur opened it only to find Good Sky, the director of Academy, standing there. Her appearance was unexpected and commanded immediate respect. Elijah, stunned to see her up close, bowed deeply in awe, greeted him kindly recognizing him by name, and mentioning Vincent, which made Elijah beam. Arthur welcomed her in, and Elijah quickly excused himself, offering to bring drinks from downstairs. Accepted the offer with a smile. Once they were seated, she gently reminded Arthur, as always, to call her by her first name. Arthur, in return, gave his usual firm refusal. Expression shifted as she studied him. He noted the change not just in his bond, but in Arthur himself. Hermana's senses told her something was missing. She could only detect wind and earth attributes. Arthur held up his hand, showing her the artifact Gideon had crafted. It was the seal that masked his other two elemental affinities. Ava soft sigh, a mixture of disappointment and understanding. She had hoped to boast about having a rare quadra-elemental student under her guidance, but she respected Arthur's reason. Arthur opened up and explained he had made a dangerous enemy during his time as an adventurer. For now, it was safer to hide his full strength, and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Understood the weight of what he said. Referring to that little bitch, she remarked that calling such a powerful and influential person merely troublesome was bold, and made her wonder what kinds of enemies Arthur would eventually face in the future. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at her ominous tone. It wasn't the kind of thing most people said to a 12-year-old, laughed with him apologizing for sounding so grim. Arthur shifted the topic towards something that had been on his mind. Wanted her help with something more specific. He explained his wish to take higher-level monotheory classes, particularly those focused on deviance, and not to attract unwanted attention he would still attend classes meant for his age group. But his curiosity about deviant man and manipulation had grown too strong to ignore. He had hit a wall in his understanding, and unlike the other forms of magic deviation, magic was something his past world had never known. That alone made it fascinating and urgent for him to master. Listened with an amused smile. She had expected this from him. She agreed without hesitation, which caught Arthur off guard. He stared at her thinking, that was too easy. Just then, the dorm door burst open and stormed in yelling, dramatically as he accused Arthur of being rude to the director. He scolded him for daring to question her kindness, but waved off the moment and admitted she did have an ulterior motive that silenced the light. And she told Arthur about the student council, a body that maintained order and represented the academy's best. But this year, she had decided to create something different, something more direct. A group that didn't just protect the school's rules, but enforced them. Arthur blinked, confused. He asked if this kind of role was even suited for a first-year student. After all, he wasn't even officially a battle mage yet, but didn't care about anything, and simply told him that it's her school, her rules. Arthur didn't like the idea of it, so he told her that he'd skip extra theory classes, and rather he just learn from books in the library, but he was not getting out of this so easily. Grinned as she told him the books on deviance weren't available too, and even most needed to prove themselves as actual deviants before gaining access, which she noted Arthur currently couldn't do. Arthur had no options left but to give in. Elijah still standing to the side. Couldn't help but feel like he was watching two old friends having a casual argument. Battle Mage simply reminded him her school, her rules. Arthur quickly backtracked, added more to her offer. The disciplinary committee wasn't just for rule enforcement. It was built with strong individuals in mind. Arthur would get teammates. He could spar with peers who could match him in strength, maybe even push him. To sweeten the deal further, she promised him private access to a restricted training facility on campus. Arthur leaned forward. He was thinking something that she had said the disciplinary committee members were chosen for their strength. So naturally, a question followed in his mind, but before he could ask her, told him that he has nothing to worry about, as despite pressure from House to assign a seat on the committee, she had turned them down. Arthur finally agreed, but with one condition. The training facility she mentioned, better be man or rich, told him that it already was. With a snap of her fingers, she tossed a set of custom-made uniforms toward him. Arthur caught it and stared at it silently. She told him that she had this uniform prepared before coming here, and the fact that she knew Arthur would agree annoyed him more than it should have. It was another sign. She knew exactly how he would do. Arthur stared at the uniform, admiring the smooth and crisp fabric, and the embroidery bore the crest of the disciplinary committee. Before leaving, told Arthur to reconcile with Tess, saying holding grudges against one's childhood friend wasn't a good look. As the door closed behind her, Liger froze as he heard that he turned to Arthur dumbfounded, asking him, what the heck is she talking about? Later, as they walked together toward, the conversation resumed. Arthur tried to explain, saying that he always wanted to tell him, but it just never came up. Elijah, being Elijah, tried to brush it off, but just then he thought about his own childhood friend, a girl named Garth. Arthur humored him, pretending to admire this imaginary girl. Though his deadpan reply made it clear, he saw right through the nonsense. Liger was unable to keep back as he began listing Arthur's unintended entourage, including Princess and now Princess. What was Arthur's next plan for charming the gods? Arthur any flirting and claimed he hadn't done anything, but that just made things even worse as Elijah began teasing him, saying, if Arthur has been attracting female attention without effort, that meant he possessed supernatural charisma or pheromones. Laja, who was now clinging to him, expressed a strong desire for the same powers. Their compatibility stemmed from their shared eccentricities. Arthur noped the fuck out of there, clearly not wanting to deal with his bullshit. Just then, he noticed something. For some reason, everyone was just staring at them, talking something among themselves. Arthur turned. Instead, I seem unpopular. As they quietly grabbed a table in the far corner of the dining hall, trying their best to ignore all the looks and whispers from other students. They got their food and started eating peacefully, hoping nobody would bother them. But that peace didn't last. A group of cocky battle mage students walked right up to their table. Their leader, who was acting super arrogant, loudly introduced himself as Charles I their Eye, from a famous noble family, clearly thinking they'd be impressed. Instead, Elijah just gave him a confused look and butchered his name, calling him from the Raven Poop family, which made Arthur burst out laughing so hard he couldn't stop. The insult definitely landed, because all the students nearby who were already listening and started snickering. This made Charles slam his fist on the table, demanding respect and reminding them of his noble status. But that only made everyone laugh even louder. Getting more and more pissed off, Charles turned on Elijah, accusing him of throwing away a chance to hang out with someone important all because of Arthur. He just couldn't get why Elijah would defend someone so beneath him. But Elijah stood his ground and yelled back that he'd never team up with someone who insults his best friend. He said they were all students at Academy, and no major, title, or family name gave anyone the right to look down on someone else. Charles just sneered at the whole idea of equality, calling it a bunch of political nonsense and empty words from the student council. He said reality was different, and that he was about to show Elijah how different it was. Without any warning, Charles swung his hand at Arthur, but he was immediately hit with a sharp shock as his own arm was thrown backward by some invisible force. He stumbled back, totally confused and unable to figure out what just hit him, since he hadn't even seen Arthur move. Not willing to accept it, Charles charged again, this time putting mana into his punch. But before he could hit him, Elijah jumped in front of Arthur to shield him. Arthur, who was watching everything closely, knew he could probably protect himself with magic, but Elijah couldn't take a hit like that, and the situation had gotten seriously dangerous. Just as Arthur was about to make a move, a powerful surge of strange magic filled the air, and without a word, thick vines exploded from the ground, wrapping tightly around Charles's arms and legs, stopping him in his tracks. He froze in panic and stared in horror at the vines, which were strong and pulsing with mana, and he couldn't break free. No matter how much he struggled, everyone was shocked to this. Arthur turned his head, saw a figure standing silently near the entrance. While the vines still held Charles tight, Arthur paused to think about what to do next, knowing that using magic himself would just get him and Elijah into trouble. But then, a mischievous idea that didn't need any spells popped into his head. Charles was red with fury, screaming threats and yelling about his noble status, basically ready to go cry to his mom. But suddenly something changed. Heavy, oppressive feeling coming from Arthur made Charles freeze right where he was, as the air around him seemed to get heavier and more dangerous. Arthur stepped closer, his voice cold and clear, and talked about how arrogant noble kids always beat their chests, showing off their names and status, but only end up bringing shame to their families with actions just like this. But Charles didn't back down, insisting that putting trash in its place was something to be proud of, not something to be ashamed of. Legia, who was watching this all go down, got really tense because he could feel that Arthur was about to snap, and even though he wanted to help, he wasn't sure what to do or if he even should. When Arthur raised his hand, which was faintly glowing with mana, Charles just scoffed, thinking he was untouchable while he was tied up, but Arthur wasn't planning on attacking him physically. He didn't need to. In one quick motion, Arthur yanked Charles's pants down, and the effect was instant and brutal. For a second, Charles didn't even realize what happened, but then he looked down and reality hit him. His pants were down. Gasp went through the room, and then came the laughter, sharp, loud, and echoing from every single table as students burst out laughing at him. Charles's face turned beet red as he screamed at everyone to stop looking while trying to wiggle out of the vines. But Arthur just turned around and walked out of the room. Elijah, still laughing to himself, looked after him and followed. Later that night, Arthur was outside, the cool autumn air hit him, and he could see his breath as he stepped away from the building. Where he saw sitting a few feet to his left, a presence calm but impossible to miss. Arthur smiled and walked over to her, and gave her a nod to thank her for what she did, and even though didn't say anything at first, look in her eyes showed that she knew Arthur hadn't actually needed her help, but he thanked her anyway because she had saved him, and more importantly, Elijah from getting punished. After that, they just stood there in a long, heavy silence, both of them not sure what to say but not wanting to leave either. Arthur thought to himself, thinking, how should he go about this situation? He leaned over, wanting to, but it turned out both had the same idea at the exact same time. They leaned forward to bow an apology, but just ended up headbutting each other hard. Both tests, and Arthur grabbed their head. Laughing through the pain, Arthur joked that he might have cracked his chin. He looked over to see how Tess was doing, elder forehead grumbling that it really hurt, and pointed to where it was already swelling. Arthur gently asked if she was crying, and in response, he just leaned against his shoulder, her chest rising and falling with her uneven breaths. As he did, Arthur patted her on the head. In that quiet moment, admitted something she'd been holding back for way too long. She thought Arthur hated her. But Arthur promised her that even if he got angry or they fought, he would never hate her. Voice got softer as she admitted what was really bothering her, saying she didn't want Arthur to be mad at her, not now and not ever, her words trembling with how honest they were. Arthur felt the weight of what she said and accepted it, admitting that this time he was the one who was wrong, and that he knew she was just looking out for him and he shouldn't have lashed out like he did, but didn't let him take all the blame, confessing that she had made a mistake too by calling him out in public and letting the pressure of her new title cloud her judgment, explaining that she was still learning how to be the student council president and how to balance her duties with her friendships. Their moment was cut short by the sound of footsteps rushing toward them, and Elijah came running in. Already mid-sentence and clearly excited to tell them what happened after, Charles Ravenpoop got free from the vines. But the second he saw wrapped up in Arthur's arms, he just froze, his mouth hanging open and his voice disappearing. With an awkward chuckle and a mumbled excuse, Elijah spun around and darted off, but not before giving Arthur a knowing glance. Not wasting any time, enthusiastically leaped into his lap and began licking her cheeks. Making Arthur chuckle, he then stood up and offered his hand with a small smile, and this motherfucker was killing it with that smile, and asked her to go for a walk with him. Two of them wandered across the quiet academy grounds under the moonlight, with a cool breeze washing over them. Broke the silence first, still trying to process everything she'd heard about Arthur's adventures, her voice filled with a mix of wonder and a little bit of envy. Arthur mentioned how he never realized Director Goodsky and her grandfather were so close, which finally explained how she knew so much about him. In response, admitted that her own relationship with was a key reason she became her disciple, though Arthur gave her more credit, saying her talent was the real reason. Eternally, however, thoughts were spiraling as she walked beside him. She noticed everything from the confident way he carried himself to the strength in his steps. He had clearly grown, not just in height or strength, but he was more composed and focused. Just looking at his face brought back old memories and made her feel jealous of a girl named Jasmine who had been with him during his adventures for the past 2 years, wishing she could have been the one to see the world with him. Arthur picked up on her silence and asked if something was wrong, but she just brushed it off with a nervous laugh, and in what felt like no time at all, they were already back at the dorms. Just as it was about to head in, Arthur stopped her, reached into his coat, and pulled out the faintly glowing beast core of the Elderwood Guardian. He simply held it out to her, explaining it was a gift to celebrate her becoming a dual elemental mage. Was so overwhelmed that she froze and tried to refuse something so rare and valuable, but Arthur insisted it was the perfect gift for her and was meant for her. Before she could argue, he smiled, told her to get some rest for the big day ahead, and walked off, leaving her completely speechless. Stood frozen at the entrance, clutching the core tightly as warmth filled her chest. Done that, he would so casually give her something so precious that meant the world to her. Later, Arthur carefully opened the door to his room, trying not to wake Elijah, only to jump back in surprise. Liger was wide awake, sitting upright and wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon, staring him down with bloodshot eyes. Startled by the theatrics, Arthur muttered in disbelief, but Elijah was dead serious, pointing to a spot across from him and demanding that Arthur sit down and explain what he had witnessed earlier that night. Feeling cornered, Arthur gave in with a nervous chuckle, getting ready for the interrogation. Elijah, using a despair-filled theatrical voice, brought up the moment he saw, whom he dramatically called the lunar goddess, lean her head on Arthur's shoulder. The nickname confused Arthur at first, but Elijah explained with dramatic flair that the students at Academy called her that because she was beautiful and radiant, but seemed as distant and unreachable as the moon. And somehow Arthur had managed to touch that moon. He had even started to snuggle with the idea, but before Elijah could ramble on, Arthur, having had enough of the theatrics, chucked a pillow right into his face and told him to get some sleep, which made Elijah give up with a dramatic sigh and fall back onto the bed and surrender. Next morning came quickly, and Arthur was already dressed and fastening the shoulder strap of the knife that signified his role on the disciplinary committee. He made his way to the auditorium through a back entrance. He straightened his shirt and vest to look presentable, although he was tired and a bit nervous. As he stood in front of the gate, he was also curious to see what the most powerful students at Academy were really like. The second he opened the door, a massive roar blasted him, blowing his hair back and forcing, who had been sitting on his head, to cling on tightly so she wouldn't fly off. In front of him stood a huge beast, about 6 feet tall on all fours, which would have terrified most people. But to Arthur, it just looked like a giant kitten trying way too hard to be scary compared to its dragon form. Just then, a student, who was clearly amused but also a little disappointed that the test failed, peeked out from the side. Arthur asked if it was a prank to test his nerve. Student, a 4th year named, then questioned if Arthur's position was earned through his skills or some kind of hidden connection, leaning in to cryptically mutter something about blood not lying. That left Arthur confused for a moment, just brushed it off as an old saying, and offered his hand, which Arthur shook while formally introducing himself, and his bond, who had just swapped the giant kitty's ass, making his expression flicker with curiosity as he wondered what sort of beast could make the giant creature they used for the test so docile. Just then, a loud, brash voice echoed through the hall, criticizing the committee for lacking real men and calling the new guy another delicate, pretty boy. Arthur thought he recognized the voice from his chat with Elijah and muttered the name Helgarth, but a muscular, aggressive girl quickly snapped back, demanding to know who he was talking about and introducing herself as a first year like him. When Arthur, caught off guard, tried to laugh it off and shake her hand, she slapped it away and told him he was too stiff. Before he could even process her intense personality, interrupted and called them to join the others, explaining that Director Goodsky hadn't told anyone much about Arthur, so everyone was naturally very curious. Just then, the girl looked back. Clearly bored by them, and not giving a fuck about their conversation, she grabbed Arthur by the hand and slammed open the door, telling everyone that last member of the group was finally here. Arthur followed her into a huge, formal-looking room where other students were waiting, and among them he instantly recognized. Broke into a huge smile seeing, playing on top of the giant kitty. B2C was really Arthur, explained that had used his bonded beast to try and intimidate Arthur, though it had clearly failed. He asked if it was the same world lion from the auction they'd met at, and confirmed it was, saying they had formed an equal contract after the beast reached A-class. With a genuine smile and a handshake, officially welcomed him to the disciplinary committee. Surprised, asked if they knew each other, to which just chuckled and said it wasn't just him. At that moment, a soft voice came from the stairs, and Arthur turned to see the familiar figure of Princess descending, who greeted him calmly. Arthur respectfully greeted her back by her title. She nodded, accepting his greeting just before she could say something. Another voice called out with some playful sarcasm. So this tall elf named the Third came up to Arthur, and even though he seemed ancient, he had a vibe Arthur recognized. It took a second, but then Arthur remembered this younger, mischievous elf from his trip to the kingdom. The Grin Arthur called him, which made turn bright red. He quickly told Arthur to use his real name and show some respect since he was a few hundred years older than him. Arthur couldn't help but poke fun, bringing up that one time he knocked out with a single punch, calling it a good memory. This just got more irritated, and he accused Arthur of doing it on purpose. Just then, a strong and graceful girl with scarlet red hair named stepped in, introducing herself as a 6th-year battle mage student and the official leader of the disciplinary committee. The name made Arthur think of, and when he asked, confirmed was her uncle who started training her as soon as she awakened, which is where she got most of her fighting style. Arthur was pretty impressed, but tried to play it cool, and a tall, lean student with sharp eyes and a cold, arrogant voice introduced himself as Maxwell and immediately threw some shade at Arthur, questioning why he was even recruited, then extended his hand for a handshake. Thinking it was a simple handshake, Arthur took his hands, but dude had shady motives behind it, and suddenly, Arthur felt his body get incredibly heavy, cracking the ground beneath him. He realized was a rare type of mage who could control gravity. Thanks to the power he got from Stragon Will, Arthur used his mana to stand firm without showing any weakness, staring right back at him. This shocked everyone. The guy finally let go, saying that Arthur wasn't bad. A whistle broke the tension as joked that Arthur was more than just a pretty face, teasing that when tried the same gravity trick on, the elf had fallen flat on his face. Super embarrassed, defended himself, saying it wasn't a fair comparison between a fighter like Arthur and a magic user like himself. Before things could get heated again, clapped her hands and took charge, telling everyone to get ready because it was the day of the Club Rush announcement. This would be the disciplinary committee's first official introduction to the whole academy. When Arthur asked what he needed to do, told him not to worry about preparing anything. The student council would do all the talking. All they had to do was walk in and look intimidating, which Arthur figured would be pretty easy with a giant and a beast-like guy named on their team, and agreed as she called everyone to get moving. It was time to show the entire student body what the disciplinary committee stood for and what fresh hell awaited anyone who broke the academy's rules. Later, an announcement declared the formation of a new committee, handpicked by the director herself. His crew was tasked with enforcing discipline and maintaining peace, basically acting as the new sheriffs in town. As spotlights blazed, the student council formally introduced them, and the disciplinary committee made their grand entrance, looking ready to hand out detentions and cracked skulls. Everyone looked at them with surprise. Later, when Arthur stepped into the classroom, whispers followed. Some students murmured about his looks and his cuteness, while others wondered how a first-year punk landed a spot among the academy's enforcers. A few didn't care about the politics, they just found the new guy to be their type. Arthur, the dense motherfucker, took a seat near the back, completely oblivious. Elijah leaned in with a grin, clowning him about his sudden popularity and the black uniform that screamed, "I'm important." Arthur, still adjusting, humbly replied he hadn't expected the attention. Before he could finish his thought, the classroom doors flew open, and a man with an air of authority strode to the front, slamming a folder on the podium. A sharp thump silenced the room. This was Professor. Arthur instinctively scanned the man's mana and found nothing, which was the universal sign that this dude was on a completely different level. Introduced himself as the instructor for fundamentals of mana theory, and with a smile told them they wouldn't be bored. He dove straight into the core differences between and, explaining how it long held an edge, due to their natural efficiency at absorbing mana. But then came the twist. Explained that as mages hit higher core stages, a well-trained who actually worked on their body could surpass A. It wasn't about starting advantages, it was about not being a lazy piece of shit. Then asked his students, who do they think would have the advantage, the mage who trained his body and core, or the one who only trained his body? At that, the classroom stirred. Few students, their egos clearly bruised, shot their hands up to challenge the point with recorded duels, encouraged the debate by the time the bell rang. The students left with new questions, their minds a little more open. As they packed up, Elijah reminded Arthur they'd meet for lunch, and the two friends parted ways. Moving through the crowded hallway, Arthur could feel the weight of countless gazes on him. Some recognized his face, others the distinct black uniform of the disciplinary committee, whispering as he walked with calm purpose toward his practical mana manipulation class. Once inside, he saw that the class was empty, so he took a seat and waited as students trickled in. Soon, him also in her black uniform, she asked to sit beside him, and Arthur silently shifted his bag to make space, approached to check if she was mommy material, but before the piece could settle, an obnoxiously loud voice echoed through the room. Then the oldie waltzed in, announcing himself like he was the main character of a shittier story. He pointed dramatically at Arthur, calling him rival, greeted with a ridiculous flair, and then plopped down right beside Arthur. Arthur just raised an eyebrow. Dislike for him had been painfully obvious before, so why the fuck was he suddenly acting like they were best buds? Before he could puzzle it out, the professor entered, and Arthur immediately recognized him, Geist the drunkard from the streets. This time, the dude wore light armor and a wide, shit-eating grin. He clapped his hands, declaring the class would be all practical, hands-on learning. When Geist's gaze landed on Arthur, his smile twisted into something sharper. The humiliation from their last encounter was still festering deep down, and Arthur could see it in his eyes. Geist welcomed the committee members, hinting that the class would benefit from seeing what their protectors could do. Arthur saw the bait, immediately thinking what kind of idiot would fall for that well. He got his answer real quick, but before he could react, the glory-hounding dumbass shot to his feet and volunteered, proudly declaring he would represent the committee and demonstrate their strength. Arthur resisted the urge to sigh, thinking, of course, this clown would jump into the spotlight. Geist's grin widened as he accepted the challenge. He set up an arena-sized mana barrier, reminded everyone he was in who would only use long-range attacks, a clever way to cover his ass if he lost, and the duel began. He then gave the go-ahead, wasted no time raising his wand, and activate a domain-level spell. It was impressive, a high-tier spell meant to show off. Water surged around him, and a massive serpent of water coiled protectively around him. But Geist wasn't phased. Cold blue flame ignited along his arm. Seeing that blue flame, Arthur thought at least this drunkard wasn't all talk. That flame meant real danger. Geist shot a fireball. That collided with the water serpent as it did steam swallow the stage. Moment later, a fireball streaked through the mist directly toward. His face went pale as he hastily formed a weak shield around him, but it wasn't enough. The fireball, though no bigger than a fingernail by the time it hit, burned a hole straight through his uniform and sent him stumbling backward. He landed hard, soaked, and utterly humiliated. Geist emerged from the smoke, still smirking, casually juggling 2 more fireballs. Accepted his defeated. Arthur, watching with narrowed eyes, knew this had been more about ego than education, and that motherfucker's grin told him everything he needed to know. And sat down. Arthur gave him a nod of reassurance, knowing despite the embarrassing loss he had shown skill. Geist, however, turned to the class with a smug look and asked for another volunteer, his eyes lingering on Arthur, and Arthur began to move. But was faster, she volunteered to go next, to surprise the elf, but she just rose from her seat and started heading to the arena. Arthur knew that this matchup was against who was ice type. She would clearly have a disadvantage against Geist, who had a fire type. Geist greeted the princess, telling her how it was an honor to fight against her, while also saying not to hold the result of this duel against him. Nodded in agreement, and without a word, she drew her staff. At the moment Geist clapped his hands, igniting a flicker of fire, ready for the battle. To wasted no time and acted quickly, conjuring ice javelins, and shot out with incredible speed. Geist caught them midair with his flaming hands, melting them instantly. He praised her, but she didn't acknowledge him, instead conjuring 5 more spinning javelins. As they flew, Geist responded with a defensive spell of his own, blue flames that floated around him like spirits, and then launched a fireball at her. Arthur recognized it instantly. This was same deadly spell had once used. Just as the javelins closed in, he willed them to shatter midair, turning her attack into a storm of 1,000 sharp shards of ice aimed directly at Geist. The professor admired her strategy, thinking it was a cute move, but he believed it still wasn't enough. With a sharp command, Geist unleashed his blue flames, sending streams of fire surging toward. He didn't react, didn't even flinch, focusing entirely on her final spell. She was basically ignoring the "don't get set on fire" rule to build a giant ice tornado around the professor. But things soon turned ugly as Geist lost his control and shot deadly fireballs straight at her. Arthur got up from his seat, seeing this shit was going too far. Arthur moved without a second thought, but things just got even worse. Geist realized it late, was too focused on offensive, that she didn't put up a barrier to protect herself. Seeing this, he canceled his ember wisps, but the fire streams were still rocketing toward the princess at full speed. This shocked everyone, and Geist was scared shitless. But thankfully, our boy Arthur had scooped in to save the day. When the steam cleared, he was standing between the professor and the lingering flames, while Geist continued being an asshole. Arthur turned and told the professor that his reckless game had gone on long enough and called him out on his control, his voice steady but sharp. Geist, trying to save face like the lying sack of shit he was, insisted everything had been under control and that he would cancel the attack. But Arthur knew better. He'd seen that spell before, and knew ember wisps couldn't be recalled once fired. Since was unharmed, he couldn't just deck the professor, so he made a decision. The offer 2 takes place, requesting the demonstration continue. Guy smirked and agreed. Since was done, she got up and started heading to her seat, after quickly checking if was okay, to which she thanked him and replied that he didn't have to step in. Arthur smiled and then turned to face the professor with murder in his eyes. Geist gave him the choice of combat method, but Arthur refused to play his games, telling him to fight however he wanted, shocking everyone watching. That indifference only fueled the professor's irritation. He went to grab his sword, while Arthur got ready for the battle. Geist grabbed his sword, lit it up with blue flames, and charged at Arthur, his blade coming down hard, but Arthur was ready. The attack cleanly, controlling the leftover fire with wind mana. Geist attacked again, faster and more aggressive, but Arthur splendidly, and effortlessly dodged every attack. Clearly getting pissed off, Geist tried to insult him, calling out the committee for only dodging, while cranking up the heat. Arthur, meanwhile, calmly responded, "Why should I attack at all, especially when the esteemed professor can't even land a single fucking hit?" The words cut deep, and Geist's forced smile vanished as his expression twisted in anger. He started weaving spells into his movements, his sword strikes becoming unpredictable and laced with fire. Cast Flame Pillar and a blue inferno erupted right under Arthur, but he hit by inches without even flinching. Geist charged again, his blade slicing through the air, but Arthur leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack, and recovering his footing with a quick tap of his hand. Not letting up, Geist leaped high into the air and came crashing down with his sword. But Arthur slipped past the strike just as it slammed into the ground. A few students whispered nervously, wondering if they should get the director. The duel had gone way past a simple demonstration, but Arthur had no intention of backing down. In a blink, he was done playing defense. He closed the distance, mana swirling around his blade, delivered a clean, precise strike aimed right at Geist's throat. The professor, shocked out of his arrogance, jumped back farther than he needed to, bead of sweat finally appearing on his temple. Meanwhile, Arthur flared up. The message was clear. "Playtime was over, motherfucker." Arthur then flared up, throwing insults at him, which naturally pissed off Geist. Arthur didn't pause for a goddamn second. With explosive speed, he shot forward like a missile aimed right at the professor's smug face. Every swing of his sword was a blur, leaving visible streaks in the air, each one sharper and more refined than the last. The sheer force of his assault started pushing Geist back, step by agonizing step. From the sidelines, Elfin watched in awe, realizing Arthur was forcing the seasoned professor into a full-blown retreat. Even the walking ego had to admit that Arthur was operating on a completely different plane of existence. As Geist neared the edge of the arena, the flames on his sword flickered and dimmed like his career prospects. Seeing his opponent on the ropes, Arthur decided to end it, and charged at him. He used a flicker of earth magic, causing the ground beneath Geist's next step to collapse just enough to break his rhythm. The professor, being inexperienced, recovered almost instantly, but that brief fuck-up was all Arthur needed. Every trail of wind left by his earlier strike suddenly activated, and the arena filled with dozens of wind blades. Shooting forward from all directions, Arthur's attacks accelerated until his sword vanished into a blur, his speed surpassing anything the students had ever witnessed. The protective barrier around the arena couldn't handle the sheer chaos. Cracked and flickered violently until, with a loud snap, it shattered completely. A final stray blade of wind slipped through, grazing the professor's neck and drawing a thin line of blood. Overwhelmed and outmatched, Geist fell to the ground and rolled out of the ring. His mana protected him from serious injury, but he lay flat on his back, his face pale and his confidence utterly shattered. Arthur stepped forward, planting his blade firmly in the ground right beside Geist's neck, the message clear. Then, withdrawing his sword, he looked down at the man who had tried to humiliate him and spoke with a calm, chilling respect, thanking the professor for his guidance, just as the bell echoed through the academy. As the match ended, he looked to see Elfin's reaction. He saw walking away, having left the room without a word. Arthur stepped out of the classroom quickly, making his way through the hall. Wanting to catch up, Arthur picked up his pace, but a firm hand grasped his shoulder. The proud elf gave Arthur a nod of approval, a pathetic attempt to keep his dignity intact after his earlier trouncing. He admitted Arthur's performance was impressive, what he would expect from someone he now considered a rival. Arthur, not wanting to be an arrogant prick, returned the compliment, acknowledging Sefford and saying he would have done better if he'd known what kind of spell Geist was packing. Laughed, puffing his chest out and claiming that if he'd known the professor was going to be such a tryhard, the result would have been different, maybe even a victory for him. Right on cue, slowed and turned to face them, her sharp gaze locked directly on Arthur. She asked him what her mistakes had been during her duel. Arthur, a bit hesitant but honest, told her plainly that her main mistake was prioritizing her final spell while completely forgetting about the basic need to not get incinerated. Her expression was unreadable for a moment, her silence heavy. Then, after a pause, she gave a slight nod, accepting the criticism, and turned away without another word. Sensing the mood had just died, let out a small, awkward laugh, gave a quick goodbye, and disappeared down another hallway, leaving Arthur alone. The halls began to fill with students again. Perched on his shoulder, tilted her head, sensing something was off, Arthur patted her on head to clamber down. Arthur gave a small smile. Deep down, he was frustrated. Even though he had completely outmatched Geist using only his wind attribute, he realized just how far he still had to go. This current level of strength wasn't enough, not for what was coming. He needed to get a hell of a lot stronger. Arthur trudged to his next class, Basics of Artificing, hoping it would be less of a headache than swordplay or whatever the hell mono manipulation was. This subject was at least new, and he was morbidly curious if it was just this world's fancy term for the kind of tech he knew from his past life. He slipped into the classroom, a sea of unfamiliar faces chattering away in their little cliques. Just as he settled in, he heard a voice. The girl his age shuffled over. She quietly asked if the seat next to him was taken, and Arthur, figuring she wasn't a threat, told her to go for it. She thanked him, still staring at the floor, and mumbled something completely incoherent. Arthur leaned in, pretty sure he hadn't just been cursed, and asked her to repeat it. He got flustered, finally introducing herself as, before her brain completely short-circuited, and she blurted out a request to be his friend. She thought Arthur would think that she was weird, but now our dude just extended his hand, thinking he could at least make an acquaintance out of this walking social anxiety pamphlet. His face got all red. She nodded, agreeing to be an acquaintance, and reached out her hand, her palm feeling like fucking sandpaper, before she yanked it away, apologizing for her callous skin. Arthur just raised an eyebrow and showed her his own sword hand, which was basically a landscape of hardened leather from years of training. For the first time, she seemed to relax. He told her he was genuinely jealous. Because Wallace's hands were made for breaking shit, hers were for creating it. He seemed surprised, admitting she'd never thought of it that way, before a sly grin crept onto her face as she pointed out how mature he sounded for a 12-year-old. He reminded her they were the same age, but she just laughed, saying it had been a while since anyone treated her like a kid, especially after she invented the projection display artifact. Arthur's brain came to a screeching halt. This nervous wreck of a girl was the prodigy behind one of the most popular new devices. She was basically a fucking legend. He gave her a nod of pure respect, but just turned the compliment right back around, teasing him. Or being the mysterious freshman with a weird fox thing on his head and the balls to humiliate a professor. Before he could retort, the classroom door burst open with the force of a hurricane, and the familiar, booming voice of Gideon filled the room. Professor strode in like he was on a goddamn runway, calling his students plebeians and demanding they feel honored by his presence. His eyes scanned the room with a disgusting amount of pride until they landed on Arthur, at which point he clutched his face in a display of theatrical shock, so fake it was insulting. Arthur just shook his head, already done with this motherfucker's drama. Lecture began, but instead of teaching anything useful, Gideon launched into a highlight reel of his own career from 20 years ago, and another groundbreaking discovery from 17 years ago, and another achievement that had apparently revolutionized something or other. Arthur groaned internally. This dumbass was more interested in stroking his own ego than actually teaching, and this class was officially going to be a long, painful ride. Just as Professor Gideon was about to climax in his self-congratulatory monologue, the fucking window creaked open. Then Olive Green Owl flew inside like it owned the place. It flapped its wings once and landed squarely on Arthur's shoulder, perched regally on his head, let out a low growl, clearly pissed that this feathered intruder had invaded her personal space. The owl, an absolute professional, just ignored her and started grooming itself as if getting death stares from a divine beast was a regular Tuesday. Gideon, ever the drama queen, spotted the bird and immediately recognized it as a summons from director. Seizing the opportunity for more theatrics, he loudly announced that Arthur was being the privilege of hearing the rest of his life-changing lecture, a statement so full of shit it was almost impressive. The class chuckled at the professor's meltdown and gave Arthur a knowing look that screamed, "I told you so," a silent reminder that news at Academy traveled faster than a magical plague. As Arthur walked out, he could hear and the owl bickering like an old married couple, and he shot a mild glare between the two, internally sighing at the prospect of refereeing their stupid rivalry for the foreseeable future. He arrived at the director's office just in time to see storming out with an expression that could kill small animals, slamming the door behind her. That was definitely not a good sign, hesitating for a moment, and slowly pushed the door open, half expecting to walk into an ambush. Inside director welcomed him with a serene smile that did absolutely nothing to calm his nerves. The owl flew off his shoulder to rest on a window behind her, watching silently like a feathery bodyguard. Assuming he was in deep shit for the duel with Professor Geist, Arthur immediately started explaining himself, but gently cut him off, clarifying that this wasn't about him publicly humiliating a faculty member. Arthur was completely baffled. If not that, then what? Hit him with her mischievous smile and asked him to guess. And Arthur had no fucking clue what the Lady Dumbledore was cooking, and dropped the bombshell, calmly asking how he would feel about becoming an interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Hallway extended on and on, the path running deep through its length. He caught sight of Princess Catalan stepping out of the director's office, a clear look of displeasure on her face. Arthur's stomach tightened with a sense of unease, hinting that something crucial was underway. He leaned into the room with careful steps, his tone respectful as he asked if the director had called for him. Her irritation was clear for anyone to see. With a hint of hesitation, they signaled for him to enter and sit. As soon as Arthur settled into the chair, he dove into a heated rant about his awful encounter with Professor Geist. Before he could continue, Goodsky interjected, explaining that Geist wasn't the reason for the meeting. After a short pause, she caught him off guard with an unexpected question, asking what he thought about stepping in as a temporary intern professor for the practical mono manipulation course. A wave of doubt rushed through Arthur's mind almost instantly. She found herself thinking about the precise words Cathian must have chosen to bring about this sudden suggestion. She chuckled as she lightly cautioned him, tossing out a joke about not enchanting both princesses. The last thing they need is an all-out war breaking out between elves and humans. With a heavy sigh, Arthur, clearly fatigued, made an effort to shift the focus back to the matter at hand. It was made clear he was nothing more than a student, barely through his first day. The question lingered, how could he handle the responsibilities of both roles at once? Unshaken, Goodsky clarified that her role as director granted her the power to act entirely at her own discretion. There have been past cases where exceptionally talented students took on teaching roles, especially in introductory courses. Arthur leaned forward and asked about Geist's fate. At their meeting, she broke the news that he was no longer in his post. The decision wasn't prompted by Arthur, but by the formal investigation she began as soon as she found out what had occurred. Geist was backed into a corner with Princess Kathleen's help. She acknowledged that the level of distress the princess showed earlier was something she had never witnessed before. Arthur couldn't shake his confusion. Why had she, of all people, picked him for the job? She gave a casual shrug and said the opportunity had presented itself, and in her eyes, he was the perfect person to take it. She made it clear that, on this occasion, she had no secret agenda, only the intention to help him boost his public standing. While the students might bear a grudge against him, she vowed to offer her support if everything began to unravel. Ultimately, it's up to him to decide, but she stands behind him with quiet encouragement. It pushed him to evaluate whether he was truly making the most of his time. He eventually agreed to the proposal, knowing full well that blending in was no longer an option. His reply brought a smile to Sky's lips, one that showed quiet satisfaction. Watching him depart through the window, she couldn't help but dwell on the unsettling feeling he always managed to leave her with. Arthur Leywin proved more challenging to engage with than any royal figure. She looked to Javier, silently asking what he made of the young man. True to its wise nature, the owl beast answered at once, wasting no time at all. The speaker made it clear Arthur was exceptional, urging her not to underestimate him just because he was young. As she continued to question him, he remained composed, offering careful responses to her growing list of inquiries. Javier calmly explained that it all came down to Arthur's link with Sylvie, who, as it turned out, wasn't a fox at all, but a dragon. Cynthia was left speechless, having been entirely unprepared for what had just happened. Javier remarked that in time, Sylvie's abilities might grow to exceed his own, perhaps by an extraordinary extent. He warned her never to make the mistake of turning Arthur into an enemy. Should she offer him loyalty and respect, he could be her most formidable ally. But should she turn on him, he had the potential to become the force that would fracture the continent itself. The next scene unfolded in the cafeteria, now buzzing with life and noise. Catching sight of Arthur in the distance, Elijah shouted his name to draw his focus. He waved him over, inviting him to join the group. As they got comfortable in their seats, Elijah gestured to the girl across from him and introduced her as Charlotte. The scene pointed out that she was a student in his chain-casting course, widely recognized for her outstanding abilities. Sylvie looked at Arthur's chicken steak with unmistakable yearning in her eyes. With a gentle motion, Charlotte reached for the fluffy being, intending to caress its velvety fur. Sylvie hissed sharply, making Charlotte jerk back in surprise. Elijah chuckled awkwardly, then mentioned the talk going around stories of Arthur besting a professor that had only fueled his growing fame. Arthur shrugged it off and verified the rumor, explaining that he was now serving as the professor. Elijah's surprise was so great that he spat out his drink, drenching Arthur with a sudden spray of water. A slight look of frustration showed as he brushed his face. Elijah shifted the conversation, telling Arthur about his shopping trip with Charlotte downtown and extending an invitation for him to tag along. He respectfully refused, making clear that his schedule was packed with 3 more classes and a strong desire to participate in the advanced lessons. Unbothered, Elijah opted to continue by himself. She promptly refused the invitation, making her decision clear. It was obvious that Arthur, not the shopping, held her full attention. As she got ready to leave, her warm farewell was meant only for Arthur, while Elijah lingered behind, feeling a pang of disappointment. Arthur's friend cast a glance in his direction, speculating if he might be able to win her over. Arthur's sly smile carried the conviction that the other deserved better, and he was sure they'd discover their perfect match in time. Later, Arthur took a relaxed walk around the academy's grounds. Wherever he walked, people found themselves unable to look away. Suddenly, a well-known voice pierced the stillness. He shifted his gaze and noticed Claire standing alongside Prince Curtis. They closed in on their target, steadily shrinking the gap. Among the throng of people, members of the student council moved through the crowd, engaging with others. Before long, Tessia noticed Arthur standing nearby. Moments later, Tessia realized that Arthur was standing just a short distance away. Her attention shifted to Claire, who was holding Arthur close with an unwavering grip. A sudden rush of energy surged through Tessia's body. Without slowing down, the person walked right past the rest. Oblivious, Claire failed to notice the tension slowly building around her. Arthur managed to pull away at last and paused, trying to regain his breath. All at once, the character sensed a vile presence nearby, one that felt disturbingly familiar. Something about it compelled Lucas to move closer. The instant they see him, a wave of emotion crashes over them. The entire scene stirred a flood of discomforting recollections. His hands clenched into fists, trembling with fury, just as it happened. The courtyard shook as a towering flarehawk came diving down from above. The figure in the hawk's grasp turned out to be Professor Glory, the expert in team battle mechanics. Torch wasn't just any bird, it was the creature bound to them by contract. Something in Arthur's gut told him something wasn't right. With effort, she reached inward to tap into her abilities. At that moment, their eyes found each other and didn't waver, an unspoken connection forming between them. Everything was so intense, it felt like their heads might split from the pain. It was obvious she was holding back, concealing her strength the way experienced mages typically did among students. As she began approaching, Arthur caught the smile on her face, warm yet puzzling in its intent. She approached Arthur with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly excited to meet her new teammate. Whispers rippled through the crowd of students nearby, each wondering aloud if he was the one meant to teach them. Taking control of the situation, Professor Glory clarified the truth. Arthur was a disciplinary committee officer, and starting now, he would also be acting as the interim professor for practical monomanipulation. Even though it was only a temporary role, she made it clear how important it truly was. They were stunned, completely thrown off by the idea that someone so new had reached that level. They stood in shock, unable to believe that a newcomer had already risen so far. Glory reminded everyone that Arthur had earned his position by defeating the previous professor, and that the director fully trusted in his abilities. Amid the growing enthusiasm, a single student let out a scoff, their expression making it clear they weren't convinced. The achievement of defeating a professor felt less impressive, given that the professor was only an ex-adventurer who likely wouldn't have been offended by the challenge. Sensing the challenge hanging in the air, Glory was amused and chose to welcome it with interest. The moment had arrived to see if any student wished to step forward and challenge Arthur. As the girl spoke up, all eyes turned to Arthur, the intent to challenge him unmistakable. With a calm tone, Arthur expressed his appreciation, though he gently recalled Director Goodsky's suggestion to take it slow on his first day. Glory paid little mind to his words and waved the warning aside. In the upper division, there was no place for favoritism. Anyone hoping to teach had to prove they were up to the task. She faced the crowd and asked if they agreed, prompting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers from the students. The character was clearly excited to kick things off with something fun. Glory suggested a game of War and Conquest, but the students responded with little enthusiasm. Prince Curtis suggested an alternative, a team mock battle featuring all 3 disciplinary committee officers on one side, designed to build their teamwork and camaraderie. The concept caught Glory's interest right away. Eagerly, Clive put both his and Princess Tessia's names forward for the opposing side, but Tessia hesitated, conflicted about challenging Arthur. Glory was so caught up in her excitement that the thought of backing down never crossed her mind. The teams, however, were clearly uneven. Taking a confident step ahead, Lucas Wake offered to be part of the student council's side. Glory, a standout first-year student, embraced the chance to join without a second thought, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to test his skills. Wasting no time, Professor Glory instructed the 6 to take their positions. As they moved into place, with every biting comment, the atmosphere between Arthur and Lucas became more charged. As Arthur stepped into the role, Lucas felt the sting of disappointment he had truly believed it was his. But in Arthur's eyes, it was clear Lucas had never been considered for it in the first place. The teams began getting ready for the match. They were all dressed in their designated sparring attire. As Arthur struggled with the weight of his bulky protective gear, without hesitation, Tessia stepped forward to help him. He jabbed at her jokingly, asking if it was truly fitting for someone of her royal status to be involved in this. She pinched him firmly, signaling for him to speak more softly so no one could overhear. Having helped, she reveals how much she dislikes pretending they don't know each other in public. With his usual honesty, Arthur remarked that pretending to be strangers was no longer required. Tessia, taken aback by his candidness, was surprised, feeling the comment was somewhat irrelevant now. According to Director Goodsky, Arthur was someone who chose to stay unnoticed. Arthur shrugged off the matter casually, admitting he'd already drawn attention. Still, he felt comfortable as long as the true extent of his powers stayed hidden. With the moment between them turning more intimate, the remaining details no longer seemed important. Without warning, Glory showed up, leaving everyone shocked and leading to Tessia reacted by pushing Arthur back, as if he were an unwanted presence encroaching too close. The 2 sides were now positioned opposite each other, and Glory stepped up to set the ground rules. After 30 minutes of combat, a comprehensive assessment would take place, with the disciplinary committee facing an initial disadvantage. Curtis and Claire had received traditional training, unlike the student council team, which featured 2 freshmen. As the king, Arthur's elimination would result in defeat for his entire team. Created with precision by talented artificers, the gear served to measure the damage endured. Upon hitting the set point, the gear sounded a loud, high-frequency alert. Choosing to overlook the alert and press on with combat or magic could mean removal from the course, or possibly expulsion. Glory cautioned that the equipment could only do so much. True protection came from mastering mana, and failure to do so could lead to severe consequences. In a fluid movement, she set the match in motion. Curtis approached Tessia head-on, driven by unwavering resolve. He decided against lingering, certain Tessia would stand firm. Curtis understood that delaying her for as long as possible was valuable, even if winning was out of reach. Holding his wand firmly, Lucas approached Arthur with confidence. In a swift motion, he created his own weapon, ready for what lay ahead. Though he kept it to himself, Arthur hoped Lucas had matured at least a little during his time at Xyrus. Nothing about him had changed. He was exactly as Arthur remembered. They stood eye to eye, defiance in their stance, both bracing for the inevitable showdown. Lucas held back his strike on purpose, choosing instead to spit out taunts. Arthur released a powerful surge of mana, catching Lucas off guard and forcing him to stumble back. Glory observed from above, a knowing smile on her face, as if everything was unfolding just as she had foreseen from Arthur. The sheer power Arthur unleashed was so striking that even the other fighters on the field paused to take notice. Tessia showed no sign of surprise. It was exactly what she had always expected. In time, Arthur revealed this concealed side of himself. He walked ahead, every movement infused with calm certainty and unmistakable self-assurance. Something in him stirred. Lucas was driven to retaliate, At his command, flames erupted, forming under the force of his will. The move he was executing was the infamous Inferno's cage. Reacting swiftly, Arthur harnessed his magic to call forth a rushing wind, meeting the attack head-on. The fall came to a graceful stop as he landed without the slightest stumble. In a fluid burst of movement, Lucas positioned himself for yet another offensive. Luminous fireballs swirled around Arthur, forming a radiant shield that surrounded him. Lethal projectiles revolved around him, forming a threatening ring of destruction. A number of fireballs suddenly shot toward the onlookers, crackling with heat and force. The two moved in perfect sync, slipping between the attacks with practiced finesse. Unfortunately, as he advanced, his footing slipped for just a moment. His movement set off a trap, culminating in a violent detonation. Fortunately, he slipped past the danger, untouched by the explosion. Lucas chuckled at the turn of events, continuing to hurl taunts at Arthur without pause. He had no choice but to rely on his speed and reflexes to avoid being burned. The sight of his difficulties left her feeling increasingly anxious. Arthur offered a calm reassurance that he was fine, then asked her for an update on the situation. Arthur calmly assured her of his well-being before shifting his focus to the current situation. Claire, unwavering, met the irritable man's intensity with equal resolve. With a sense of relief settling over him, Arthur turned his focus back to Lucas. A single glance at his adversary told him the truth. His opponent possessed a far greater pool of mana. He noticed it seemed much larger now than it had back when they were adventuring together. It caught him off guard, yet he pressed forward undeterred. He moved forward, intent on narrowing the gap. Once again, he was pushed into retreat by a relentless burst of blazing force. The stifling heat pressed down on him, made worse by his inability to wield fire or water magic. The longer the fight stretched on, the more Arthur feared his mana would run dry before it ended. A sudden explosion erupted, hurling him backward with force. Smirking with quiet satisfaction, Lucas felt vindicated for never joining the disciplinary committee. In his own words, he'd rather walk away from the academy than serve alongside someone he viewed as utterly ineffective. Like Arthur, it soon became clear that Arthur was in far greater trouble than he'd originally expected. His plan was to harness wind magic with enough force to push back the fire. Though he searched for an opening, no moment presented itself to cast a powerful spell. An idea slowly took root, sparked by something he remembered. The true nature of wind magic lies beyond raw power. He imagined the possibility of controlling the oxygen surrounding the fire, effectively smothering the flame. The concept carried with it an undercurrent of danger. He wondered if he could pull it off quickly. The narrative questioned if achieving his aim would sap so much strength that simply breathing afterward might be difficult. The looming dangers felt overwhelming and unavoidable. The unknown challenges ahead sparked a thrill of excitement within him. He came to the academy with one goal, to confront the unknown and become stronger because of it. High above the fray, Professor Glory observed with sincere respect for Lucas's impressive display in battle. His adept handling of Inferno's cage caught her completely off guard. The spell, complex and deeply rooted in flame magic, was one that most mages struggle to comprehend for years, yet he wielded it with a precision that defied expectations, especially from someone so young. What truly shocked the observers was the sheer volume of mana he wielded, an amount nearly rivaling that of a silver core mage. The pace at which the new generation was advancing stirred a complex emotion within her, equal parts sorrow and quiet joy. It was becoming clear that experienced fighters like her risked being left behind as the younger generation surged forward. In spite of it all, watching students like Arthur stirred a quiet sense of hope within her. Unlike most dual-element mages, his arsenal of spells was surprisingly limited. His exacting technique and refined command of mana easily offset any perceived limitations. Initially, her interest was only mildly stirred when she heard a freshman had bested a veteran adventurer like Geist. But then, as soon as Arthur let loose that formidable force, those around him were instantly struck by its intensity. She had no uncertainty about how he managed to accomplish it, leaving her to ponder about the kind of life he must have experienced. Achieving that degree of proficiency at his age was undeniably impressive. Suddenly, her attention snaps back to Arthur, and she notices something out of the ordinary. He stood frozen in place, appearing utterly detached from his surroundings. It looked as though he was holding his breath, completely still. As the fireballs closed in, she instinctively steeled herself, certain he was about to be badly burned. Moments before the flames could touch him, they vanished into thin air. The unexpected moment drew her in at once. She signaled to her beast to descend, wanting a closer look at the unfolding scene. Observing from above, she recognized that Arthur's power wasn't ordinary wind magic. It was refined control over the atmosphere itself. Such a powerful casting occurrence was now in motion. The task demanded an extraordinary level of focus and understanding. Creating a vacuum was an endeavor attempted by only a handful of mages. Drawing oxygen from the air required absolute control and unshakable concentration. Because of the immense difficulty in hitting a mobile target, this form of air manipulation was often restricted to a controlled radius or remained close to the caster. Even in the thick of the fight, Arthur continued to hold the vacuum around his body, an incredibly difficult feat under such pressure. He was performing the feat effortlessly, despite its difficulty. Watching him not only attempt but succeed at it silenced her completely. Inside the arena, Arthur used a subtle vacuum shield to neutralize the fire before it reached him. While the idea sounded simple in theory, its execution was anything but. Although his uniform was already damaged, he knew it wouldn't hold up under much more strain. He believed that the moment he cracked Lucas's magical defenses, the tide of the battle would finally turn in his favor. Lucas was clearly losing patience. His rising exasperation etched across his face. He was at a loss, unable to figure out how Arthur maintained such protection without employing obvious wind spells. Each failed strike only served to fuel his growing frustration. Resolved to end it, he conjured a colossal guardian forged from fire. Flames crackling across its body, the golem stormed at Arthur with unstoppable momentum. Unafraid and composed, Arthur welcomed the escalation. It pleased him to see Lucas reveal his strongest move, but just as he readied himself for the attack, just as he moved forward, a sharp burst of magic erupted, halting him without warning. Sensing the dark pressure in the air, Selby swiftly warned him of the looming danger caused by the nearby monopresence. In his urgency, Arthur didn't have time to pinpoint the source of the sound. The fire golem barreled toward him, its fiery body set to slam into him at any second. The impact sent him flying, his body tumbling helplessly across the ground. Fortunately, he managed to shield himself just in time, narrowly avoiding a direct blow. The creature lunged forward again with sharp, aggressive speed. With a familiar move, Arthur distorted the flow of time, making every second stretch unnaturally. He tried to advance, but the toll of previous attacks had left him noticeably weakened. Every second counted, and he was keenly aware of it. With each strained breath, he fought against the torment, compelled by the urgency of saving Tessia from harm. It became clear that the intense mana sensed earlier was, without question, originating from Prince Curtis himself. An overwhelming power had just erupted, its full intensity bearing down on Tessia alone. It wasn't just the sound of the alarms that disturbed them, but the relentless frequency and jarring intensity. She suddenly became aware that she stood defenseless, lacking any kind of magical protection or shield. In that moment, she realized just how defenseless she truly was. Summoning the last of his strength, Arthur launched himself ahead, acting in the nick of time. He moved in an instant, positioning himself as a shield between Tessia and the incoming attack. He pulled her close, arms wrapped tightly around her, bracing for impact and prepared to absorb the full force of the blast himself. He knew the pain would be intense, but in his mind, the result made it all worthwhile. A step back in time reveals how Tessia came to be caught in such a perilous situation. In the midst of her duel with Prince Curtis, her attention briefly drifted to Arthur. In that split second when her focus wavered, Curtis wasted no time in launching his advance. Her quick response allowed her to ward off the strike effectively. The irritation on Curtis's face made it clear he felt slighted by her lack of earnestness in their fight. With graceful ease, she evaded his strikes and deftly used his momentum to her advantage. His every move only served to emphasize his lack of finesse by comparison. In the moments before she unleashed her decisive strike, with every pulse, a sharp sting echoed through her chest, as if her freshly painted nails were marking the tempo. Her efforts paid off as she pushed Curtis away, keeping him at a distance. The uneasy feeling lingered without fading. Hesitant about the events unfolding, she made an effort to ignore the growing unease. Formulating a strategy, Curtis called upon his creature greater to aid him. He started to unleash the strength of his inner beast. She detected an intense increase in the mana swirling nearby. Her reaction was to unleash a burst of earth magic. The earth sent up roots to impede Curtis, but he responded with swift grace, clearing them with a smooth jump. Everyone could tell she wasn't quite herself this time. She struggled to control the mighty energy of the Elderwood Guardian coursing through her. For a fleeting moment she considered yielding, but her steadfast pride would not permit defeat. As student council president, retreat was simply not an option for him. Pulling his entire mana supply, Curtis channeled it completely into his next move. A lion-shaped blaze erupted violently, letting out a roar that split the air. She faced the full force of a tremendous explosion rushing her way. By now, her eyes were losing focus, becoming increasingly blurred. An intensifying pain radiated from within her, pulsating with every beat. Before losing consciousness, her final sight was the fierce, unstoppable wave of fire advancing toward her. The blast echoed across the training grounds, shaking the arena with fierce intensity. Professor Glory felt an oppressive weight in her chest, gripped by the unsettling thought that her actions had come too late. With urgency, she advanced toward the explosion, her sight blurred by dense smoke and scattered fragments. As the surroundings came into sharper focus, before her lay a scorched terrain littered with burning roots. While scanning the scene, she spotted Arthur lying over Tessia, his back blackened and still releasing wisps of smoke. He had shielded her from the blast with his own body. As students rushed to assist, Glory took immediate control, directing them to gather the rest of the team without hesitation. The teacher wasted no time in directing a student to carry out a damage assessment immediately. When he finally came to, Arthur was lying in the academy's infirmary, wrapped in bandages from head to foot. Every inch of his body pulsed with a constant aching pain. An irate Sylvie sat firmly on his chest, her eyes blazing with unspoken reprimand. Her tiny paw rested boldly against his forehead, a silent assertion of dominance. Silently, she wept, crushed by the fear of how close she came to losing him. At first, a flicker of confusion danced in Arthur's eyes. At first, the expression sharpens, but moments later, it softens with warmth. He apologized for worrying her and admitted to acting recklessly. He promised he would stay by her side, unwavering and ever-present. In that exact instant, the door opened, and director Cynthia Goodsky stepped in, checking on him and asking about his condition. His attention drifted past the room, fixed on another person, as he quickly voiced concern for Tessia. She reassured him that Tessia was making remarkable progress and would soon be fully healed. He was fairly certain of the cause. It was the beast will that had taken hold of her. When he spoke of it in passing, the director's demeanor shifted sharply. She stiffened, then asked how he knew about it. Arthur admitted that he was the one who had first bestowed the beast will upon her, and felt it was only right for him to help her assimilate it. Still, uncertainty lingered. He wasn't sure he could manage it in his present state. Goodsky admitted that Arthur had already gone above and beyond. She took ownership of her failure to be more present for her disciple during such a crucial time and sincerely thanked Arthur for all he had done. She explained that she'd already reached out to the royal family as well as his, and suggested he use the trip as an opportunity to rest. Having made up her mind, she turned and left the room. Tessia stood just outside the door, wavering in uncertainty. After a moment of silent hesitation, she decided not to disturb him and quietly walked away. Before she could take her leave, Goodsky caught her attention with an unexpected offer to have some dessert together. With no justifiable reason to refuse, Tessia gave a reluctant nod of agreement. She realized she wasn't ready to face Arthur just yet. After a short silence, the character suggested they resume the conversation another time. Arthur slowly awoke, drifting back from the depths of sleep once again. Blurred shapes of familiar figures began to form around him. Just for an instant, it mirrored the moment he had first awakened in this new life. His mother leaned in gently, her voice tender with worry, as she asked how he was feeling. Arthur gave a weak smile, apologizing for having caused them such a scare. Even in his current state, Ellie didn't hold back from teasing him. With a trace of amusement, Arthur fired back at her sarcasm, playfully calling her a mischievous little troublemaker. It was their father who revealed Ellie's true emotions, noting that she'd been more worried than even Alice. Arthur tried to downplay their concern, urging them to focus instead on the other person involved in the incident. While the others laughed freely at the situation, Alice alone stayed silent, her expression unchanged. The character stood frozen in horror, the thought of disappearing into the wild pressing heavily on their thoughts. At that moment, the arrival of Tessia's family eased Alice's worries, bringing her a sense of relief. It was clarified that Arthur hadn't actually taken a life. Instead, he had risked everything to save Tessia. They remained rooted to the spot, Reynolds and Alice both visibly stunned. Before the noble elves of Eleanor, the protagonists stood, a blend of reverence and uncertainty in their gaze. The group was introduced to Tessia's grandfather, the former king. Overwhelmed, Tessia's flustered state showed plainly on her face. Reynolds and Alice exchanged a look, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. Without hesitation, they set about formulating a plan. A creeping unease began to take hold of Arthur, sending a wave of nervous tension through him. Tessia felt the comforting warmth of Arthur's mother's gentle grasp as she spoke of how often Arthur had mentioned her. A gentle blush colored Tessia's cheeks as her face lit up with warmth. Drawing near, Alice spoke in a hushed tone, her words meant only for her companion's ear. The sudden remark caused the poor girl's face to flush a vivid shade of red. Her grandfather stepped into the room, his gaze settling on Arthur as he asked about his recovery. A wave of inner turmoil washed over Arthur as he grew increasingly uneasy about the cryptic scheme his parents appeared to be plotting. With a teasing smile, the Elf King jested about Arthur potentially becoming his grandson-in-law someday. Tessia's expression made it clear she was completely overwhelmed. She apologized, guilt evident in her tone, explaining she had meant to visit alone. The fact that her actions had led to his hospitalization deeply troubled her. Arthur, unaffected, gave a light shrug and told her he welcomed the visit. In his eyes, her safety was the only thing that truly mattered. Ellie, however, held back, unsure whether to embrace Tessia. She found herself under a cold, piercing stare from the sibling of the one who had risked everything to protect her. The two girls exchanged a few words, slowly uncovering details about each other's lives. He brings up the detail that Ellie had received flowers on her birthday. It was something Tessia had gifted to him herself. The elf's face brightened with happiness, clearly pleased that her gift was appreciated. True to her steadfast nature, Ellie stood firm without a hint of hesitation. In an attempt to spark some drama, they playfully questioned Arthur about whom he found more appealing. Never one to miss a chance to stir the pot, Arthur made a mocking remark about their looks, calling them both unattractive, prompting a chorus of frustrated groans. Arthur shifted the conversation with ease, turning his attention to Tessia's well-being. Her grandfather noted that the integration of the beast's will was progressing more smoothly than expected, even outpacing Arthur's own advancement. Questions still surrounded the manner in which Arthur first obtained the core of the Elderwood Guardian. Arthur, his tone steady, claimed he had slain the beast alone. Yet, just as more was about to be said, one by one, visitors formed a quiet line, eager to check in on Arthur's recovery. The group was composed of the Vincent family and Elijah, who had come along with them. It was said that a steady stream of visitors came to see Arthur throughout the day. A sense of intrigue showed as the character asked about the recent events. A few individuals expressed genuine concern. With a questionable mixture in hand, Gideon appeared, the potion looking so volatile it might do more harm than good if Arthur took a sip. After a short visit, Gideon took his leave, a satisfied smile lingering on his face. The thought crossed Arthur's mind that he needed to head to the training room, where gear was being specially forged for him at Good Sky's request. After a moment, Arthur calmed himself and allowed sleep to take him once more. The creak of the infirmary door opening stirred them from their sleep. This time, Tessia entered the room alone. Arthur's face lit up with curiosity as he asked whether her assimilation was complete. She responded that she'd been told to get some rest. Arthur quickly asked if she was still experiencing the same pain she'd felt before. An unexpected laugh escaped Tessia's lips. The person, having narrowly survived, was taken aback that even now their worry remained fixed on her. Arthur found himself chuckling along, unable to resist the moment's humor. The scene stirred a vivid memory of the day he saved her from bandits when they were just children. Arthur tried to adjust his position, but a jolt of pain tore through him, forcing him to remain still. Without hesitation, Tessia moved to help him sit up, her actions quick and sure. With a comforting tone, he told her not to worry, insisting that he was doing just fine. She nodded in quiet agreement, but her expression turned solemn as she admitted there was still an apology she needed to make. Arthur repeated, his tone resolute, that there was no need for her to be sorry. In a sudden, unannounced motion, Tessia moved nearer to Arthur. In that brief moment, Shannon leaned forward and kissed him, as if time itself had momentarily stood still. Beyond the door to Arthur's room, Tessia fought to maintain her composure, her emotions threatening to spill over. The weight of reality hit her, and a deep blush quickly spread across her cheeks. It suddenly dawned on her, she had just kissed him. As the weight of her very first kiss sank in, her thoughts spiraled into chaos. With wide, startled eyes, she locked eyes with the image staring back from the mirror, eyes filled with uncertainty. The character cautiously attempted to reenact the recent event. A tangled blend of awkwardness and bafflement stirred within her. Collapsing to her knees in defeat, she acknowledged she may have crossed a line. It dawned on her that things between them could now be tainted with awkward tension. To save face, she debated re-entering with a forced smile, pretending the whole thing had been a joke. They paused briefly, drawing in a deep breath to regain their composure. Taking a long breath, Tessia forced herself to think clearly, piecing everything together with measured logic. They paused briefly, drawing in a deep breath to regain their composure. He often kept his emotions guarded, and it became clear to her that she'd need to be the one to reach out first. Privately, she listed each advantage she held. Her wide acclaim, her brilliant mind, and the impressive magical skill few could match. Though her tone carried a trace of awkwardness, her words came out with clarity and purpose. Bolstered by a fresh wave of confidence, she turned and made her exit. Amid the chaos, Arthur remained frozen on his bed, stunned and struggling to make sense of what had just occurred. The memory echoed in his thoughts again and again, so vividly it felt unreal. Stunned into stillness, he was quietly consumed by a growing unease. His thoughts ran wild, consumed by the terrifying possibility that kissing a 13-year-old might have landed him in serious legal trouble without him even realizing it. Reality snapped him back to the present, reminding him that, physically speaking, he was actually at a similar stage in life. The norms of the society dictated that engagements or marriages at that age were not only accepted, but expected. To add to that, the kiss had been her initiative, not something he had started. That lingering thought refused to fade, and in exasperation, he slapped his own forehead. He winced, releasing a quiet groan as he tried to calm his teenage body, which was still reeling in a haze of confusion. Sometime later, he eased down onto the mattress, his gaze lingering on the ceiling above. He winced, releasing a quiet groan as he tried to calm his teenage body, which was still reeling in a haze of confusion. In the academy's crowded passageways, the announcement traveled fast. Classes were restarting the next day. Whispers spread through the academy about a new professor. What made the tale unusual was that the supposed instructor was a first-year student who had earned the position by besting their own mentor. Signs pointed to Arthur stepping into the role of instructor for the first time in an official capacity. Thrown into chaos, the teacher lacked both a clear plan and the tools required to conduct the class. He chose to rely on instinct, trusting that things would eventually fall into place. His mind lingered on Tessia and her ongoing assimilation of the beast Will, a subject he had been avoiding ever since their kiss. The update reached Virion that she was stable and showing progress. Yet, with his return to Eleanor looming, he couldn't afford to dwell on it for long. With the fervor of a mad enthusiast, Gideon stormed onto the scene, eager to show off his newest inventions. Tessia's continued struggle to merge with the beast will lingered in his thoughts, an issue he'd been purposefully sidestepping ever since the kiss. Gideon performed well beyond what anyone had anticipated. They unfolded the training chair, readying it for use. The scene opened up to reveal a wild, rugged expanse of land. Overhead, a colossal metallic construct shimmered beneath the light. Arthur's attention was drawn more to the synthetic environment than to the robot itself. Gideon wasted no time before launching into a thorough breakdown. The apparatus was called the Training Operator and Blast Inductor. The name was conveniently shortened to Toby. The design of the structure allowed it to endure powerful spells, boasting durability on par with a dark orange core mana beast. Driven by curiosity, Arthur stepped forward, eager to put the device to the test. Gideon proudly declared the object's durability, insisting that not even his most potent spells could shatter it. Without a hint of urgency, Arthur called forth a fiery fist, flames swirling effortlessly around it. With ease, he thrust his fist through the structure, punching a hole straight through it. One mighty strike was all it took to reduce Toby to a heap of mangled metal. Words failed Gideon as he stood motionless, overwhelmed by the moment. With a composed expression, Arthur remarked that reinforcing the robot's protection was essential. At a separate location, under the leadership of Lance Barron, a team of explorers ventured into the dungeon was tightly sealed, its depths haunted by eerie, skull-faced wraiths lurking in the shadows. Their vivid colors and overwhelming energy radiated with astonishing intensity. As he looked over the fabric in his grasp, Barron's expression grew increasingly troubled. They quickly understood that things were far more complex than they had anticipated, possibly more than they were equipped to face. Returning to the academy, Arthur was once again deep in the midst of intense training. With fluid precision, they shifted from one elemental force to another, casting a range of diverse spells. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat, the character made use of specially augmented training tools, drawing on both his physical prowess and refined swordsmanship. With practiced precision, he disassembled the machines completely. In the midst of training, an unfortunate mishap led to a fractured leg. Arms and legs were wrenched free, the scene drenched in brutal chaos. Gideon's attention was fixed on Arthur's state, prompting Arthur to admit he wasn't at his sharpest and felt unusually slow. Gideon turned to the others, eager to hear their thoughts. Arthur began his feedback by recommending joint reinforcements, highlighting how easily they gave way under pressure. Gideon admitted that the machines were built without any magical offensive capabilities, tailored specifically for a standard augmenter. It was difficult to place Arthur under any standard category. He was more like a force of destruction in motion. Yet he pushed things even further by the choice to challenge the upgrades made to Toby's mana defense system took both Gideon and Goodsky by surprise. He detailed how the artifact depended solely on one thin layer for its protective function. As soon as the stronghold was compromised, its exposed vulnerability could no longer be hidden. He proposed using a series of smaller, overlapping mana plates that could regenerate faster. The revelation astonishes them, leaving Goodsley in immediate disbelief. With newfound urgency, they hurried to notify the Mage Guild about this promising advancement in defense mechanics. Gideon, meanwhile, found himself alarmingly near to. Arthur felt a surge of excitement, as if he had just uncovered the solution to all the challenges in his research. Elijah, with a mischievous grin, interjected to remind Arthur that he was on the verge of being late for his initial class of the day. Arthur moved unsteadily through the hallway, still feeling the effects of his earlier training session. Engaging in a battle with two enhanced Tobys at level 7 left him utterly exhausted and aching all over. He felt his grasp slipping away. Kane accidentally collided directly with Catherine. The observer quietly examined him, choosing not to speak much. His smile was a response to her composed demeanor. Together, they made their way into the classroom. In the bustling halls, students were already whispering excitedly about various rumors. Half of the group felt a mix of doubt and annoyance. The students questioned why they had spent so much on tuition only to be instructed by a seemingly inexperienced first-year student. Some individuals watched with a sense of fascination, eager to witness Arthur's potential downfall as he attempted to take on the role of a teacher. Meanwhile, Fifi, his former adversary, silently offered him her best wishes, aware that the day's events promised to be anything but ordinary. Arthur entered the room accompanied by Princess Kathleen. As she entered the room, every student turned to look at her, their mouths dropping open in astonishment. The crowd unanimously believed that the theatrical entrance had been meticulously planned. The students were inspired by their new teacher's presence and felt compelled to leave a strong impression, particularly because he was accompanied by the kingdom's princess. In reality, Arthur hadn't orchestrated anything and found himself equally astonished. Despite his inner turmoil, he expressed gratitude to Kathleen and reassured her of his well-being, yet internally he felt a lingering doubt. She silently settled into her chair. Arthur found himself moving forward as others stepped back, leaving him in the spotlight. He identified himself as a member of the disciplinary committee, the son of two powerful mages, an attentive older brother, and the newest addition to the teaching staff. The class immediately erupted in chaos, with students vocally expressing their objections. The students were unwilling to believe that someone in their first year possessed the necessary skills to instruct them. Their frustration reached a point where they seriously contemplated lodging a formal complaint with the academy, accusing it of squandering their valuable time. Arthur shifted his gaze towards Sylvie, coming to the conclusion that it was his responsibility to address the issue of her current attitude. He hoped that the headmaster had been present to give a proper introduction, sparing him from the hassle. A sudden burst of energy propelled one of the students onto the stage with enthusiasm. The air was thick with confidence and a touch of conceit as the individual stood unfazed, daringly confronting Arthur for the coveted role. The boy boasted that he could secure the title by overpowering his opponent. The rest of the class erupted into cheers, enthusiastically encouraging him and repeatedly chanting his name. Arthur cast an unimpressed glance toward him, questioning the seriousness of his statement. In a composed and unwavering tone, the speaker instructed Lester to take a seat. The directive swept over Lester like a tidal wave, causing him to reel backward in shock. Quickly recovering, he addressed the speaker with deference, calling him Sir. The students remained in their seats, utterly shocked by the events that had just unfolded before them. Arthur firmly established his position as the professor, regardless of whether others approved or not. The teacher made it clear that anyone who felt out of place could choose to depart at any time. He generously extended a hand to assist those interested in transferring to another class. Those who wondered how someone like him had secured such a position found an open invitation to linger and discover the answer. Noticing that nobody was departing, Arthur considered it a victory and proceeded to begin the initial lesson. The teacher informed the class that the day's lesson would focus on a hands-on activity centered around the control of mana. The teacher inquired of the class about the most effective method to extract mana from the surroundings. A student lifted her hand into the air. Natural mana gathered itself into the core, allowing it to be molded into various techniques from there. Arthur found value in the well-considered response and decided it would serve as a useful starting point for his next steps. The narrative delved into the distinctions between augmenters and conjurers. The narrative unfolded by concentrating on the manner in which they consumed their prey. Mana flowed through channels in various ways. Conjurers summoned mana by directing it through their veins. Augmenters directly channeled the energy into their core. The inquiry led to a more profound contemplation. Both types had the ability to absorb mana, yet it was solely the augmenters who utilized it to construct their core. The statement sparked deep contemplation among the students. When the same girl shared her belief, she suggested that conjurers typically do not focus on enhancing their physical abilities. Arthur concurred with the notion, elaborating that conjurers ought to handle mana with finesse, avoiding excessive dependence on their innate abilities. The thought arose once more, leading to another point of consideration. If conjurers indeed expend less mana, then perhaps the mana core might not be the most dependable indicator of their true strength. The students, now completely absorbed, started generating their own thoughts. Arthur looked out at the gathering, seeking 6 individuals who possessed affinities for elemental powers. The group was split into 2 sections. Conjurers took their place on the left, while augmenters gathered on the right. He instructed everyone to demonstrate their simplest spellcasting abilities, specifically without the aid of wands. The students followed the instructions without hesitation. Each of them began to craft their own spells. Arthur gave clear orders to the augmenters, directing them to unleash their spells. The conjurers were instructed to draw the essence into their own beings. The idea seemed utterly absurd to every one of the 6 individuals. Arthur's lips curled into a smile, suggesting he anticipated an exciting event on the horizon. As expected, the augmenters were unable to unleash their spells. The conjurers found themselves unable to take in their own power. Kathleen herself was unable to completely handle it. Despite the efforts of many, she was the one who managed to get the nearest. Most of the group expressed their dissatisfaction, deeming the assignment both unachievable and futile. Only those with advanced augmentation skills possessed the ability to cast spells from a distance. Arthur quieted the entire room by conjuring a basic spell of wind, effortlessly launching it as a distant assault. The students laughed, mocking the situation, as they pointed out that such behavior was typical of someone using Orange Core. Arthur chose not to contest. A much more powerful whirlwind of air was released instead. A powerful impact left a gaping crater in the wall. He then calmly inquired whether they still considered it normal for someone of his stature. The demonstration he executed was flawed, yet it successfully conveyed the intended message. The young man settled into the chair and the volunteers were invited to accompany him if they truly wished to understand his methods. As the class concluded, the students sat in their seats, overwhelmed and murmuring quietly among themselves, uncertain about his true abilities and suspecting that he might have resorted to deceit. Arthur remained indifferent, showing no concern for the situation at hand, relishing the sole genuine advantage of being a professor, which was finishing the day ahead of schedule. Sylvie darted after a butterfly, her eyes fixed on its delicate wings fluttering through the air. The situation concluded with a humorous and chaotic tumble. Out of nowhere, Kathleen reappeared, catching him off guard and causing him to jump in surprise. He humorously claimed that he was engaged in a profound discussion with his imaginary companion. Kathleen settled into the chair next to Arthur, who silently pondered what might be troubling her this time. She expressed her admiration for the way he had taught earlier. He felt a faint smile form on his lips. Suddenly, an unusual hush enveloped the two, as both remained wordless. With a sudden sense of urgency, Kathleen leaned forward, his movements swift and deliberate. She admitted that there was something significant she needed to share with him. Arthur quickly begins to hope fervently that she isn't going to follow in the footsteps of the elf Tessia. He understands that such a situation could ignite a conflict between their kingdoms, all due to his involvement. Instead, she bows her head and offers a heartfelt apology on behalf of the royal family. Reflecting on the events of the auction house, she couldn't help but recall her father's behavior. She felt a deep urge to own up to the errors committed in the past and a hurt that was inflicted during that time. Arthur felt a rush of surprise as he realized she still remembered the event from 4 years ago. That day, she found her trust in her father faltering. Arthur attempts to convey that an apology from her is unnecessary. Kathleen emphasized the significance of the matter, believing it crucial due to the bond of their friendship. Arthur lifted an eyebrow with a hint of amusement, jesting about their current situation. She explained to him that embracing someone freely indicated a strong bond between them. In affirmation, it was indeed the case. She declined without making a sound. People had consistently judged her for her true self. Despite being undeniably one of the most powerful individuals around, this man was often regarded as a mere joke, and yet continued to roam about behaving in a completely silly manner. The sound of her laughter was an uncommon melody, a rarity that seldom graced the air. Arthur moved closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he playfully remarked on her chilly and regal demeanor. She quickly diverted her gaze and mentioned how impressive she found his lesson to be. The narrative highlighted how two spells, both intended to act as wind bullets, could appear remarkably distinct from one another. Arthur, sensing the similarity in the situation, shifted away cautiously. Meanwhile, Kathleen, aware of her intent to gather information, attempted to hide her motive, her mind swirling with panic. He noticed it and rose to his feet. He explained to her that it would be unfair to give his top student an advantage. He turned and walked away. As she savored the moment, a gentle smile spread across her face. Sylvie caught her in the act and laughed mischievously, her giggles echoing with a hint of devilish delight. Later on, Arthur was observed having a conversation with a student from Gideon's class. Without warning, Gideon felt a surge of annoyance. In a fit of anger, a sharp smack resonated through the air. A layer of chalk dust settled into Emily's hair, causing confusion to ripple through the group surrounding her. Watson is prompted by him to clarify details regarding an artifact that emits light. Without hesitation, she expressed her regret as the other person began an elaborate discourse, revealing the depths of their intellectual enthusiasm. Following the conversation, Arthur felt a twinge of irritation as he realized that Gideon had already started assigning them projects. Bill Watson felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of lending a hand. She discloses that she has a collection of LPAs prepared and set aside. Arthur found himself captivated by her presence, expressing his admiration by calling her a lifesaver. Despite this, Sylvie subtly attempted to encourage him to abandon his irresponsible ways. Elijah dashed forward with urgency. The conversation centered around a communication from the director. Arthur casually introduced Emily, adding a lighthearted comment that she might just be the type of person Elijah would be interested in. He'd always joked about ending up with someone nerdy, and now it seemed that his prediction was coming true. Elijah suddenly recalls the true purpose of his visit. Arthur was instructed to make his way to the training room. Arthur continued on his way. Tessia was discovered seated quietly, immersed in a state of meditation. Silly hurried forward and wrapped her arms around her. Tessia extended a warm and friendly greeting to him. Arthur glanced around, bewildered, as he noticed the absence of a director. It became clear that the headmaster had played a trick on him by summoning him to a place where he wasn't present. Tessia appeared slightly embarrassed as she inquired about whether they should initiate the assimilation process. The task required serious effort and a natural alignment with elemental forces. Typically, it takes a group of mages, each possessing a similar elemental affinity, to effectively counter the beast's natural resistance. Having mastered all 4 basic elements, Arthur found himself capable of directly supporting her. The object functioned as a reservoir of mana, while the task at hand involved addressing the challenges faced by the Elderwood Guardians Corps. When the process finally concluded, both individuals were thoroughly drained of energy. And to clarify, there was no hidden meaning behind this exhaustion for anyone who might think otherwise. The group appeared weary from their rigorous training session. As their conversation began to calm, Tessia hesitantly inquired whether Arthur remained upset with her for attempting to make a romantic advance. He was taken by surprise, yet he insisted that he wasn't angry. After the incident, she inquired about the reasons behind his avoidance of her. Arthur attempted to remain composed and evade the conversation by feigning that he wasn't the suitable partner for her. Tessia easily discerns the insincerity behind the feeble justifications. She mentioned to him that there was no need for them to get married or take any such steps. She longed for progress in any way possible. Arthur attempts to lighten the mood by humorously acknowledging the significant progress they have made. She had transformed from the spoiled brat he once knew into someone entirely different. Tessia felt a surge of frustration building within her. She attempted to engage him in a genuine conversation, but he continually dismissed her efforts as if they held no significance. Turning away from him, although he excelled in every task and exuded immense self-assurance, he only experienced self-doubt when confronting his own emotional vulnerability. She accused him of concealing his true feelings behind a facade of insincere emotions, urging him to be more genuine. She pointed out that he behaved similarly with Lilia, accusing him of being the immature one in the situation. Arthur stood in place, absorbing all the unfolding events, and it dawned on him that he could have made a significant mistake. Tessia had unfortunately caught wind of the earlier conversation, adding to the gravity of the situation. He found himself unable to offer any explanation, as disclosing his past life was simply not an option. During a subsequent training session with the newly acquired artifact, the words she spoke lingered persistently in his thoughts, even as he effortlessly handles the magical device. The character performed a fiery kick towards his opponent. The dummy's head threatened to spin out of control as it teetered precariously. As the confrontation reached its climax, the protagonist prepared to deliver a decisive strike just before reaching the artifact. After expending all of its mana, the entity gradually deactivated. Sylvie cautioned him against pushing himself too hard, reminding him that his recovery was still in progress. He assured her of his well-being and gently patted her shoulder. A nod was then given. Upon opening the door, they were met by the sight of the teacher with striking purple hair standing before them. She inquires about the situation between him and the elf, noting that both of them had missed class. Upon glancing into the training room, they were utterly astonished by the level of devastation within. Arthur explained to her that he had been training by himself. Tessia was nowhere to be found, indicating that her assumption had been incorrect. Despite everything, she extended an invitation to him for her upcoming class. The group approached him with their request, and after considering it, he gave his consent. The revelation that an entire training facility had been dedicated to a single student truly astonished her. She speculates about the intense routine he must be following to require such an elaborate setup. As she continued to observe him, her curiosity grew increasingly stronger. During class, Arthur found himself drifting into a daydream. Chabs was barely awake as laughter echoed around him, with others throwing playful jabs in his direction. However, he remained indifferent to it all. He longed to gently stroke his daughter's hair, and that's exactly what he did. Sylvie remained wide awake, her attention completely absorbed by her training. She moved quietly, embodying the stealthy brilliance that defined her. The professor's voice pierced the fog of his thoughts, abruptly drawing him back to the present moment. With a warm demeanor, he extended a friendly welcome to Arthur upon his return. After being away for an extended period because of an injury, Arthur expressed his regret for having missed numerous sessions and for his delayed start. The professor dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand and inquired if the student was willing to discuss his knowledge regarding the intricacies of spell formations. Arthur rose from his seat and provided a lucid explanation about spell formations. He described how they utilize simpler spells as their foundation, employing the same fundamental principles but applying them in varied manners to produce distinct results. Impressed by the response, Maynard seized the opportunity to begin his lecture. He introduced an unusual concept that allowed people to access one another's thoughts. The statement suggested that the world would descend into chaos. The merest hint of suspicion could transform an ally into a foe, or even acts of kindness might be misinterpreted as hostility. In a world shaped by such conditions, the mages emerging from that environment would be nothing less than formidable beings. Sylvie found it amusing because she and Arthur seemed to possess an uncanny ability to understand each other's thoughts. To her, this made them ideal illustrations of perfect compatibility. Maynard was curious about the differences among mages and wondered why some relied on incantations while others did not. A certain student proposed that chanting became unnecessary once a spell was fully mastered. The professor contended that the concept of mastery was rather ambiguous. He explained that chanting served as a tool for mages, aiding them in concentrating and forming their spells by harmonizing their intentions with their mana. The importance lay not merely in articulating words, it was about honing the vision within one's mind. In an attempt to ensure the spell worked precisely as planned, he humorously contemplated the scenario of someone declaring their love to an individual who truly despised them. The response was expected to be intense and filled with emotion, potentially manifesting physically. It was suggested that even love could act as a spell, unleashing a significant effect. Arthur's mind wandered once more as he pictured how Tessia might respond if such an event were to occur. The entire class erupted into laughter, and Arthur couldn't help but look up to Maynard, appreciating his combination of intellect and humor. The professor concluded his explanation by noting that those mages who mastered their thoughts and mental imagery consistently produced the most effective spells. In a realm where thoughts were as accessible as open books, those individuals would become the most formidable mages of all. As the lesson concluded, Arthur found himself feeling unsettled, his mind preoccupied with the events involving Tessia. The impact of her words lingered in his mind, baffling him as to why they were so unforgettable. Sylvie agreed with her perspective, asserting that she was merely expressing the truth. Many people had disliked Arthur during his days as an adventurer, but he had never let it bother him. Sylvie playfully suggested that the pain he felt was because he truly liked Tessia, though he couldn't bring himself to acknowledge it. Arthur found himself increasingly irritated as the young child persistently confronted him with blunt truths. He came to an abrupt halt, sensing that something was amiss. A group of students attempted to sneak up behind him, foolishly believing he would remain unaware of their presence. It was undoubtedly Lucas and his troupe of jokers. Sylvia felt a wave of irritation wash over her as she observed them. They made an effort to appear strong and unyielding. Arthur didn't wait for a word to escape their lips before he began to roast them. Lucas forcefully pushed aside one of his own teammates and confronted Arthur directly, getting right up in his face. The accuser labeled him a coward for fleeing from their confrontation and insisted on uncovering the secret behind his survival. Arthur spoke nonchalantly about a tiny opening he used to sneak away. Lucas was seething with anger as he sought to uncover the mystery of how Arthur had managed to escape the Inferno Cage spell unscathed and rescue Tessia. Arthur, with an air of nonchalance, dismissed the gesture with a casual wave of his hand, expressing that inquiring in such a manner was impolite. He then leaned in closer, making it clear that he felt no obligation to a troublemaker. Lucas reasoned that Arthur likely employed an artifact, with possible assistance from Sylvie or Tessia. He found himself unable to entertain any other possible explanations. An imposing figure, one of the other henchmen, stood out with his large frame, simple-minded demeanor, and closely cropped hair. The character began to express intense frustration, accusing Arthur of also taking Cathian away from him. He argued that the disparity in their ranks should have naturally kept them separated. Another student advised him to relax, noting that he was actually harnessing mana right there on school property. The man was already on the verge of losing his composure. Lucas decided to abandon his companion, choosing to avoid entanglement in the chaotic situation. Arthur insisted that he had no intention of seducing anyone. The deranged clown was unwilling to accept the truth. His thoughts descended into a whirl of delusion, convincing himself that Kathleen had already fallen in love with him. Lucas could see that the man had completely lost his mind. Sylvie let out a low growl as an ominous feeling crept over her, suggesting that something more troubling was on the horizon. Arthur became acutely aware that the individual was releasing an extraordinary surge of mana. His body trembled and his eyes blazed with anger. The deranged individual suddenly lunged forward, intent on ending Arthur's life on the spot. Sylvie felt her muscles tighten as she prepared to step in, but Arthur held her back was the name that stood out in the conversation. The character swiftly strengthened his magical barrier to fend off the assault. At the very last moment, he managed to evade the impending danger. In an instant, the earth was completely destroyed by the impact. Arthur raised his voice, pointing out that the individual had just assaulted a certified teacher right on the school grounds. However, the frenzied fool had stopped paying attention altogether. Lucas and his gang observed the scene, their expressions filled with a sense of self-satisfaction. The individuals insisted on their lack of involvement, thus ensuring they wouldn't be held responsible. Lucas felt indifferent towards the fate of the clown. Arthur faced a tough decision. Either he would fight back and risk expulsion, or the clown would end up causing him harm. In any case, Lucas considered it a victory. As he departed, he left Arthur with a reminder to prepare for their upcoming battle. Suddenly, their world shifted. The ground erupted once more, unleashing a relentless onslaught of sharp earthen spikes. Harnessing the power of wind magic, he effectively cleared away the debris. The young man watched in surprise as the other person rushed toward him with the speed and determination of a diving bee. Arthur raised his shield just in time to deflect the incoming blow. He found himself taken aback by the sheer intensity of the force. It was unusual for someone at the Orange Core level to exert such power. The man seemed to be unleashing mana with an almost frenzied determination, all in an effort to overwhelm him. Arthur contemplated the possibility of releasing his seal, aiming to apprehend his target without resorting to lethal force. Before any action could be taken on his part, Sylvie felt her patience slip away completely. In a single, fluid motion, the action was executed flawlessly. The impact rendered the deranged individual unconscious. Arthur glanced at his companion and understood that her outburst was a result of his momentary hesitation. Another member of the disciplinary committee hurried over, eager to understand what had just transpired. While Arthur swiftly provided a detailed explanation of everything, the girl knelt down beside the unconscious child, her eyes narrowing as she observed the peculiar markings singed into his spine. It became evident that he had fallen prey to the same curse they had encountered previously. Once the situation came under control, Manhwa was taken away to receive medical care. Arthur couldn't resist inquiring whether other students had exhibited similar symptoms. In response, she confirmed that indeed there had been another student who had lost control while Arthur was recuperating in the medical ward. Despite Arthur's curiosity about the markings, she remained silent, withholding any further explanation. She indicated that it was necessary to notify the rest of the team for the time being. Before stepping inside, she instructed him to personally relay all the information to the director. Upon entering the room, they found themselves surrounded by new sights and sensations. Arthur could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld the presence of two of the continent's most formidable mages standing before him. Beside him, the girl with red hair appeared as though she had just encountered her heroes. The characters Lance Baron and Lance Aelia stood directly in front of the observers. In a moment filled with pride, Director Goodsky introduced the two individuals, highlighting them as among the most exceptional talents of their generation. The girl struggled to conceal her excitement as she eagerly shared her dream of becoming a lancer one day. Baron remained focused on completing his transaction with the draw, not sparing a single glance in her direction. The director makes his decision and exits the room. Alia offers words of encouragement to the girl, expressing her hopes for the girl's success. Tears of joy almost well up in her eyes. As the two lances departed, both Arthur and Sylvie felt an undeniable certainty in their bones that these two individuals were, without a doubt, the most formidable people they had ever been close to. With the room falling silent once more, Goodsky shifted her attention to Arthur, requesting a comprehensive report from him. Arthur, prepared to offer an explanation, was equally curious about the sudden appearance of two of the Empire's elite without warning. Goodsky nonchalantly brought up that Baron had once been a student at the academy and was merely there to talk about his younger brother's admission. Though she had wished for their visit to extend, with more conversation unfolding, she tried to set her curiosity aside. She concentrates her attention on the incident involving Lucas and Marcoy. Arthur meticulously recounted the events, focusing particularly on the unusual surge of mana and the subsequent loss of control experienced by Marka. As he spoke, Goodsky appeared visibly concerned, particularly at the mention of the peculiar symbols adorning the child's back. The thought lingered in her mind, unspoken, suggesting she wasn't quite prepared to voice it yet. She finally came to the realization that Claire had been correct all along. This situation was not unique, and undoubtedly more students were afflicted by the curse, but remained unaware of the number of occurrences or the reasons behind them. Despite the involvement of researchers from the Mage Guild, answers eluded them, leaving only an ever-growing list of questions. Arthur fell into silence as he came to understand the profound depth of the situation. Good Sky instructed Claire to enhance the frequency of patrols, placing particular emphasis on conducting them during the nighttime hours. She expressed her gratitude to Arthur for his swift recovery. Recognizing the necessity for any assistance they could secure, it became evident that every bit of help was crucial. With the conclusion of the meeting, she made her way back to her office. Feeling the weight of uncertainty, the character questioned the wisdom of involving students in such a perilous situation. Despite her apprehension about the potential repercussions, she understands that making sacrifices is unavoidable. They found themselves pondering why events were accelerating more rapidly than anticipated. Beyond the confines of the building, the world stretched out in its vast openness. Arthur and Claire went their separate ways. The observer noticed Baron reprimanding his younger sibling. Arthur found himself taken aback as he witnessed Lucas being brought down a notch. In the presence of his older brother, the guy's arrogance held no significance. In that instant, Arthur recalled Caspian's cautionary advice, which was that he should refrain from confronting Lucas until he possessed the strength to also stand against Baron. The weight of reality struck with considerable force. Given the current circumstances, Arthur found himself with little hope of success. Before he has the chance to grab his weapon, Aaliyah materializes unexpectedly, pressing a blade against his throat. The unexpected encounter left him startled, as he wondered why intense animosity seemed to be directed at a simple lance. The statement highlighted the fact that keeping weapons inside a dimensional ring could lead to moments of hesitation and delay. Arthur sheathed his sword, clarifying that his emotions were not directed at her, explaining that they had never even met before. Aaliyah held a different opinion. She noted that she could perceive his hidden intentions and acknowledged that despite his potential, he knew that any confrontation with Baron would be futile. Arthur came to the stark realization of just how outmatched he truly was by them. When he inquired about Aaliyah's strength relative to Baron, she teased lightheartedly, using her hands to dramatically illustrate the disparity in strength. He felt a twinge of disappointment when he realized there was no laughter in response. She acknowledged that she was the least powerful among the lances. Despite Baron's perceptiveness, hers was even keener, enabling her to halt his actions with remarkable swiftness. Arthur expressed his admiration for her with a respectful compliment. Aaliyah appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the conversation. She even went so far as to pat his head, mentioning that he reminded her of her younger brother. The person would have been about the same age as him if they had survived. With a heartfelt farewell, she departs. Following day, whispers and stories spread like wildfire throughout the camp. The classroom buzzed with students engaging in hushed conversations, their words tinged with shock over the surprising event that had unfolded. Sylvie muttered to herself, puzzled by the human fascination with gossip. Arthur nodded in agreement. Upon arriving, she entered the room where the disciplinary council meeting was being held. In the room, tension was etched onto every face. Claire revealed the shocking news that Markway had passed away the previous night due to an uncontrollable loss of mana, which the medics were unable to halt. The mysterious markings on his back were directly responsible for his condition, even as he lay unconscious. Kathleen reported that the investigation revealed no significant discoveries. The family chose to keep the few things they learned to themselves, unwilling to let any information be disclosed. A member of the committee forcefully brought their hand down onto the table, making a loud, decisive noise. The characters slammed their fists on the table, feeling a surge of frustration for being kept uninformed. Claire deftly redirected the conversation toward the subject of Arthur's return. The situation underscored the necessity for more rigorous patrols and enhanced security measures. Following the conclusion of the meeting, they all pondered whether any of the proposed measures would genuinely make a difference. Arthur found himself teamed up with Theodore for patrols, their partnership arranged due to the mismatch in their schedules. Feifei proudly displayed his latest invention, a tool capable of functioning like a miniature radio, allowing for actual communication. Arthur found himself taken aback, while Kathleen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was surprising to everyone that Kai had chosen to take on the responsibility of patrolling such a vast area of the campus by himself. Arthur couldn't resist teasing her, pointing out the amusing contradiction between her expressions and the things she said. Feifei concurred, noting that Kai typically shied away from responsibilities, making his current actions undeniably suspicious. Arthur wondered aloud if the situation involved Theodore in any way. He pondered the reason his brother Curtis had declined to assist with the trolls. Katya nonchalantly introduced her own shocking twist into the conversation by revealing that she had told him something significant. The girl and Arthur stood together, her statement leaving Arthur in utter disbelief. It was clear that she hadn't grasped how absurd her words might seem, depending on one's interpretation. The classroom buzzed with the energy of a new term beginning. Arthur was eager to discover if anyone had successfully tackled the question he had posed to them. The debate centered around the idea of whether the color of mana genuinely represented a mage's actual power. Feifei swiftly interjects, offering the textbook response. It was commonly believed that the hue of an individual's metacore served as an effective indicator of their strength. Arthur swiftly dismissed the idea without hesitation. They described it as an oversimplification, further clarifying that assessing strengths based on mana cores could be deceptive. The evaluation disregarded crucial elements such as strategic planning in battles, the speed at which someone could respond, and their overall awareness during combat. He likens it to the assumption that someone is an exceptional fighter solely based on their muscular build. Possessing great strength can be advantageous, yet it doesn't necessarily elevate them above a warrior with a more slender physique. Lin's student questioned him, seeking to know if there existed any alternative method that could surpass the effectiveness of measuring mana color. Arthur did not hesitate to deliver a response that was both brutally honest and straightforward, instructing them not to waste their efforts in attempting to assess individuals in such a manner. He issued a caution about the perils of underestimating others, noting that such a mindset could be risky. He explained that an individual with a seemingly weaker foundation might still pose a significant danger, depending on their combat approach. The notion of going easy on an individual simply because they appear weaker defied all logic. In the midst of battle, the safest path involves taking every confrontation seriously and proceeding with careful consideration. As the discussion came to a close, Arthur addressed the class. The training drill from the previous session was set to be repeated. After class, he appeared visibly intoxicated. He eventually loses consciousness. He was abruptly awakened by a letter from Gideon. A new version of Toby had been constructed for him to evaluate. Arthur felt a pang of guilt as he hurried into Professor Glory's classroom, realizing he was late once again. She dismissed his eagerness with a gentle wave, insisting that he was still on the mend and cautioning him against exerting himself too soon. Instead, she suggested he simply observe from the sidelines. He felt a sense of relief knowing he wouldn't have to confront Lucas immediately. Arthur leaned back in his seat. Sylvie was left to rebound on her own. The elf was taken aback to find the small fox approaching Tessia. Arthur received a piercing glance. Before taking a seat beside her, he positioned himself. He attempted to speak, but Tessia interrupted him, insisting that explanations were unnecessary. She realized she had acted impulsively and, feeling a tinge of regret, offered an apology. Arthur reassures her that her previous words were indeed correct. He realized that he had made a mistake regardless of the outcome. The ability to control emotions eluded even someone like him. Tessia acknowledged her own missteps, admitting she too had spoken out of turn. Per Jelm. Arthur confessed that he had been the one deliberately steering clear of her the entire time. Instead of fleeing from the situation, he takes responsibility and expresses his regret beforehand. He directly informed her that it wasn't possible for him to be in a relationship with her at that moment. It was as if the sound of her heart breaking could almost be heard. Turning away, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Arthur, however, leaves her with a small glimmer of hope. He suggested that he might consider the possibility when they were older in the future. She informed him that he shouldn't count on her patience. The young man boldly claimed he understood her abundance of choices, but his statement only elicited laughter from her. After a moment of hesitation, she reaches out and lightly pokes him. She wondered aloud if she could at least rely on him to refrain from flirting with others while making such a confession to her. Arthur repeatedly assures everyone, emphatically promising that he will not do it. She acknowledges and comes to terms with the current state of their relationship for the time being. As he rose to his feet, he advised her not to linger. He bent down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, hoping it would serve as an apology for everything that had happened. Following the kiss, Arthur becomes completely immobilized, resembling a statue, barely managing to function due to the overwhelming embarrassment. It was as if a single kiss had completely upended his entire world. He pondered why the current lessons seemed to revisit older materials so frequently. In the classroom, a curious student posed an insightful question, inquiring about the reasoning behind the behavior of elements. Naturally occurring forces like gravity and lightning existed in the world, while mana did not share the same inherent presence. The teacher enthusiastically delved into the topic, explaining that it was a significant enigma that had baffled mages for generations. Some theorized that unusual elements emerge only when certain mysterious conditions were satisfied. In contrast to the fundamental elements, mana did not manifest in the natural world in the same manner. Fire stood as a rare anomaly, since it also required a catalyst to naturally ignite. Fire holds a prestigious position among basic forms of magic due to its unpredictable and unruly nature, which closely resembles that of deviant magic. Arthur came to the understanding that the class was lagging in the curriculum. The real source of his swirling thoughts was Tessia's response to the moment they had shared. The character was spiraling into her unique form of panic. The sensation of joy seemed to ricochet back and forth. The mere act of receiving a kiss on the forehead brought about an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Lost in her emotions, she found herself gazing at her own reflection. The character began to envision the appearance of their future children. The sole connection they had formed at this point was a small, singular kiss, while at the same time events were unfolding back on campus. A group of foolish individuals busied themselves with spray cans, covering walls in colorful graffiti. The walls were defaced with graffiti targeting elves and dwarves, deliberately inciting animosity. Arthur stumbled upon the scene, catching them in the midst of their actions. As he approached, his sudden presence startled them so intensely that it felt as though their very souls had leaped out of their bodies. When a girl makes an attempt to strike him, With a single, powerful kick, she was effortlessly knocked aside. The character stumbled forward and fell flat on the ground. The crowd criticized him for striking a girl. Arthur responded with a detached falsehood, claiming he supported the notion of gender equality. With a composed demeanor, she began to gather the energy needed for a wind spell. Her expression remained polite as she inquired whether the other person genuinely wished to discover the consequences of meddling. In the midst of the bustling school hallways, a patrol member apprehended yet another student. Regrettably, neither of the items displayed any identifying marks. There was no evidence of any connection to a curse. The second officer escorts the group to the administrative office. After the others departed, Arthur and Sylvie were left to complete the patrol by themselves. Sylvie was both weary and famished. Arthur offered reassurance, explaining that they were nearly finished with the task. As they approached the area where Kai was on patrol, Sylvie became aware of an unexpected surge of mana. Arthur swiftly guides her to concealment behind a nearby pillar. From afar, he notices a man whose mana spills out, leaving damp footprints in his wake. As anticipated, the ominous symbols were etched across his back. Arthur chose not to confront the individual. Instead, he opted to follow him discreetly, hoping to uncover the destination of his journey. However, just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, a student, unaware of the situation, shouted Arthur's name, completely revealing his disguise. The suspect disappeared from view. Arthur seethed with rage at the man who had destroyed everything. Kai arrived with irritation etched across his face, clearly more concerned about his territory than he was about the recent escape. Upon entering the scene, one character began inquiring about Theo's whereabouts. In response, Arthur clarified that Theo was currently accompanying the other two students to the office. The absence of coverage in their patrol area was apparent. In that very moment, the daggers in their hands began to emit a radiant yellow light. The situation indicated that Theo had inadvertently set off the alert signal. Kai instructed Arthur to see how Theo was doing. The task of tracking the suspect was placed in his capable hands, as Arthur painted a vivid picture of the man's appearance. In a fleeting instant, Kai's face shifts to one of suspicion, suggesting he might have deliberately sabotaged Arthur's mission. Arthur and Sylvie sprinted directly ahead. The direction was aimed at Theodore and his companions. Arthur slowly began to realize that Theodore's head had been struck with a bat. The impact of the strike carried an intensity that seemed far beyond that of a normal hit. After he had safely guided the children to the administrative building, he remembered suddenly being caught off guard by an unexpected attack. Locating the children would be straightforward, given they were all students. What left him more perplexed was the possibility that a third individual might have attempted to step in. The idea held some merit, considering it was almost inconceivable that Theodore could be rendered unconscious with just one blow. Arthur started to entertain the thought that an individual such as Manhwa could be responsible for the attack. The issue lay in the fact that Theodore had no opportunity to see the attacker before losing consciousness. Arthur recalled that Kai had an injury on his arm. Theodore was truly curious about the whereabouts of Arthur, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. Due to the absence of concrete evidence regarding the enigmatic figure he believed he had seen, Arthur decided to remain silent. The other committee members appeared puzzled as they considered Arthur was merely stepping in on Kai's behalf. He was much stronger and more reliable than his outward appearance suggested. The next morning, Arthur considered the outcome of their search efforts, realizing that both had concluded without uncovering a single lead. His thoughts remained unsettled, still lingering on that disturbing meeting. He caught himself caught in a whirlwind of overthinking, causing his project to unravel into chaos. Gideon appeared suddenly, causing a jolt of surprise, his expression showing clear disapproval. Arthur struggled to generate another revolutionary concept. Observing Arthur's far-off look, someone inquired about his troubles. Arthur confessed that the topic at hand concerned committee issues. The thoughts had consumed him to the point where they entirely occupied his mind. The student found himself lost in thought throughout his initial pair of classes. A girl with a nerdy demeanor accidentally brushed against his shoulder. She unveiled a collection of glowing artifacts that she had obtained for him. His expression brightened with happiness as Sylvie came to the realization that the man was almost certainly playing unfairly. In Professor Glory's class later, the students engaged fiercely in simulated combat exercises. Arthur stood at the edge of the scene, watching intently. He remained perplexed by the fact that Lucas had merely been suspended for what had happened earlier. Sylvie found herself engulfed in boredom, her thoughts longing for Tessia's company. However, she knew that Tessia's presence would be essential later that evening in the training room. Sylvie felt a wave of relief wash over her at the news that patrol duties were no longer required, as she had always loathed them. Approaching Arthur, Professor Glory sank to the ground, worn out from fatigue. She conveyed that the council had reached a decision to prohibit trips to the safe dungeons, which she had always enjoyed visiting with her students. Arthur's curiosity about the journey began to increase. Glory suggested that they might venture into a dungeon of an even lower tier. For someone of his exceptional skill, it was a task that presented no challenge at all. As the day drew to a close, Arthur and Tessia concluded their assimilation practice, utterly exhausted. Perfect wrote. Arthur proposed that they unwind by the poolside. As they sat side by side, their eyes rested on the broken remnants of the Toby artifacts, while Arthur carefully assessed Tessia's well-being. The inquiry was made regarding whether her beast, Will, had been the source of any recent rejections. Fortuitously, nothing concerning had occurred, providing a great sense of relief. He strongly advised her to notify either the director or himself if any issues arose, given that her grandfather was currently absent. Tessia extended her limbs and confidently reassured him that she would manage just fine. In an ideal scenario, her assimilation could be completed in just a few weeks. With any luck, they might even succeed in advancing her core to a more advanced stage. Arthur's expression transformed abruptly. A mischievous elf splashed water playfully. He responded by playfully splashing water back. The character expressed regret for assisting in calming her down. The two of them engaged in a lively exchange of water splashes, continuing until both felt at ease. As her hands moved closer, they were on the verge of touching, poised to create a tender moment. Tessia's cheeks turned a bright shade of red. The silence shattered when Director Goodsky looked utterly exhausted, the toll of numerous battles clearly etched on her features. Tessia hurried over to see if she was okay. The director insisted that she was unharmed, explaining that she had only engaged in a sparring session at the guild. Arda's expression turned into a frown as she recalled that she had an appointment with the council. Goodsky mentioned that she had made a slight change in her route. Tessia couldn't shake off the feeling of unease, worried that the elderly woman might be pushing herself too hard for someone of her age. Goodsky understood their concern and assured them that he would exercise greater caution. The request was made to utilize Arthur's training room for the evening's class lesson. Arthur nodded in agreement, having finished his practice session for the day. Upon exiting the room with Tessia attending to him, the realization dawned quietly upon them, suggesting that the director was concealing something. He concluded that it wasn't his role to delve into the matter. The following day, Arthur found himself trudging through his classes, each step feeling heavier than the last. Elijah observed Arthur's weary demeanor and speculated about the activities that might have led to his fatigue. His return was delayed due to attending a social club event. Elijah stood with pride as he unveiled his plans to become a member of the Chaincasting Research Club. Arthur's curiosity piqued as he pondered the reason behind the man's peculiar behavior. He couldn't help but feel repelled, speculating that perhaps this man had experienced harsh rejection in the past, which now drove his apparent desperation. Elijah passionately expressed his belief that this stage of life was perfect for experiencing romance and adventure. His bold declaration came to an abrupt halt when the professor intervened. The entire class burst into laughter, ridiculing the boy for prioritizing matters of the heart over his academic pursuits. Even Arthur became part of the scene, while Elijah sat there, feeling the sting of embarrassment. The professor altered the atmosphere in the room by bringing up the recent sorrowful event of a classmate's passing. The students were cautioned about the deadly risks that came with pushing magic beyond its boundaries. The most skilled mages and medics continued their investigation into the mysterious events surrounding Manhwa. However, there was one undeniable truth. He had pushed his body to channel magic well beyond its natural limits. The pressure exerted on a manicure could be as harmful as ripping a muscle, potentially causing lasting harm or, in uncommon instances, resulting in fatality. A girl raised a question, wondering why Marcoe had not survived even though he had used mana elixirs. The professor acknowledged the validity of her argument, yet he elaborated that exceptions could invariably be found. His objective was to warn them about the concealed expenses associated with external enhancers that boost mana capacity. The use of these aids frequently resulted in harsh side effects, such as the leakage of mana. Arthur paid close attention, yet he couldn't shake the thought that Marquaz's strange actions were still a mystery, just like the enigmatic curse markings that adorned his back. In the next scene, Arthur entered his classroom and extended a warm greeting to all his classmates. The teacher chose to offer subtle clues regarding the resolution of the exercise he had given to the class. The initial student summoned by the teacher was Lester, a once boastful and unpleasant individual whom he had put in his place on their first encounter. Lester felt a chill of fear run through him, anticipating that a punishment might be imminent. Meanwhile, Arthur instructed the class to picture a battle in their minds. In the scenario where Lester encounters a formidable adversary, the strategy of an Augmentor would be to steer clear of engaging in close quarters. Instead, they would opt to launch attacks from a distance, utilizing their arsenal of spells. Arthur reached for a folded piece of paper, confidently asserting that it was a spell. The wind carried the object off his hand, but it dropped to the ground before it could reach Lester. Arthur proceeded to demonstrate the solution he had explained previously. The paper was transformed into a ball, which was then propelled through a pipe with a forceful breath. Aiming directly at Lester's broad forehead, the action unfolded with precision. Arthur's clever hint hit its mark, causing the whole class to erupt in laughter. He proceeded by presenting a hint specifically meant for those who practiced magic. The scene transitions to focus on Lance Baron and Lance Alea. Alea initially believed their assignment was supposed to take place in Eleanor alongside Lance Aya. However, to her surprise, they were called in ahead of schedule by Lance Var. Farron conveyed that a pressing issue had arisen concerning a dungeon located at the edge of the Beastglades, which he had recently encountered himself. The action was swift and efficient, leaving no room for delay. The narrative introduces the character known as the Third Lance. A girl with white hair settled into her seat, her hair flowing around her. Without engaging in formal greetings, she immediately delved into an explanation regarding the council's decision to alter their mission. The reason, she stated, was due to a recent discovery in the depths of specific dungeons, where evidence was uncovered suggesting the presence of mages originating from outside the Decath continent. Alia stood up abruptly, her mind racing with the realization that the existence of another continent had only ever been whispered about as a mere rumor. Baron discloses the most troubling aspect, which is that this unfamiliar territory possesses extensive knowledge about them. Meanwhile, they remain completely in the dark about these outsiders. He inquired of Vare whether they had verified the material they discovered. Upon examining the cloth they had retrieved, she confirmed that it contained mana unfamiliar to Dakathan. Baron detected the presence of mana as well, and was curious about the specific spell that had been placed on it. Vare informed everyone that the spell had been deactivated, rendering the cloth useless. She then shifted the conversation to a different topic that concerned Alia. A scroll was unfurled, its contents detailing the occurrences of giant bloodworms spotted across various regions within the Beastglades. Alia wondered aloud about the concern, noting that bloodworms were not uncommon. Vare shared his observations that the worms had begun altering their typical tunneling routes. This unusual behavior suggested the possibility that the foreign mages were concealing themselves within the most secluded dungeon chambers. Vare remembered his attempts at investigating the matter, though he had not succeeded. Consequently, Vare decided that Alia should undertake the mission by herself, ensuring that no one would hinder her progress. Baron had intentions of delving into the depths. Vare permitted Alia to choose Lance Mika if she desired. Alia, however, stands firm in her decision, showing no sign of wavering. Lives hung in the balance, prompting her to take swift action without delay. The scene shifts back to Arthur, who lets out a wide yawn. He witnessed a member of the disciplinary committee being hurled with great force. Princess Kathleen made a valiant effort to rescue her brother. Freezing him with ice proved to be just as harmful as hurling him against the wall. Theodore surged forward with determination. Curtis suddenly found himself struck by a powerful gravitational force. Arthur had not yet mastered the bell. Curtis found himself disarmed, his weapon slipping from his grasp. In that moment, his opponent's opportunity burst forth explosively. A massive column of fire erupted, creating a barrier between them. The maneuver was so ingenious that even Theodore found himself genuinely impressed. The commencement of the 5th training round was announced. Under Claire's guidance, Kai skillfully manipulated threads to hold everyone in place, ensuring their safety for the upcoming class. Arthur observed the unusual magic for the first time, intrigued by the way Kai manipulated strings. After the battle concluded, Claire decided to convene a meeting. In her explanation, she conveyed that Arthur, Curtis, and she were planning to leave the campus for a journey to the Beastglades. They had also ensured that patrol schedules were organized to account for their time away. Kai took it upon himself to sign up for additional patrol duties. Seife trailed closely behind. Dordria found herself compelled to step forward, unable to resist the unseen power guiding her actions. In the scene, there is an arm intricately adorned with strings. He made a lighthearted remark about wanting to spend time with her, and Dordria consented, provided that she was given something to eat. As the meeting concluded, Arthur found himself halted by someone considered his rival. An advisor cautions him about the potential dangers awaiting him beyond the confines of safety. Arthur, unbeknownst to many, had already achieved the esteemed status of an A-rank adventurer. Arthur skillfully sidestepped. He approached Claire with curiosity, inquiring about Kai's magic, and speculated whether his wires concealed any mana attributes. Before he could receive a response, Kai emerged into view, delivering an ominous warning to Arthur. Claire intervened in their conversation, reminding everyone about the upcoming class. In the training room later, Elijah was diligently honing his skills, observing the assaults directed at level 7 Toby on Earth. The intensity of the attacks was evident. The individual adeptly evaded. Elijah finally managed to gain control and held the other person firmly against the ground. Toby was the one who suddenly, the character prepared to release an immense burst of fiery energy. Arthur found himself compelled to step in and rescue him. Elijah was taken aback to discover that the artifact possessed the ability to wield flames, while Arthur confessed his own ignorance of this fact. The person speculated that it might be a clever ruse devised by the inventor. Elijah harbored a deep affection for the craft of artificing, despite the limitations of his feeble magic. Arthur ridiculed him for studying magic merely to catch the attention of girls. Elijah makes no attempt to refute the statement. Arthur extended his hand, offering a wooden sword to the other person. He was advised to grasp the fundamentals of melee. In addition, this was meant for the girls. Elijah launched into an aggressive assault, driven by anger. Arthur deftly evades the attack. Elijah's remarkable skills and abilities caught the attention of those around him. The stance was poised and the footwork precise. He believed he possessed a natural talent for swordsmanship, which he thought would be even more formidable when paired with metal magic. Arthur eventually takes advantage of an over. As the opportunity presented itself, victory was achieved. Upon extending his hand, an unusual sensation was triggered. Elijah's emotions swirled within him. Confusion and pain clouded his thoughts. Arthur felt a wave of concern wash over him. Elijah dismisses the concern, explaining that it is merely a headache. The character departed to freshen up. Arthur stood at the edge, his heart heavy with concern as he contemplated whether to wave goodbye. The worry lingered in his mind. Over the next few weeks, a sense of tranquility settled in, creating a period of calm. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Arthur, causing him to doze off during his classes. The pressure mounted as the mid-cycle exams approached. Arthur struggled to stay connected with each of his classes, experiencing the same challenge in his own classroom. With the guidance of his instructors and the aid of various relics, his abilities continued to improve. Arthur always remembered the purpose that had initially brought him to school. He discovered a sense of tranquility by savoring the simple, daily experiences shared with his beloved ones. The sole anticipation that filled his days was this one thing: Arthur and Elijah strolled together. Suddenly, Glasses Boy halted in his tracks, his mind drifting off into a distant realm. For several days now, the situation had remained unchanged, yet Elijah showed no desire to discuss it. He avoided the question by attributing it to his upcoming exams. The journey to the Beast Glades was approaching swiftly. Elijah wished that Arthur would exercise caution during his training sessions with Tessia to ensure he stayed in good health. Sylvie had intriguingly noticed the peculiar irritation he harbored towards Arthur. Someone else had experienced the same emotions. During a subsequent session of his assimilation training alongside Tessia, Arthur was pleased to share that her mana core was stabilizing at a remarkable pace. She felt optimistic about what lay ahead. With just a flick of the boy's finger, their hopes were swiftly shattered. He hoped she wouldn't become too conceited, knowing that she was only at a fraction of her full strength because of the ongoing assimilation process. Arthur found himself in a predicament, unable to harness his most potent elements for his impending journey. However, his situation differed from others. Unlike Tessia, who was constrained, he had the ability to remove his limiters whenever he chose. She felt frustrated because he constantly treated her as if she were a child, even though she was actually a year older than him. Instead of offering an apology, the brother firmly reiterates his stance to her. During her childhood, she often felt an overwhelming terror due to the presence of the beasts. Ortasia becomes increasingly flustered. The girl leaped onto him with surprising agility. She was prepared to unleash her fury upon him with a vengeance. Arthur was relieved when a surprise visit rescued him just in time. The statement referred to Tessia's grandfather. An observer stood in awe, amazed at how quickly the couple had grown so close. The elf pauses briefly too. She suddenly becomes aware that she is, in fact, perched upon his body. Feeling a sudden rush of embarrassment, she quickly jumps back. Arthur rose to his feet, curiosity evident as he questioned Varian's unexpected presence. Considering Varian was likely to be overwhelmed with meetings at this hour, Varian kept up his playful taunting, using his provocative comments to tease Tessio. The mischievous antics of the little elf prompted it to impart a valuable lesson to him. Varian felt uneasy about the upcoming dungeon expedition because Arthur would not be present. He intended for the boy to help Tessia at least until the following day. The young man declined the invitation as he had plans to meet his family that evening before his departure. The grandfather believed it was an excellent plan to bring Tessia with them. Arthur stood defiantly in the open, clutching a massive cross, firmly denying any such claims. He understood that his parents would lose their minds if such an event occurred. Arthur's efforts to bring her home rendered all his earlier complaints meaningless. The family eagerly opens the door, thrilled to discover the presence of the two individuals standing there. Arthur found himself puzzled as he pondered how the news of Tessia's visit had spread so quickly. The family, anticipating the occasion, had already wrapped gifts in readiness for their visitors. Upon their arrival, Alice greeted them warmly and invited them inside. Ellie eagerly anticipates the moment she can demonstrate her impression to Tessia. From a distance, he looked out over the scene, his heart full of affection for the people he cherished. A smile spread across his face as he stepped inside. In that delightful instance, the narrative took a turn towards a more ominous direction. Lancelia ventured alone along the diverging path within the dungeon. Vary's suspicion about the bloodworms proved to be correct, as it was impossible for them to change their course independently. The arrangement of the tunnels suggested a specific pattern. He deduced that their paths were inevitably steering them toward the Grand Mountains. Alia comprehends the reason for her disagreement. Suddenly, she sprinted forward, choosing the path on the right. Approaching the precipice, she abruptly halts at the cliff's edge. A stone tumbling from above caught the attention of the enormous two-headed giant, causing it to react. The creature was a serpent of Hades, yet bore unusual colors and horns that set it apart. Surprisingly, it stood sentinel over the tunnel, a behavior that contradicted its typically solitary and fierce nature. Leia carefully handed over her report to Vari, addressing the... From within the tunnel, an unusual amount of mana emanated, reminiscent of a serpent's presence. She surmised that this might also be the origin connected to the deviant mana beasts. Before moving forward, Aaliyah calls for assistance. Vari planned to deploy 50 battle mages to a nearby area, advising her to stay ready for further instructions. The dinner table was set with care and precision. Vincent Hellstay consistently returned home in a drunken stupor, never changing from his usual foolish state. Lilia playfully mocked him. Their mother elaborated on the depth of Vincent's longing for his daughter, a feeling that had grown ever since he had made the difficult decision to send her away to the academy. Lilia felt a deep sense of embarrassment as it dawned on her that she had become the subject of ridicule, rather than the council president. Her curiosity was piqued by Tessia's sudden disappearance. Arthur mentioned that she had stepped out to get some fresh air, and his mother had trailed after her. As Ellie drifted into a deep sleep, Arthur turned to his father and inquired whether he would carry her upstairs. He simply transferred her lifeless form over to her brother. She insisted that Arthur should be the one to complete the task, expressing how much she had missed him. Outside, Alice and Tessia were relishing each other's company during their meeting. The elf thoroughly enjoyed spending time with Vincent and Reynolds' family, providing them with pleasant companionship. Alice believed that the situation had been more embarrassing than anything else. Upon hearing her own suggestion, a laugh escaped her lips. In the quiet of the moment, the characters sipped their tea. Tessia, filled with curiosity, inquired whether Alice felt any concern about Arthur's upcoming dungeon raid scheduled for the next day. The woman, much like any caring mother, found herself unable to suppress her concern for her son. Possessing remarkable strength, he stood out among others. Alice possessed the unwavering belief that her worry for Arthur would persist, even if his strength surpassed the might of lances. The unpredictable nature of a dungeon brought with it an ever-present sense of fear. She expressed her regret for having disrupted the atmosphere. Tessia brushed away her emotions. She wished for Alice to understand that she was prepared to go to any lengths to safeguard him, just as he had done for her. Interestingly, the scene unfolded with an unexpected twist that caught everyone's attention. Alice, a devoted daughter herself, couldn't bear the thought of her taking such a risk, knowing how deeply her own parents would worry if she ever found herself in danger. Tessia's safety was her utmost concern, taking precedence over all else. Arthur's abilities to manage his own well-being are trusted wholeheartedly. As the air grew colder, she suggested they move indoors. Tessia expressed her desire to linger outside a bit longer and conveyed her gratitude. In the following scene, Arthur gently tucked his sister into bed. Ellie's eyelids fluttered open, revealing the darkness that still enveloped the night, and her initial realization dawned upon her. The young woman was concerned about her brother's departure. Arthur acknowledged her worry, but stated firmly that he would leave by morning, even though his sister hoped otherwise. There wasn't anything he could do to extend his current visit, though he planned to come back for a week-long stay after the field trip concluded. Ellie expressed her desire to listen to a story meant for the night, hoping that she would tell it. Arthur expressed his apologies, explaining that he also needed an early start the next day. His sister continued her persistence, urging him to share one with her. Arthur resigned himself to the situation and settled down beside her, ready to continue recounting the tale of how he became a professor. He tried to recall the exact point where he had paused. Arthur recounted the tale of how he had come to Princess Kathleen's rescue during her time of greatest vulnerability. Ellie couldn't help but recall her as the king's daughter, and felt a pang of jealousy knowing her brother made a living by rescuing princesses. The young man eagerly continued recounting the tale of how he had boldly confronted the professor, daring him to a duel. Ellie playfully suggested that his actions were all for Shanoff's benefit. Arthur recounted the events of how he outsmarted Professor Geist. The director of the academy offered him the opportunity to join their staff as a teacher. He was initially resistant and continued to refuse, but eventually he understood that accepting her proposal would grant him certain advantages. The facility included a secluded training room, offering him additional time to hone and perfect his skills. Ellie was curious about his teaching skills and whether he spent time in the training room with his friends. Arthur found himself in a situation where he needed to clarify everything. Unfortunately, his explanations only led to a flurry of additional inquiries. Morning light had already spread across the sky. Arthur was conspicuously absent, not even present in his own room. Reynolds believed he had risen early that morning to make breakfast. They made the decision to look in on Ellie. Upon seeing both of their children fast asleep, a smile spread across their face. Arthur had endured a long night, tirelessly responding to an unending stream of inquiries. The setting transformed. The eagerly anticipated field trip was finally about to begin. Miss Glory called everyone together and directed them to split into groups. Arthur instructed young Sylvie to go hunting while the adults were occupied. The dungeon, being of a low level, presented no significant threat. Sylvia consented and bounded off, requesting her master to notify her should any complications arise. Arthur found it hard to comprehend that he had to handle a situation involving Lucas, of all individuals. The haughty mage proudly displayed his skills. The adventurous character with a seasoned background exuded an aura of toughness. Arthur delivered a stinging comment about the revocation of his opponent's license, shattering his confidence with just a few words. Lucas placed a firm hand on Arthur's shoulder, inquiring whether jealousy lurked within him. Arthur, however, remained composed, responding that he had merely stated the truth. Lucas readied himself for the impending battle. Another student suddenly spoke up, emphasizing the crucial need for selecting a team leader. Lucas confidently believed that the role would be his. The group, with no dissenting voices, collectively decided to appoint Tessia as their leader. Due to her role as the student council president and her abilities as a mid-level conjurer, she held a significant position of influence. Lucas seethed with anger. Professor Glory gestured to the students, reminding them to advance and keep their strategies in mind. The group arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Glory instructed the group to adhere to their formation and continue reinforcing their mana. The atmosphere within was surprisingly chilly, necessitating the use of mana for warmth. Despite the circumstances, Arthur remained unaffected due to his integration with Sylvia. Tessia stared in awe at the radiant crystals that sparkled before her. Glory described the location as the Widow's Crypt, a dungeon of low rank where they intended to explore only the first 2 floors. Confronting creatures of mana with no more strength than that of Snarlers, the mere thought of Snarlers continued to send chills down the spines of students, as these creatures were both formidable and grotesque. Curtis observed that they ought to have encountered some by this point, yet there was an absence of anything. Claire also thought it peculiar because the guild had imposed limitations on who could enter. The lack of recent activity signaled that no adventurer had ventured deep into the area for some time. Her once radiant confidence began to waver. The leader cautioned the group, urging them to remain vigilant. Lucas expressed his frustration regarding the absence of monsters. Another student was curious about whether they would venture into the lower levels. Glory staunchly declines. The group mentioned that they intended to document their discoveries and then depart. Curtis stood as the embodiment of midsummer. As he walked, he unexpectedly collided with a moment of triumph. She stood paralyzed, terror gripping her as her eyes took in the scene before her. Upon spotting the sudden emergence of a massive pack of snarlers, she promptly commands withdrawal. The students trailed behind. As the power of mana coursed through Glory, it surged with vibrant energy. The scene depicted the act of cleaving creatures into separate pieces. The creatures lacked individual strength. The increasing number of individuals and their concerning actions were cause for alarm. Having successfully navigated through a narrow passage, Glory came back to express her worries and announced that the trip had come to an end. Without warning, Lucas, exuding arrogance, discharged a shot that whizzed threateningly close to her neck. The character remained steadfast, showing no intention of leaving just as the situation began to heat up with excitement. Interest began to ripple through the other students as well. Curtis and Claire proposed the idea of remaining behind to focus on their training. Arthur observed a rare moment of hesitation in Glory's demeanor. Glory remembered that even the Lance teams were looking into the strange occurrences in the dungeons. She thought it might serve as a valuable learning experience, especially since the Snarler creatures were classified as E-class and could be handled safely under her supervision. She nodded in agreement. The characters were directed to divide themselves into separate groups. In a firm tone, she cautions Lucas about the consequences of any further missteps. The panel depicted a stern warning that such behavior was unacceptable. Tessia assumed leadership over Arthur's team, placing him in the vanguard due to his skills in close combat. Clive and Roland positioned themselves to guard the back. Lucas stood in the middle, forming the shape of a diamond. Lucas approached the task with apparent ease, as if it were merely a simple game. Arthur skillfully sidesteps any potential conflict. The scene depicted a tense situation, highlighting the presence of approaching troublemakers. Roskilde made a light-hearted remark. Arthur approached the creature with confidence, and with a swift motion he sliced through it effortlessly. The team was urged to close ranks and strengthen their formation. Arthur Shred faced his adversary. Lucas cast a series of wildfire spells. Tessia skillfully ensnared the creature using a powerful gust of wind. The figure swiftly severs the head from its body. Glory noticed their ability to. Unused to the demands of extended battle, they found themselves unprepared. In the chaotic environment, more snarlers continued to appear. She issued an order for everyone to fall back. Amidst the turmoil, Arthur, Rossfield observed the objects around him with a keen eye. With a sense of urgency, she dashed forward, determined to rescue him from the threat of being attacked. Understanding that time was limited, he focused all his energy into one powerful and destructive blow. He revealed a technique that had been unusable against Toby, uttering the words, "Burst Blade." With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful gust, slicing through and destroying the entire swarm. In the midst of his endeavor, he sustains an injury to his right arm. As the feeling of relief takes hold, a new wave of horrors begins to surface. The snarling creatures soared to the sky, their roars echoing like the cries of demons. On this floor, the presence of Queen Snarlers was something that should never occur. A powerful force surged upward from beneath the surface. The spark of glory catches fire. The scene depicted a pair of blazing swords, each one mirroring the other in their fiery intensity. Two queens were intercepted simultaneously. The character effectively pushed back the adversaries before making a deep cut. She instructed the others to concentrate on finding a way to escape. Despite his injuries, Arthur managed to inspire the students to defy their limits. As the situation unfolded, a voice urgently beckoned for Delphine to lend her assistance. As Tessia and her companions advanced, they provided protective cover, moving steadily toward the blockade. Arthur instructed Delphine to close the breach, assuring her that he would protect her while she worked. She narrowly avoided being caught off guard by an unexpected assault. Arthur swung his sword, cutting down the beast, and reminded her to keep her attention on the task at hand. With unwavering determination, she resolved to move forward. The character known as Fiend initiated her magical incantation. Arthur, along with his team, fortified their positions at the front, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Tessia summoned a powerful wind vortex, sweeping away multiple adversaries in its path. Delphine completed the task of crafting her seal. The exit was obstructed by scattered debris. Arthur brace. With a single, powerful motion, he swung his arm, causing the massive boulder to shatter into countless fragments. Delphine was given the opportunity to adjust the pieces. Despite their efforts, the path ahead remained obstructed, not yet fully cleared for their escape. Arthur understood that they needed to make a breakthrough with a single, decisive move. As he moved through the scene, a sudden, pungent odor captured his attention. Without any prior indication, an unexpected scent filled the air, revealing itself as smoke gently rising. The reason suddenly becomes evident to him when he, Lucas was recklessly unleashing his fire magic against the creatures, causing the flames to block their only escape route. The dungeon became engulfed in dense clouds of smoke. Arthur urgently warned the group to cease casting fire spells, fearing they would suffocate before any monster could defeat them. In the absence of AIR, all their endeavors would prove futile. As the tension in the air thickened, Sylvie instinctively felt the looming threat and quickly assessed the situation. Arthur, aware of the urgency, communicated the unfolding events to her and instructed her to soar towards the entryway to observe and relay the scene outside. Her detailed account ignited afresh. Arthur had a concept forming in his mind that included Curtis. He told Curtis to employ World Howl to remove the blockage. Curtis found himself without the necessary mana to cast such an enormous spell. Deprived of his beast, he faced a formidable challenge. Arthur advanced with a determined stride, a strategy clear in his mind. He instructed Curtis to pivot and ready himself to embark on the initial stage of their plan. As Delphine returned to assist her companions, she focused on holding the monsters at a distance. Once they found themselves alone, Arthur took a deep breath, preparing himself as he initiated the process of channeling mana transference. The notion had been deemed obsolete by many over the years. However, his unique ability to wield a rare quadri-elemental affinity allowed him to mimic various elemental types and fine-tune their proportions with remarkable accuracy. Mastery might be distant, but the effort put in remains worthwhile. Arthur's arrogance and carelessness weighed heavily on his mind as his mana surged into Curtis. He believed that his strength would ensure that nothing could ever go wrong. Curtis experienced a sudden rush of energy and strength. The creature within him struggled but ultimately permitted his progression into the initial stage. With a surge of energy, he released World Howl, demolishing the blockade in one fiery explosion. As turmoil unfolds, the way to liberation becomes clear. Professor Glory wielded her weapon with unyielding power, swiftly slicing through the monsters that dared to stand in her path. Despite possessing her deviant glass shards, she found herself struggling against the relentless snarlers of the Queen. Arthur observed Tessia struggling to remain upright, her balance precarious. In the most unfortunate of circumstances, a painful throb pulsed through her core. He hurried to her side, puzzled by the sudden presence of two queens in that place. Creatures that were only supposed to be classified as B-class at most were proving to be no match for someone of Glory's caliber. Yet, despite her prowess, she was visibly struggling. The earth beneath their feet began to tremble suddenly. Bowles and Arthur were present. Glory's expression contorted into a mixture of emotions. A sense of hopelessness fills the air as a terrifying creature makes its appearance. Its form exuded a sinister venom and emitted an aura of darkness, resembling a living nightmare. Glory instructed the students to run away, yet before she had the chance to act, with a sudden and overwhelming impact, she was forcefully thrown, barely managing to hold on to her. Another powerful strike swiftly follows, slicing through the air with the sharp edge of a blade. The creature's attention was wholly captured by her, drawn to the fragments lodged within her form. She steadfastly refused to allow it to target her students. Claire urgently implored everyone to flee at once. Her voice filled with panic, but Arthur stood firm, unwilling to abandon the situation. The teacher distributed the tests, watching the students prepare to start their assignments. Curtis desperately begged for him to cease his actions. Arthur paid no heed to those around him as he conjured blue flames that scorched through the air. The revelation of his formidable strength left everyone in shock, as his capabilities had remained hidden from them until that moment. Glory found herself taken aback as she witnessed a new elemental affinity emerging right in front of her. Despite her anger at his defiance of direct orders, she silently berated him for coming back. Arthur wore a smirk as he confidently revealed that he was not only a student but also a professor. Before the fierce confrontation began, the monster unleashed a powerful blow upon the ground, causing a catastrophic tremor. The force propelled both him and Glory across the chamber. Arthur swiftly noticed that none of Glory's assaults had managed to penetrate its tough exterior. Understanding the necessity of his intervention, he took action. Though hesitant, Glory accepted his help, while her thoughts lingered on whether the others had managed to escape unharmed. Arthur turned his head slightly, his gaze meeting Lucas's eyes directly. A menacing figure with eyes burning with fury, resembling a wild creature on the brink of attack, stood before them. After turning away, they confirmed that everyone else had already retreated. Glory reignited her flames, determined to prevent the creature from following them outside. She knew they needed to weaken it just enough to ensure their escape. Arthur requested a brief moment to gather himself, and Glory managed to secure those precious 10 seconds for him. The battle erupted into a fierce confrontation against the monstrous entity. He had never anticipated that Arthur possessed the abilities of a tri-elemental mage. Observing with incredulity, he witnessed the astonishing feat of someone channeling 3 different affinities simultaneously. The character's abilities were formidable, yet there was an inherent limitation in his strength. He commanded her to step aside and then bellowed his spell with a fierce intensity. Bladestorm unleashed a mighty swing with his weapon, channeling an overwhelming force that ripped through the monster. The creature roared in pain, its skin blistering and tearing away. The devastating assault shattered Arthur's body. His arms were a mess of broken bones, each fracture a silent cry of agony. Before he has a chance to regain his composure, the creature strikes aggressively. Glory swiftly pulls him to safety and urges that they withdraw immediately. The sharp edge of his sword remained lodged deeply in the surface, within the chest of the creature. Despite the circumstances, they chose to run away. The creature erupted from the dungeon entrance, leaving him paralyzed with terror. A venomous object punctured Arthur's leg with precision. A sharp claw tore through him, sending waves of agony surging through his entire being. With steely resolve, Glory raised her sword, preparing to make her last stand. As her gaze locks onto the ominous creature, its eyes shine with an eerie mix of yellow and purple. Arthur detected an overwhelming surge of danger and urgently called out for her to retreat. Unfortunately, the cautionary words arrive after any chance for prevention is past. The earth shuddered and burst apart in a ferocious explosion, unleashed by the creature's surge of untamed power. Arthur was hurled forcefully into the depths of the crumbling dungeon. He hurriedly attempted to conjure a wind spell to soften his descent. A colossal rock crashes against his head. His awareness faded away, and his body descended into the shadows. The depths enveloped him as he struggled to regain consciousness. Struggling against the harsh fall, they summoned an earth enhancement to withstand the impact. His mana was depleting rapidly. Driven solely by his unwavering determination, he clung to life. As the moment approached when it would inevitably come crashing down, anticipation hung in the air. He returned once more to harnessing the power of the wind. Every ounce of remaining strength was dedicated to crafting a swirling torrent. The storm's fury begins to abate, its intensity gradually diminishing. He plummeted just enough for a hard collision with the stone beneath him. With his body shattered, he clung to life by the thinnest thread. Arthur gradually began to recover his strength. He compelled himself to rise, holding his head that throbbed with pain. His gaze settled on the blade resting just a short distance from him. Sylvia's creature, Will, was the sole force keeping him in motion. Utilizing his abilities to regenerate and sharpen his senses, he limped over to his weapon and picked it up. The harsh truth swiftly dawns upon them. To emerge from the depths of this profound chasm would require more than just determination alone. He carefully examined the area, searching for a possible way through. He stumbled upon a narrow passage where the soft echo of running water whispered through the air. In his worn and weary condition, he trailed after He continued on his path until the sound of a waterfall's roar welcomed him. As he continued forward, he maneuvered stealthily behind the group on stage. The characters suddenly stopped in their tracks, becoming completely still. The scene unfolded with an eerie atmosphere, revealing a vast graveyard strewn with the gruesomely dismembered bodies of unfortunate adventurers. The air was thick with the oppressive stench of death. The subtle sound of a cough heightened the already tense atmosphere. Amidst the wreckage, an alert individual attentively followed the source of the voice, urging it to resound once more. Upon discovering the truth, his heart breaks into pieces at the sight before him. Lancelia's body lay in a horrific state, her legs missing and her torso impaled with ruthless force. Once a mage of esteemed white core, she now found herself engulfed in a pool of her own blood, recollections of their previous meetings. Disbelief seized his mind as he collided forcefully with the other person. He fell to his knees and brushed off his head. With the last remnants of mana, she desperately attempts to heal herself. Her eyes, clouded and milky, revealed that she could no longer see him. Softly, he spoke to jog her memory, reminding her that he was the boy she had encountered back at the academy, the one who had brought back memories of her brother. A glimmer of recognition crossed her mind as she pondered over his unexpected presence in this place. Before she could utter another word, her mouth filled with blood. Arthur, desperate, pleaded with her to stay silent and attempted once more to tend to her injuries. Despite the tremor in her fingers, she managed to grasp his hand firmly. She softly begged him to cease his actions. Both participants understood that the battle was already beyond their grasp. Struggling with a surge of frustration, Arthur expressed his remorse for letting her down and for not being strong enough. Desperately longing for any fragment of strength that could rescue her, Alia merely offered a feeble shake of her head. The turmoiled anger and sorrow churned within him, his mind swirling in a relentless spiral as he pondered the relentless power capable of so ruthlessly destroying a mage with a white core. As she struggled to catch her breath, it became clear that her continued existence was driven not by compassion, but by a thirst for revenge. There was a desire from someone to ensure she lived just long enough to endure the consequences of her audacity in causing him harm. Using the last bit of her strength, she manages to exert pressure on a tiny stone landed in his palm, beckoning him to move nearer. When he complied, her broken core emitted a faint glow. Arthur found himself swept into the depths of her past as fragments of memory enveloped him. The scene replayed vividly in their mind, capturing the moment when the battle mages charged in and effortlessly vanquished the serpent. Encountering a mysterious figure cloaked in black, they felt their blood run cold at the mere presence of this intimidating silhouette. Death loomed like a tempest, swiftly engulfing the scene as bodies were pierced and fell in a chaotic rush. The man remained perfectly still, his posture unchanged, as the lifeless bodies dangled around him like eerie decorations. His visage was a terrifying nightmare, adorned with menacing horns, and his voice oozed with malice as he presented Alia with a grim choice: either engage in battle and face certain death, or betray her companions to ensure her own survival. In alignment with her character, she opted for conflict. Despite her defiance, she could do nothing as she watched helplessly while her squad was mercilessly slaughtered right in front of her. In a brief moment of victory, she struck out with her vines, causing one of his horns to fracture. Her former lover cemented her anguish as he attacked her with brutal accuracy. The arm was wrenched violently from its socket. The sharp object pierced her repeatedly. The phrase depicted a scene where she was suddenly ripping away her own being. The sinister act involved tearing at her legs and blinding her, casting her into a perpetual void of darkness. There is no script provided to rewrite. Please provide the text that needs to be rewritten in third person. The cries of her men echoed through the emptiness. Arthur felt a wave of intense agony wash over him, causing him to retch when the vision finally concluded. Bile scorched his throat as Alia murmured an apology. Understanding that no individual should have to suffer through such terror, it was nevertheless necessary to reveal the truth. Arthur felt a sense of relief as he realized he could now bear her truth to those who needed to hear it. She makes a solemn promise to herself that the memory of her hardships will endure. As her composure shattered, her voice quivered with genuine fear, pleading for survival, driven by the universal dread of death. A sense of helplessness gripped his chest tightly. Rage consumed him as he tenderly cradled her shattered form in his arms. In hushed tones, it was conveyed that his presence was undeniable, and he was determined not to allow her to leave. Fate, however, had a harsh streak. With a gentle exhale, the last breath leaves her body. The character held tightly onto a recollection of times that had been more joyful. Holding her unresponsive form tightly for the final time, he recognized that his present strength served merely as a delicate barrier against the challenges that awaited him. Her fingers moved gently over her cheeks, wiping away the stains of blood. He carefully preserved her remains in ice. A figure lay encased within a frosty tomb. A solitary flower was gently placed upon it. She vowed to dispatch others to bring her back, the courageous individual standing alongside her. His eyes moved across the graves he had painstakingly crafted, eventually landing on Sylvia. From the depths of the shadows, a figure appeared, moving silently while observing everything with a keen and watchful gaze. Arthur attempted to force a faint smile while quietly assuring everyone that he was fine. Despite the silent facade he maintained, his heart was a cacophony of conflicting emotions. With everything stripped away, there was nothing remaining. He climbed onto her back as she soared into the sky. A dungeon, originally designed as a place for training, had instead turned into a somber graveyard of broken dreams.
The boy heard, convincing himself that there had been a purpose behind death. After laying the fallen warriors to rest, he discovered that multiple demons existed, not just a single one. He couldn't tell exactly how many there were, but it was obvious they pursued their own purpose. It reminded him of his previous encounter with one inside's cave. The demon appeared to desire either or control over the entire continent. Even with mastery over 4 elements, Arthur realized that in his current state, he was far too weak to stand a chance against such an opponent. He lifts lifeless, bloodied form into his arms, a realization settling over him that from this moment forward, he cannot afford the comfort of indifference as the threat of war looms ever closer. He gently cleans her face, realizing deep inside that he must grow even stronger than he was before. The boy surrounded her with a layer of ice using his magical powers. Before departing, Arthur gently placed a flower by her side as a token of remembrance. He made it clear that once he escaped, he would make sure others came to bring her back. It wasn't only her, every one of the others shown had also been laid to rest by him personally, each grave dug by his own hands. He glances over his shoulder and notices, standing just beyond the corner. Arthur indicates that he is fine, despite the fact that the day has been overwhelming for him. He decides that it's best for them to leave now, since there isn't much left for them to accomplish in this place. Soared upward, leaving the ground behind as she launched herself into the sky. Leaving behind what everyone referred to as a low-level dungeon meant for practice, they moved on. He made his way toward the entrance. The guards halted Arthur's progress, but their demeanor shifted once they recognized him as Arthur of Academy. The guard notices that he is coming back after the violent event that the other students had mentioned. Without hesitation, he orders a nearby guard to quickly deliver the news to both the Academy and the Guild. Apparently, preparations were all ready to assemble a group dedicated to rescuing the boy. The guard considered bringing a healer to assist the boy, but Arthur interrupted, insisting that he simply wished to go home at that moment. Arthur made it clear that he preferred to wait until the next day before informing the Academy about what had happened. The guard realizes the situation and decides to release him. The boy returned to his house in the following scene. He stood in front of his home. He understood that the people waiting inside were likely extremely anxious about his safety. While considering entering, Arthur realizes that doing so would require him to discuss everything openly. At this moment, he feels so delicate and vulnerable that he believes stepping inside is more than he can bear. He picks up Lance's badge, her final words echoing in his memory. Trapped in that place, the unfortunate girl endured overwhelming fear and isolation, clinging desperately to her desire to survive. He believed that there was a possibility for her to start over, just as he had been able to do. Because he had chosen not to enter, appeared without placing any demands on his son. He observed the stunning aurora overhead, noting how its brilliance seemed especially near due to the city's presence. Realizing the fear his son must have experienced, invites him to take a moment and unwind in a comfortable spot. He also points out to Arthur that her mother is unable to cure serious injuries. Just like him, she still carries old wounds that time has not healed. He preferred that Arthur not carry the weight of pushing himself too hard, understanding that everyone faces their own personal struggles. He demonstrates his dedication, concern, and encouragement toward his son. He insisted that he would stand by Arthur through everything, but only as long as Arthur emerged victorious in the end. Imparts advice that everyone present could benefit from following. He believes that life is made up of many small struggles instead of one endless fight, and he thinks it's okay to feel exhausted and defeated every now and then. Upon hearing those words, Arthur's eyes filled with tears and a sense of defeat washed over him. The sound of his father's voice was the sole source of solace, encouraging him to rise again and persist until victory was his. In this way, the night quietly drew to a close. The following day, Arthur watched the academy closely as arrived, having summoned her himself and deciding to leave at home. The director feels pleased, knowing he is making the most of his downtime. Arthur planned to visit the shops with his family later for that reason. As approached, concern filled her face as she tried to find out what had occurred. She is already aware of part of the situation, having heard about it from Glory's point of view. Arthur shifted his attention toward her, simply revealing battle tag as an answer. The woman suddenly felt a surge of terror and hopelessness, accepting it was out of the question for her. Arthur assured everyone that had truly passed away, leaving the rest of the team stranded on the ground floor as well. Good Sky becomes aware of the risks involved in the current situation. The sight of a fallen lance made it clear to everyone that their foes had already arrived. Pressed Arthur for information, anxious to find out whether he had witnessed the cause of the incident. Rather than admitting the truth, Arthur chose to deny having seen anything. The director recognized how grave the situation was and decided to notify the council about it. She believes the situation has surpassed what Arthur can handle, and now only the lances are capable of dealing with what remains. The boy earnestly wishes she is correct and silently longs for them to handle the situation. Arthur and his family wandered through various stores, enjoying themselves as they explored the many options available during their shopping trip. Insisted on leading them through a variety of shops, pulling them along as she explored each one. The boy looked around with interest, wondering if there was somewhere nearby where he could purchase supplies for his training. She assumes he is referring to potions and suggests that he check out the store nearby. Alice considered joining the group, yet seemed completely captivated by the shop they were currently visiting. Arthur decided everything was fine and stepped away, letting the others enjoy themselves for a bit. Even, who felt confined by the situation, was left behind as Arthur considered her an offering for their mission. He moved through the bustling crowd until a small grave catches their attention, its surface marked by a wilted, damaged flower lying nearby. Memories of the past event rush back into his mind as he takes in the scene. Despite his hesitation, Arthur continues on his way, passing by without stopping. Soon, he arrives at the shop where he expects to purchase the valuable elixirs he needs. He finds himself deeply unimpressed, suspecting that the shop might actually specialize in selling poisonous substances. Inside the room, the boy is startled to realize he hadn't noticed the elderly man standing right beside him. The elderly man playfully mocks the boy, then pleads with him to make a few adjustments. Arthur found himself questioning what circumstances had caused this man to reach such a state. Despite everything, he assists him with the courtesy expected of a true gentleman. The boy, acting a bit too eagerly, unintentionally gave the trickster a silver coin. However, just as he reaches for a copper coin, the elderly man had already disappeared a while ago. Arthur feels a wave of anxiety wash over him as he realizes his money is gone. To his surprise, he discovers a ring filled with magical energy and starts to suspect that the shopkeeper might have given it to him as a challenge. Arthur reached for the handle and pulled the door open. The sight of that same scoundrel standing inside the store left her reeling with disbelief. He shouts at the other boy, accusing him of taking the coin and pretending to be someone he's not. The clever elderly man agreed to let him pick any item he wanted without payment, as long as he exchanged it for the coin. Arthur scanned the area around him, unwilling to believe that anything he saw could possibly be equal in value to the silver coin he had just misplaced. He struggled to keep his patience in check, repeating to himself that showing respect to his elders was important. He looks around the shop, noticing layers of dust and signs of age everywhere he turns. The old man never makes an effort to clean it, convinced that it's perfectly acceptable just the way it is. Arthur began searching the area, eventually noticing a feline-like creature that immediately fled as soon as it caught sight of him. He opened the small ring box and questioned whether the cheap-looking item inside had any real value. Without warning, Arthur swiftly moved aside, narrowly escaping a jet of water that shot out from the ring. He set the item aside, his frustration growing as he realized he had to scrutinize a supposedly worthwhile purchase. Finally, plummets from above and lands squarely on his head. Arthur felt relief knowing she had made it through, but the younger girl was clearly upset about being abandoned. The elderly man spots his animal companion and stops in his tracks, stunned by its appearance. Arthur waved his hand in the air, trying to bring his friend back to reality. The boy searched but came across nothing that interested him, so he simply wished to have his coin returned. The shop owner believes that his ability to judge items is quite poor. He threw a valuable item to Arthur and hurried away. Without offering any reason, she quickly ushered him out of the room. As the door clicked closed, the boy caught sight of the same cat he had encountered earlier. He goes back to his family, empty-handed and feeling that nothing he saw was worthwhile. Notes that the place is constantly packed with people, making it certain that he will always come across something valuable. However, the way she described it differed from what he had actually experienced. They chose to return to that exact frustrating location once again. What once stood as a dilapidated shack had now transformed into an impressive mansion. The story shifts focus to the mage whom everyone likes the least. Arrived at the meeting place seeking out a particular person, the group's leader expressed happiness that had decided to join their gathering. The haughty mage swiftly interrupts, making it clear that he has no desire to associate with what he considers a circus of fools. He explains his presence is solely to represent Charles and admits that nothing he has seen has managed to impress him yet. The members of the group referred to him as a mutt behind his back. Grew furious, yet he had no chance to react before the group's leader unleashed a savage blast of fire that instantly reduced the man to ashes. Had planned to follow suit, but he was taken aback when he realized the spell contained no trace of mana. He is curious to learn additional details about the cult, especially the reason behind their request for his assistance. It became clear that these individuals were also responsible for secretly giving drugs to the students. The leader made it known that his ambitions extended far past the boundaries of the academy. Despite his determination, several obstacles blocked his path to achieving his ambitions. He required the support of stronger mages and happened to be among those who fit the bill. Unlike the other nobles in the group who behaved poorly, stood out as someone with potential. He questioned whether, too, was unsettled by the academy's ideals and purpose. Couldn't stand having to attend classes alongside classmates he considered far beneath his own abilities, certain he could overpower them whenever he wished. The arrogant nobles standing behind him also failed to deserve any of his attention. Also has little patience for following others' commands, prompting him to quickly make his exit. From their exchange, the masked leader concludes that truly embodies the arrogance and sense of superiority commonly attributed to powerful mages. He suddenly unleashed a stream of words that left him completely paralyzed. Bringing up Arthur's name ignited a deep fury within. The leader continued to assert that although initially showed remarkable talent, he also relied heavily on elixirs for his growth. In the end, all that pampering proved useless when had to face Arthur in battle. Now overcome with anger, resorts to using force. The masked leader makes his harsh situation feel even worse. It became clear that Arthur had never revealed the full extent of his abilities until now. He was all too familiar with this reality. He grew furious as he watched the boy rival Professor Glory's abilities and defeat the monster using his own powers. At last, grew curious enough to wonder who was hiding behind the mysterious mask, orchestrating everything from the shadows. The man modestly reveals his identity, claiming he is simply a supporter eager to assist the city. He assures that this agreement will bring him a straightforward advantage. Felt a surge of irritation and grew increasingly curious about the length of time he had been watched by the other person. The man announces his intention to strike out on his own, declaring that his upcoming actions will inevitably destroy the fragile unity among the three races. At present, he had the Academy's director and the entire council cornered, leaving only a short wait before he put his plans into action. All that remained was to assist in tying up a few unresolved matters. Among these lingering issues was none other than Arthur's own presence. The Fire Mage admits to himself that defeating Arthur is impossible, especially since Arthur has hardly tapped into his true power lately. He had no intention of consuming the same drug that had taken. The masked leader explained that the drug would affect differently, since possessed greater strength than the overweight man who had already died. The abilities that would soon be bestowed upon him promised to surpass anything he had ever known before. Hopes to push Arthur hard enough that Arthur will unleash all of his power. The masked warrior acknowledges that humans instinctively value their families and those they care about most. The individual best suited for this situation happened to be. The princess stood at the forefront, serving as the council president. As an elf guiding a group of humans, she faced disapproval from his loyal supporters. He describes a vivid scenario too, directing him to injure so severely that Arthur would be forced to unleash all of his abilities. A strategy stirred something deep within him, filling him with an intense excitement. The scene comes to a close, shifting the focus to Elijah Knight, who appears for the first time in a while. His eyes reveal signs of fatigue and tension. Arthur opened the door, and Elijah immediately wrapped him in a warm, affectionate hug. The young man gave his friend a reassuring pat, making it clear through his actions that he was not someone who could be taken down easily. She amusingly likened him to a cockroach that simply wouldn't give up. Elijah and Arthur engaged in a quiet exchange. Obviously, the director had reassured Elijah directly, advising him not to be concerned about Arthur's well-being following the recent event. Despite his efforts, Arthur found himself unable to pause his actions. He soon discovered that everyone was safe, however, was said to be in the training room along with her grandfather. Elijah suggests that he should go and see how everyone else is doing. Arthur realized he ought to respond, yet much like before, he felt too vulnerable to face any questions. He asks Elijah to deliver a message for him, letting everyone know that he is doing well. In the end, Arthur places his trust in Elijah and his group, expecting them to follow his example. They bump their fists together, a silent gesture that captures the strength of their friendship, and in that brief moment, everything feels right between them. Arthur leaves the room and his unfortunate friend collapses onto the bed, weighed down by anxiety. Arthur quietly slipped away, fully aware that both the director and Virion were preoccupied with their own responsibilities. Immediately sensed that was in trouble and reacted with alarm, feeling a surge of urgency to help her. Arthur dashed into the training room and was immediately engulfed by a thick cloud of smoke. Hoped the boy would offer his assistance. However, there seemed to be a strange sensation coming from his ring, causing a slight burning feeling on his finger. Arthur watched as struggled, completely consumed by the power of her beast will, while her grandfather desperately tried to rescue her. Since had come back from the dungeon, her behavior had not changed at all. Her inner beast's determination was fiercely disrupting the assimilation process, forcing her body into resistance. From these observations, Virion realized that the Elderwood Guardian they encountered was not like the others. Despite the completion of the assimilation process, danger remained. The substance had significant mutations which led to new complications. Arthur began to fear that what he had done could have put in danger. The ring on his finger began to shine, responding instantly as an unexpected event unfolded. A vine lashed out at Arthur, its movement swift and deadly, intent on ending his life. Though the strike nearly found its mark, he managed to evade it, escaping with only a minor scrape. The vines lashed out wildly while Arthur moved swiftly, doing everything possible to avoid their relentless strikes. Monstrous shapes surged up from the earth, separating Virion from Arthur and trapping him within their grasp. The elderly man silently questions whether the young boy is managing to cope. Arthur seemed fine on the surface, yet he couldn't shake the growing sense that was genuinely angry with him. The vines gathered together, twisting tightly until they formed large, pointed drills covered in sharp spikes. The creature launched another attack, aiming to smash Arthur beneath its weight. He skillfully avoided every attack, all the while gesturing to keep Virion safe during the chaos. The group remained determined to protect under any circumstances. Right then, he questioned whether removing the vines would cause any problems. To his astonishment, the sphere he had obtained from the elixir shop began to move by itself. The character extends their hand and slips it through the tangled vines of the cage. A yellow light shone from the sphere as it released from the captors, lifting her into the air while the glowing orb merged into her abdomen. Her hair transformed into a pale green shade, a clear sign that the assimilation was now complete. Arthur gently lifted her and laid her down on the ground. Although Virion could not fully grasp the situation, he recognized that the young boy had rescued her. Slowly opened her eyes, confusion filling her mind as she realized she was lying on the floor. Her eyesight clears, allowing her to see her two cherished companions standing before her. She hurried over and wrapped her arms around Arthur in a warm embrace. The elderly man, hoping for an embrace, instead finds himself reduced to dust. Felt a surge of joy upon realizing that her beloved had survived. Arthur continued to beam at her, his cheerful expression unwavering. At the same time, Virion found himself awkwardly left out while the others paired off. Later on, she was moved to the infirmary to rest and heal. Although Arthur remained troubled by the enigma of the orb, its presence managed to soothe her nerves for the moment. The healers gave an update about its condition, explaining that her health was steadily returning to normal. Despite everything else, a single concern weighed heavily on their minds. Her core stage remained a serious source of worry. No matter how hard they tried, the team couldn't determine the value of her core. Picks it up and makes up his mind to examine it. He discovers something that completely astonishes him. The situation left him speechless, as growth had accelerated to the point where her core was now approaching the silver stage. The two of them left her room, each silently wondering how she had managed to advance through 3 stages in a single leap. For now, she was encouraged to take some time to recover. Meanwhile, Arthur had recently developed a fascination with lances and was eager to deepen his understanding of them. Speculation arose about the power possessed by those who had reached the level of a white core mage. To put things into perspective, a single silver core mage could overpower at least 20 yellow core mages. However, the leap in ability from silver to white core mages was even more dramatic, with their strength increasing at an exponential rate. Virion II possessed the strength of a mid-silver mage, yet even a group of 10 mages of his caliber would struggle to match the power of a single white core mage. Arthur made fun of the elderly man, pointing out his frailty. Despite appearances, his strength was not lacking. Rather, the extraordinary power of white mages set them on an entirely different level. Arthur began to question how white mages, still so young, managed to achieve such incredible power. It seemed illogical to her that these men had not already taken control of the kingdom. Explains that lances can only achieve such power once they have been officially recognized as knights. Arthur found the situation quite confusing. He discovers that the royal bloodlines are the source of their power. He was about to share highly secret information with the boy and made it clear that he must not discuss it with anyone else. He proceeded to inquire whether the boy held any belief in deities. During the Beast Era, all 3 races wandered the globe together, living as nomads among their own people. The 2 groups interacted solely for exchanging goods, and their ways of life remained deeply different from one another. Despite their differences, the 3 races got along well. Harmony existed among them as they shared a peaceful coexistence. The Mana beasts suddenly broke through and began hunting the 3 races mercilessly, treating them as nothing more than prey. Over time, their populations dwindled, growing smaller and smaller until finally, one day, a single deity came down from the heavens. This powerful being provided each of the 3 races with the means they needed to overcome the Mana beasts and bring an end to the Age of Fear. The deity revealed itself to 3 individuals who would later become the ancestors of the royal bloodlines. The royal families of the kingdoms were. The 3 were granted 6 artifacts, intended to be divided among them when each ascended to the throne. The 3 kings were forbidden from using these artifacts themselves. Rather, they granted them to their strongest followers during special knighting ceremonies. The items they received offered them crucial knowledge, allowing them to understand and control mana with greater skill. The 3 kings instructed the initial 6 artifact users to share their wisdom by instructing others, helping them grow stronger. In this way, the earliest mages came into existence. In the end, the elves, humans, and dwarves joined forces and managed to push the Mana beasts away through a fierce and decisive war, to an area presently known as the Beast Glades. Peace once again settled over the land, and each of the 3 races began to forge their own destinies, each choosing a unique direction for themselves. They settled into residences that reflected the traditions and values of their heritage. The ruler of the humans guided the western lands, bringing about an era of riches and flourishing communities. The king of the elves ruled over the northern lands, coexisting peacefully with the enchanted woods and the creatures that called it home. The king of the dwarves took charge of the southern lands, driven by a desire to uncover valuable ores, precious metals, and sparkling gems hidden beneath the earth. In time, the trio of kings took charge, wielding their lances as symbols of authority. Under their rule, lasting peace finally settled over the land. Arthur quickly gave a brief overview of the tale, cutting the old man off in a disrespectful manner. The boy wonders what event could have triggered the conflict among the three races. As approached the pivotal moment in the story, he tugged at his ear, frustrated with himself for spoiling the narrative. He chooses not to go into the specifics of the war, believing the boy already understands plenty. What truly matters is that peace endured for only a few generations. During that time, the three races slowly lost sight of their former unity. Eventually, their desires for more overcame them. Regarding the lances, they were never lost or mysteriously disappeared. Instead, these weapons had always been present, carefully maintained and developed by the royal families, who intended for them to be used as powerful artifacts. The lances had only been revealed to the public after the second continent was discovered. Arthur realized the importance of keeping this information hidden, since the lances were meant to be carefully raised for the use of kings. The stability of the continent would be shattered by internal conflict if people ever discovered that special artifacts existed with the power to create lances. The boy feels a deep sense of pride after being trusted with such important knowledge. Observes that the child's physical growth has at last caught up with his advanced intellect. Arthur found himself unable to refute what had just been said. His grandfather made it clear that he shared this information specifically because the child was crucial to all the matters he had discussed. Arthur finds himself utterly bewildered. Virion then revealed that was far more than an ordinary mana beast. The creature bonded to him, the tiny dragon, was in fact a deity. The deity in question was now thoroughly unconscious, lost in a deep and undisturbed sleep. Arthur found it impossible to imagine how such an adorable, laid-back ball of fur like her could one day ascend to godhood. Virion clarifies that beings known as deities differ greatly from the gods commonly described in literature. Rather than remaining bound to their physical forms, these beings have the ability to rise above their mortality and attain complete unity with mana. The body considered whether her abilities might be connected to her being a dragon, possessed remarkable intelligence and strength. The elder elf explained that seeing a dragon was widely regarded as a symbol of good fortune, and this belief was one of the reasons Arthur chose to conceal her real identity. He recognized the boy's decision, realizing he would have acted similarly if he were in the same situation. He wishes for Arthur to understand that their acquaintance was not a mere coincidence. The world stood on the edge of yet another transformation, and although Arthur's place in this unfolding future remained unclear, hoped the child would be prepared when the time came for him to fulfill his role. Following their intense discussion, the boy wandered along the path, his mind filled with thoughts about whether gods truly existed. Found herself curious about their next destination. The boy seemed curious, as if he wanted to examine something closely. He found himself once again in the miserable location where he had first encountered the shop's proprietor. In that place, he notices the identical sphere positioned within a thin, straight line. The boy grabs both the object and the note at the same time. She discarded it without hesitation. The next morning, Arthur spent quality time surrounded by his family, enjoying the warmth of their company. He often found himself lost in thought, making him seem preoccupied most of the time. Alice looks at him, concerned, and questions inwardly whether he is okay. The boy forced a cheerful expression onto his face as he expressed how much he had missed the taste of his mother's cooking, praising her meal warmly. Despite her son's slow eating and attempts to stall, his sharp-witted mother easily sees through his excuses. As he glanced downward, he discovered that was the one enjoying bites of his meal. Alice reassures her son that she understands if something is causing him to feel uneasy. The boy brushed aside any concerns and insisted on his desire to visit the Aurora constellate. Despite this, could sense that his son was troubled by something, so he advised him against making the trip. No matter what the future held, his parents only wished for his safety and happiness. Known for her adorable personality, often requested her brother to bring her souvenirs since she never liked the gifts their father chose for her. His misfortune was evident, but Arthur couldn't help but smile, feeling thankful for how supportive his family was about everything he was going through. At last he says his goodbyes to them. He prepared to leave for his next stop, clutching a note. At last, the contents of the message became clear. The sender expresses a desire to share the entire story with Arthur and asks him to come to the teleportation gate. The scene shifted to a recollection from King Gray's past. In this memory, a loyal follower explained the significance of taking a woman's life, believing it would prove the king's resolve and loyalty to his nation. The people were united in their desire for him to commit the act, convinced it would serve as a warning and protect their homeland from future threats. The only message that reached his ears was the relentless call to continue the cycle of killing. The sound of calling his name jolted the boy back to full awareness. He gently stroked her fur, reassuring her that she had only experienced a bad dream and nothing more. A sudden recollection surfaced in Arthur's mind, leaving him puzzled about why that particular memory appeared out of nowhere. He retrieved the note once more, his mind drifting back to the limited encounters he had experienced in recent days. He feels fairly confident that the shop owner left this note. He had clearly listened in on their conversation, and now seemed eager to share with Arthur a crucial piece of information that the elf elder had overlooked. At that moment, Arthur reasoned that Virion would never overlook something so important. He questions internally how anyone could possess greater knowledge about this important issue than Virion does. The carriage carries him to the entrance, where a guard stops him and asks to see his identification. The elf informs the child that the gateway connects to the realm of, and that permission is required before entry can be granted. Arthur found himself bewildered by the unexpected situation, still unsure of the reason he was being sent specifically to. He displays the royal seal belonging to his family. Even the guard could not help but tremble. Arthur was allowed to pass, stepping confidently into the room just as a streak of yellow light washed over him. Two feels concern, noticing that their bodies hang precariously, supported only by thin strands of mana. In time, they found themselves drawn into a space filled with darkness. Arthur glanced around, trying to understand the situation. The most unsettling part was that, who had never felt fear before, now seemed genuinely frightened. The boy lit a small fire, hoping the light would reveal what was happening around him. He remained clueless about the situation. Without warning, an intense surge of energy coursed through both of them, so strong that enduring it felt nearly impossible. Overwhelmed, squeezed her eyes shut. Arthur wonders aloud about the identity of the person they are looking at. Eyes keen and piercing like those of a serpent fixed their gaze on the group, watching them intently. Fear washed over the boy and his companion, leaving them both frozen in place. A mysterious sound filled the air, pulling the surrounding darkness away and transforming it into a bright, white space. Trembled so violently that Arthur's patience began to wear thin. He spots the cat, the very one he had encountered at the store earlier that day. The cat gazed at him intently, then slowly shifted its form until it stood before him as a humanoid figure. Referring to himself as Winsome, the mysterious figure attempts to ease the confusion by revealing that he is one of the gods. The scene ended at that moment, shifting the focus to Director, who now appeared alone. Inside the council chamber, she listened as the members expressed their deep distress over the loss of the lances. Among them, one individual reacted angrily and insisted on questioning the student who had seen what happened. However, the remaining council members concluded that proceeding with the interrogation would serve no purpose, as it would yield no valuable information. The group carefully considered their next steps, ultimately deciding to send their most skilled mages to investigate the remnants of the dungeon. Stood before the council and refused the request. The group reached a consensus that the headmaster had fulfilled his duties to the council and now should focus on managing the academy. Good Sky found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about moments from the past. She questioned whether her decision to conceal the boy's identity had truly been the correct choice. Her own familiar regarded the boy as an enigma, sensing that the situation would only become more complicated if the council began to suspect he played a role in the events. Felt a wave of relief and happiness knowing that he was out of danger. Suddenly, several launched an attack against her, and one managed to land a blow. She quickly summoned a protective barrier around herself, then unleashed a powerful attack that overwhelmed the four who had ambushed her. She relies on her partner to handle the remainder of the battle. As the monstrous being shifted its form and consumed the attackers, she questioned one of the remaining assailants. Defeats her opponent decisively, showing no sign of pity. Despite being questioned, the man stubbornly keeps all details to himself. He believes that she has seriously misjudged the situation by expecting the continent to survive for several more decades. Spies could be found throughout the entire continent, hiding in plain sight, and many believed it was only a short time before a war would break out before this traitor had the chance to expose the organization he served. Deliberately ends his life, likely due to her prior knowledge of the situation. Found enjoyment as he consumed the flesh of humans. Noticed that her injury was not serious, yet she remained uneasy, unsettled by how effortlessly the fight had ended. She set her sights on making the coast her next objective. She silently wished that her doubts would prove to be true. In a shocking turn of events, a curse mark appeared carved into her back, revealing her past connections with the villains. This revelation brought to mind Arthur's earlier encounter with the divine being. A rush of recollections sweeps over him as he stands in the presence of the charming deity. The creature transformed itself to look like a human, hoping this new form would make their conversation easier. Deities possess power that surpasses even that of white core mages. Arthur struggles to comprehend that it exists right before him. He attempts to steady himself. Prior to their conversation, he hopes to clarify the reason for their journey to the Elf Kingdom and whether it has anything to do with. Winsome explains that his only intention was to help him pass through the gate. He raises his hand, revealing that Virion and are both safe and unharmed, just as usual. The princess's health had improved because of the elixir pearl he had given her just before her core had burst. The boy was allowed to keep the second pearl for himself. Arthur was taken aback upon learning that core might have broken, yet this revelation explained Winsome's decision to bring the child to this place. He initially views the child as a resident of. It had recently been discovered that the world contained a second continent in addition to. Its rule had long been in the hands of powerful beings dwelling in. While the lesser inhabitants referred to these figures as deities, the beings themselves identified as asuras. The same deities who once bestowed magical artifacts upon the three races, enabling them to battle against the magic beasts, were involved again. Winsome reveals that his knowledge of the artifacts comes from Virion, yet he admits that the true nature of the Asuras is beyond what anyone in could comprehend. He notes that the Asuras themselves have long been ruled by a noble class. According to him, the Asuras were never meant to get involved with the three races or the continent, choosing only to act if the peace was in danger. The rule was eventually overturned after split into three separate factions, each made up of various clans from different races. Each faction's leading clan focused on its own interests above all else. Despite possessing great strength, they chose not to use their abilities against those they considered lesser. Everything changed, however, when Rose to lead the clan, driven by ambition, shattered the ancient laws to push his people ahead. Arthur took time to process the recent revelation, gradually realizing that he had already met several individuals belonging to that clan. Even among the Asuras, the clan held a reputation for infamy. They resembled scientists and researchers, always dedicated to making progress in the study of mana. After Rose to power, the clan experienced a dramatic increase in strength. In time, the deities uncovered that the clan's members had been conducting various experiments on weaker races to boost their own abilities. Upon hearing those words, a wave of revulsion swept over Arthur. Now, uncertainty clouded his mind as he wondered about the purpose of his actions and the part he was meant to fulfill. Winsome insists that the situation does not directly involve the child, yet he believes the boy ought to know the truth due to his ties with the gods. He used his abilities to compel to undergo her transformation, forcing her to show what she really was. For countless years, the gods had been on a quest to locate, and just as they finally uncovered her whereabouts, they noticed a young boy cradling a tiny divine figure in his embrace. Winsome reveals that Arthur shares a special connection with his master's daughter. Stood unrivaled as the most formidable being across all three continents. Her strength was so remarkable that even and Arthur found themselves at a complete loss for words. The elder elf had spoken the truth. Dragons were truly gods and both ranked among the most formidable beings to have ever lived. Most gods usually transform into one of three different shapes. Usually chose to remain in her small, adorable shape so she could save her strength. In contrast, Asuras typically stayed in their human-like forms because it helped them conserve their magical energy. Arthur reacts with genuine astonishment upon learning this news. Had not changed into that form yet, only because her current abilities wouldn't allow it. Her core was less advanced than most, and given the way things were progressing, this limitation was becoming clear. Winsome delivered troubling information, revealing that spies had already infiltrated the continent. The deities could hardly deny it any longer. War was approaching swiftly, and Arthur's involvement would inevitably alter the course of the conflict. Should he choose to side with the gods, they would allow him to keep his connection intact. However, this offer came with an unspoken warning. He was facing a threat at that very moment. If he refuses, his bond will be revoked. Arthur felt the looming danger the war would bring to those he cared about, leaving him with no option except to take action, even if it went against his wishes. Yet, in that same moment, he realized the gods were attempting to manipulate him for their own purposes. Winsome feels relieved by the youngster's surprising maturity. it becomes clear that the gods have decided to bring both and Arthur to the continent so they can be trained. The revelation leaves him stunned. Possesses a rare ability so coveted that even the gods would go to great lengths to claim it, and now that incredible force lies hidden within Arthur himself. Only in the distant realm of will Arthur find the means to awaken and harness this power, growing more formidable as his connection deepens. If he takes that action, his odds of overcoming mages and rescuing the continent will greatly improve. They decided to move forward to the part involving the disciplinary committee. Observes that just a few days have passed since and came back from their field trip. Despite everything, the students have been overwhelmed by events happening at school. Many of them have started to bully others, causing chaos throughout the campus. Has been deeply shaken since witnessing the events that unfolded in the dungeon. Both he and his companion are overwhelmed with remorse for abandoning Arthur when he needed them most. As the topic shifts to the subject in question, a student inquires about the progress of the ongoing search mission. In response, shares that his efforts have not yielded any significant findings so far, and he lacks any evidence implicating the students under suspicion. Grew increasingly frustrated with the disciplinary committee's inability to address the incidents that kept happening at the academy. Paused for a moment, realizing that the situation could only be settled by the director. The school's performance was declining, and everyone pointed fingers at one student, holding them responsible for the downturn. The atmosphere in the room shifts to a tense silence as, filled with fury, passionately stands up for Arthur, highlighting both his excellence as a professor and his skills as a student. Everyone recognizes this fact, but even so, the accusations are still directed toward him. Found herself powerless in the moment, while burned with frustration, convinced that if Arthur stood in her shoes, he would have already figured out the perfect way to deal with everything. Reminded everyone that they must never talk about him when he isn't present, no matter the circumstances. Is certain that he will come back. Seemed ready to speak to her, but just then, Elijah unexpectedly arrives, revealing himself as a companion of Arthur. He intends to let them know what is happening with Arthur. Without warning, the entire building trembled violently as an earthquake struck, causing it to collapse. The members of the disciplinary committee hurried outside without delay. Recalls that her mother always placed great importance on the value of equality. She consistently encouraged her to show kindness to everyone, regardless of their social standing. She believed that a person's background held no real significance. In her view, everyone possessed unique qualities that made them important. Her mother stood as a beacon of kindness, always putting the needs of others before her own. She had been the strongest advocate for transforming the academy into a symbol of unity among the three races. The hall, once meant to stand as a beacon of harmony and togetherness, now burned fiercely as they watched, its promise consumed by fire. Flames engulfed the whole area, consuming everything in their path. Along with the other mages, worked tirelessly to raise protective barriers and suppress the spreading fire. Professor Glory relied on her connection to swiftly transport the wounded students to the closest hospital. The water mages focused their efforts on extinguishing the fires burning at both ends. At last, the fire died down, leaving behind nothing but scattered, charred fragments. Before anything else could happen, Charles let out a loud roar, calling out Snape's name. Approaches quietly from behind, intent on capturing the culprit. He channels gravity magic to hold his opponent firmly against the ground before. He was quickly drawn into the ongoing investigation. Curiously, Charles acted as though he were an innocent man who had been unfairly accused. A teacher hurried over to help him, insisting that bothering other students was inappropriate at that moment. Glory observes an unusual detail about the man. Charles presented himself as an innocent bystander, as if he had narrowly escaped an explosion without any fault of his own. Forcefully restrained his opponent, all the while convincing himself that he bore no guilt. He had frequently been seen among a notorious group, consistently found at the center of criminal activity. The teacher stood up for Charles, expressing firm disagreement with the actions taken by the disciplinary committee. Glory stepped forward to intervene, positioning herself between the two and bringing their confrontation to a halt. She could sense growing frustration, yet she understood they couldn't accuse any student unless they had undeniable proof. The disciplinary committee's decisions now took center stage. The other students whispered among themselves, spreading rumors that the committee was on the verge of misusing its authority. Reached out to hold back and halted too. The group realized that their main priority was rescuing the students trapped inside the building, rather than going after the villain. Filled with anger, abruptly withdraws his spell from Charles. He seized the other boy's shirt and pushed him back. As the two of them moved apart, caught sight of a wicked grin spreading across the man's face, which confirmed her suspicion that he was the mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows. Meanwhile, Elijah dedicates himself to intense training within the gym, pushing his limits as he strives to sharpen his mastery and command over his elemental powers. The effort leaves him drained, a clear sign of his commitment to improving his skill and accuracy. Even after advancing to the light orange stage, he believes there is still significant improvement needed for his growth. His special ability offered no advantage in this situation, leaving him to wish he had confided in Arthur about his shortcomings, since Arthur might have provided the support he needed. Had he been present with the group, he would have been able to prevent the whole situation by himself, making the committee's involvement unnecessary. Once the flames had died down, Elijah shared the news of Arthur's survival with everyone, which brought them immense relief. They hoped to straighten things out ahead of his arrival, aiming to spare him from dealing with all the problems himself. Most of the group remained unaware of the full extent of his powers. Only Elijah truly understood what he was capable of. He believed that their concern for him was sincere. Even though he kept his abilities a secret, the committee members as well as the princess treated him with respect. Elijah found himself drifting into thoughts of comparison, questioning whether his own life could have mirrored the humans' experiences. Though both he and Arthur were unusual in their own right, destiny seemed to grant Arthur greater fortune than ever before. Elijah's mind became a whirlwind of emotions, each one stirred by memories of the tender times they had experienced together. He remembered the difficult challenges they had endured. He quickly regains his composure, realizing just how much Arthur has always been there to help him. Despite everything, he now confronted challenges greater than those faced by anyone around him. Elijah realized that if he wanted to measure up to that person, he would have to grow even more powerful. At the location designated for teleportation, several weary travelers grumbled to themselves, frustrated by the overwhelming amount of tasks they were expected to complete. One of the group noticed Arthur and quickly blocked his path, insisting that Arthur was not actually an elf. He reprimands the boy for straying from his path, and as the woman discusses how vital he is to the kingdom, the man, his face contorted with anger, forcefully pushes her arm aside. Roger felt frustrated that he and his friends had to go through the hassle of getting licensed, while this scrawny newcomer managed to bypass the line without any difficulty. The boy makes it clear that he is cutting in line because he believes the matter is significant enough to justify his actions. Roger resorts to aggressive tactics in his approach this time. He reached out with his magic, seizing the boy firmly. Although he had no intention of ending Arthur's life, he hoped to frighten him into submission. However, this guy failed to realize he had picked a fight with someone he shouldn't have underestimated. Arthur unleashed a burst of blue flames of his own. He looked at the man standing in front of him, overcome with a sense of hopelessness. After making his statement, he turned and left alongside his escort. Now it was time to review the events from his discussion with Winsome. Arthur wondered why the deity had failed to find them after all this time. Whenever he used feathers to cover the mark of his bond, he managed to keep it hidden for an extended period. At last, they had discovered his whereabouts, leaving him with no option except to ready himself for his journey to the distant land of. While making his way forward, Arthur considered where he should head next. He approaches a group of elven guards, presenting the royal family's official pendant that has already been, and greets them swiftly. People's constant doubt about the badge, even though it was genuine, left the boy feeling somewhat irritated. He had been given guidance on what to do next. However, at that moment, a powerful earthquake suddenly jolts everyone, causing them to stumble from their places. The guards quickly moved forward, placing themselves between Arthur and any potential danger. This turns out to be fortunate, as he feels relieved to discover that they are actually worth something. Despite everything, the boy began casting a spell, channeling its power from deep within himself. Virion stepped forward, showing clear signs of exhaustion after struggling against a challenging adversary. The enigmatic challenger reveals herself to be. She had grown so powerful that managing her abilities was now beyond her reach. Arthur could hardly believe it when he discovered that had already bonded completely with an S-class beast. He wondered if the unusual marble played a role in what had happened. Although she remained awake and aware, she still couldn't command the vines. They continued to spread endlessly. At the same time, hoped Arthur would join the battle. She turns away from the royal guards, seeing them only as hindrances to her path. The royal guards could not hide their confusion as Virion dismissed them from the scene, yet allowed Arthur to remain and continue participating in the battle. The reason for this careful secrecy was to ensure that very few individuals were aware of how strong Truly was at this point in time. Prepared herself to take action, yet Arthur insisted that she hold back and limit the use of her abilities. Arthur surged forward, but a vine lashed out and cut him as he passed. He recognizes the danger that comes with casting a fire spell in this environment. The boy chooses to unleash the abilities granted by his beastly will. He triggered the thunderclap impulse, causing his hair to transform into a bright shade while vivid purple energy spread across his body as he pushed forward through the tangled vines. Arthur stood close to, reminding her to keep control over her vines. She tries to endure as long as she can, waiting for Arthur to come to her rescue. He pulled her close into a protective embrace and then unleashed his ice deviant magic, using its power to eliminate the remaining vines. The boy made sure she was safe, then checked to see if was okay. Although she found herself out of danger, she couldn't help but feel irritated by how much she relied on his assistance. Arthur tried to comfort her, but she refused his efforts. She gave him a gentle poke, then explained that he had inspired her to improve herself and gain greater strength. A smile spreads across the boy's face as he listens to those words. As their fists collided in a show of camaraderie, Winsome watched from a distance. Observing the moment, she realized that Arthur would eventually need to put in every effort to uncover the mysteries surrounding and discover the true story of her family. While the two exchanged warm smiles, suddenly appeared, breaking up their tender moment. He intends to let the affectionate pair know that the cleanup team has arrived to handle the aftermath of the chaos. Arthur and his paths crossed for a short moment, allowing them to interact briefly. Feeling self-conscious, they quickly broke eye contact and pulled away from each other. The boy wonders aloud about their destination. Virion didn't mind what happened, as long as things didn't end up in ruins like their current surroundings. Inside the carriage, dozed peacefully as Virion quietly reflected on the heavy burden of guilt he carried about the events unfolding around them. He believed she was capable of handling the initial stage and felt confident that he alone could manage the task. Arthur, however, believes that her integration happened more quickly than normal, causing her to miss the training stage and resulting in her current lack of control. He immediately noticed that Beast Will felt completely unlike his own. Even after their powers had supposedly merged, her Beast Will continued to resist her, refusing to submit. Arthur asked the elderly man to remind her to act with greater caution, since another mistake like that could put those nearby in danger. Upon hearing those words, Grandpa suddenly raised his voice, insisting that his only intention had been to help his granddaughter grow strong. Virion recognizes that sealing Smana is important until she learns to control her abilities. However, he realizes this would leave her vulnerable to danger. Because of this, he considers that a protective artifact might offer a safer solution. Arthur accepted the plan and promised to remain with until he was certain she was completely out of danger. Virion, now adopting a more earnest demeanor, turned his attention to Arthur and sincerely sought out Arthur's thoughts about. He wonders whether the boy has any genuine plans to eventually make her his wife. In response, the boy remains silent, his expression turning serious as he pauses to reflect thoughtfully. Just as he prepares to reply, criticized, expressing his disapproval of her bitter and entitled attitude. Arthur felt a bit out of his depth, surprised by the idea, since he had always believed that elves typically waited until much later in life to get married. The elderly man stood prepared to cast aside a long-held tradition, believing that abandoning this simple rule could lead to greater advancement. He made sure to express his intentions in the clearest way possible. Directly inquires whether the boy has developed feelings for her. Arthur responded with an unhesitating affirmation. He shifted into uncertainty, admitting that he still didn't understand what it truly meant to like or love someone. He decided he needed more time to figure out his feelings before responding. He hoped to strengthen his skills as much as possible before the moment came when he could propose to her. Virion felt a sense of admiration, noticing that the young boy was making choices that set his life on a positive path. As usual, couldn't resist making fun, eagerly declaring that her suspicion about Papa having feelings for Mama was correct. Arthur felt a hint of concern, yet Virion quickly eased his mind by confirming that was completely unconscious. The amusing part was that, despite appearances, she was fully awake. She struggled to keep her composure as Arthur finally admitted the truth, her mind spinning with disbelief. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead while her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Arthur and both question whether the girls are troubled by nightmares during their sleep. Arthur reflected inwardly, realizing that his feelings for were unique compared to how he felt about others. However, keeping her safe was what mattered most to him at the moment, and he believed that an artifact would help with her protection. He also felt reassured knowing that both his mother and sister were already wearing their own pendants. Despite his efforts, the protection remained insufficient, and his sister had not yet regained consciousness. The boy worried anxiously about the looming conflict that Winsome had cautioned him about. An unexpected thought sparked within his mind. He needed to find a bond strong enough to shield his sister from danger. He couldn't help but imagine her pet ruthlessly eliminating any boys who dared to show an interest in her. He always acted so overprotective. They reached the place they had been heading toward. He becomes the first one to exit the car. She rushed toward her mother and embraced her tightly, feeling overwhelming joy at being reunited with her family. Arthur glanced around, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with evident confusion as he tried to figure out their location. His parents feel a deep sense of relief and joy knowing he's always around to look after their daughter whenever any problems arise. The crowd was eager to learn the fate of the royal manor. Irion struggled to find the words to describe how had completely shattered it. The unfortunate girl admitted that the event truly occurred, leaving both parents stunned. Acted unfazed as he explained that he had simply been practicing with his granddaughter when the destruction happened by mistake. Arthur found himself puzzled by this version of events, knowing that it was actually who had caused the manor's ruin. Despite his confusion, Arthur went along with the explanation, while remained relaxed and unconcerned about the complete devastation of their once beautiful home. He had wanted to see for quite a while. His grandmother has been exceptionally occupied lately. Her attention has been particularly drawn to what lies ahead for Arthur. The boy remains puzzled, unable to grasp the reason behind it. As he looks around, he realizes he has no memory of seeing this place during his previous visit. His mother remarks that none of them have visited for quite some time. She had decided to keep her distance from others, driven by an unusual motivation. On one occasion, had come dangerously close to losing his life because of one of her traps. The seriousness of her situation had reached that extreme. He hopes they realize she might be in hiding because she is being pursued by dangerous individuals. Arthur felt a sense of unease as he tried to figure out the identities of those mysterious individuals. As they continued on their way, skillfully interrogated various forest creatures, showing no difficulty in getting the information she wanted. Each time his father looked at her, he found himself in awe of the connection they shared. He wished to express his gratitude to the two of them for consistently looking out for and ensuring she stayed out of trouble. He discovered that she had survived perilous moments solely because he had come to her aid. The boy responded with a casual attitude, unfazed by the mention of assistance since he had benefited from her help as well. This caught the attention of her father, who, curious about the situation, inquired about the details of how it happened. The boy glanced upward, silently acknowledging that her support had been what kept him from losing his mind. His reaction was remarkably uncommon for someone his age, especially a 13-year-old boy. He acknowledges that Arthur gives off the impression of being more mature than his years. The boy interprets the remark as praise directed toward him. However, the elf leader suddenly halts and insists that there is more to his words than just a compliment. He explains that parents prefer their children to stay young, hoping to shield them from the challenges and responsibilities that come with adulthood. Arthur reflects inwardly, realizing that almost 30 years have passed since his days of youth came to an end. To everyone's surprise, the only reason the TBATE Council existed at all was because of that boy. His father held a deep and unwavering hatred for humans. After the war ended, their actions left others feeling deeply let down. He could never forgive the humans for what they had done, especially after the war took his mother away from him. At that point, he almost lost his daughter as well, but everything changed when a young boy appeared in their lives. A human boy had saved his daughter and returned her safely. He rescued her from the hands of the slave traders and showed courage by challenging the authority of the Elven King. During that period, the young boy managed to help the king regain his composure. Even this man acknowledged that he would accept Arthur joining their family. His wife, Moral, also revealed that the king had been wanting to meet the boy for some time. The exchange between them had been overheard by the entire group, leaving little room for secrecy. After some time had passed, raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to settle down and be silent. As impatience grew, her actions became more forceful, while the boy gripped his sword, readying himself for any commotion that might arise. Each individual themselves to confront the looming danger. An elderly woman stepped out from behind the thick bushes, but their attention remained elsewhere. The boy, acting recklessly, attacked the helpless elderly woman before she could defend herself. Had it not been for Virion's timely intervention moments earlier, she could have been cut completely in two. The woman shouted angrily at the man, furious that he had attempted to harm an older lady, rushed forward and wrapped her arms around in a warm embrace. She cherished him just as much. As the group moved forward, had anticipated finding her waiting at the entrance, yet instead, she had already set out to look for them since they were running behind schedule. In a playful, grandmotherly fashion, she reached out to pinch Arthur's cheek, joking that if she were younger, she might have found herself smitten by someone like him. He nearly had a heart attack when she suddenly appeared from behind the bush, leaving him completely startled in a way no one expected. Granny misunderstood his words, believing he was insulting her looks, and looked too, hoping he would recall and describe how beautiful she had been in her younger days. Even was considered no more than ordinary. Makes an inappropriate remark about the fact that Virion's wife has passed away. Everyone responds with expressions of disappointment. Virion offers an apology, expressing his understanding of the emotions shared by those around him. Abruptly changes the subject, mentioning that they will arrive shortly. Just as Arthur is on the verge of asking about the location. For reasons he can't quite explain, his sense of right and wrong holds him back. The group continued their walk until she pointed out a stunning waterfall waiting just ahead. The breathtaking view left everyone frozen in astonishment and wonder. She invites the group to enter the cave and advises against using any spells that produce light. They continued forward through the darkness. At last the group arrives at its house. She had many topics on her mind to share in this familiar setting. Within the warmth of her inviting home, they sipped their tea and took in the peaceful surroundings. Yet, Arthur found himself baffled by the unusual magic employed, which made the interior of the space seem far more expansive than its outward appearance suggested. Granny had a few clever tactics hidden away, but it wouldn't be long before they were revealed. The tea causes everyone to lose consciousness, leaving them all knocked out. The boy takes another careful sip from his cup of tea. Was encouraged to observe that he showed no surprise while sipping the tea, even after witnessing others collapse from drinking it. The boy reflected on his past experiences, thinking that after everything he had endured, nothing could catch him off guard anymore. Meanwhile, already seemed to know what was going on. The boy sets his tea aside, realizing that the words she is about to share are highly confidential and meant for his ears alone. Prior to anything else, announces her identity as a diviner and states that she needs to provide a more thorough explanation of her abilities. Despite gaining extensive knowledge about magic during his time at the academy, Arthur still could not uncover any information pertaining to divine magic. He finds it hard to grasp that he is about to receive important wisdom directly from a diviner. Noticed his interest and decided it was the right moment to start her explanation. She explains that some deviants must draw their strength from sources beyond the traditional four elements. Unlike ordinary mages who typically draw in particles from the environment, these individuals possess a unique approach. A clear example was the boy's mother, an emitter who possessed healing abilities. Throughout her life had met many kinds of unusual people, yet every one of them shared a single common trait. They possessed their own reserve of mana, which allowed them to strengthen their magic whenever they wished. In contrast, the boy's abilities worked differently, as he was considered an elemental deviant. Diviners experience the emergence of their abilities in unique ways, with their powers sometimes surfacing unexpectedly at various stages of their lives. Glimpses of the days ahead appeared before them, but these visions were so unclear and mysterious that making sense of them proved challenging. Strangely, witnessing these signs didn't demand any of their magical energy. From what had explained, she believed this ability would be a curse rather than a blessing if someone was unable to master it. The boy wanted to know more about the spell she had used when he was a child. That magic allowed him to find his parents and talk with them face to face. She had cast a spell that required her to use her abilities to project images. Genuine divination involves carefully interpreting signs to understand what the future holds. The boy remains confused, unable to follow her reasoning. He wonders how she manages to fuel her magic when her mana core is not involved. It became clear that diviners paid a steep price for their abilities, sacrificing years from their own lives to glimpse what lay ahead. This was the true source of their power, while all other supposed skills were dismissed as mere tricks. Thinking back to when she had brought up his wife some time earlier, he begins to discuss. The individual possessed not only the abilities of a diviner, but also held far greater power than she did. His predictions about the future contained greater detail than those made by. She possessed a beauty unmatched by any other, drawing envious gazes from all the elves throughout the realm. the entire kingdom regarded her as their greatest treasure and source of happiness. Not long after developing deep feelings for Virion, she married him in a lovely ceremony. Happiness appeared to be on their side, yet destiny soon intervened and altered their paths. As the conflict between elves and humans neared its conclusion, discussions about a peace agreement began to circulate. The elves believed the struggle would go on, expecting the humans to keep using their abilities. The king from that era carried out his last move, targeting the successor to the 11th throne. The person they were after turned out to be, in time, was haunted by disturbing images foretelling her husband's approaching demise. Although she could foresee his fate, her visions never revealed the manner in which his death would occur. Even though she possessed the powers of a diviner, she found herself unable to alter any details within the prophecies she foresaw. They would simply end up dying for a different reason, arriving at the same fate but through another path. He realized that his wife's abilities were draining her strength, so he tried everything he could to convince her to rest. Despite his efforts, she pushed herself to her limits and continued until her energy was completely spent. Shared her own story about witnessing future events and explained the heavy toll it took on her own life. She reflected on how, on the other hand, endured this burden daily, driven only by her devotion to love. He suffered through countless difficulties. Virion managed to survive just long enough for the new king to rise and challenge the throne. The king overthrew his own father, bringing the conflict to an end. Though achieved her goal, she sacrificed a significant portion of her own life in the process. Just a few weeks later, her life came to a heartbreaking end. Because of this, she harbored resentment toward Virion for many years and felt bitterness toward her sister for abandoning her. Arthur could hardly believe it when he discovered that Anne were actually sisters. It was clear that the elderly had faced many hardships throughout his lifetime, although she constantly appeared upbeat in their presence. Opened her eyes and immediately saw that her father was sitting nearby, looking worn out and dejected. Explains why she decided to share everything with Arthur at that moment. She relied on her prophetic abilities once more, gazing ahead to glimpse what awaited the boy in the days to come. Upon hearing those words, Arthur halts in his tracks. She wondered about the reasons behind her actions. Looking forlorn, climbs onto his lap. She appeared to sense a threat and felt unsettled by Arthur's presence. He gently pats the young girl's head, reassuring her that he is unharmed. Reveals that she has seen fleeting images of the boy in her mind long before their first actual meeting. Such an event was completely unprecedented among all diviners. Despite everything, was moving into a new era. A lot was shifting, and soon the boy would become the center of it all. Arthur is curious about the reason, yet even cannot fully grasp the answer herself. She worries that revealing too many details might alter what lies ahead. Meanwhile, avoiding the truth would only leave him unable to take action. Arthur notes the extent of her dedication, observing that she is willing to risk her life for the sake of the visions, which compels him to offer his support in return. At that moment, he realizes that Even remains unaware of her abilities. She had hidden the truth from him for a long time, insisting that her experiences had already filled a lifetime. By looking into the boy's future, she accidentally drew many adversaries toward herself, leading her to live in isolation. The choice had been made for personal reasons. Finally, discloses what lies ahead for the boy. No matter what lies ahead, challenging choices and struggles are certain to fill his future. He would encounter numerous adversaries and challenges, yet his hope would lie in having a final purpose to strive toward. The ultimate purpose remained unknown even to Arthur himself. In fact, the future depended entirely on which path Arthur would decide to pursue in his life. She leaves the boy behind, offering him two crucial suggestions before she goes. She hopes he will realize that countless individuals commit harmful acts, all believing they serve a greater good. She also hopes he will pay attention to threats that are less obvious, those who are isolated, desperate, and have nothing left, rather than directing all his concern toward more powerful figures. Other than that, is unable to focus on any particular details. The boy worries about the consequences he might face if he chooses incorrectly when the critical moment arrives. Reassures him, explaining that making the right decision doesn't always mean choosing the absolute best option. At this moment, she advises him to take some time to rest and come back the following day. The scene shifted back to the Sinister, who now held a vial filled with a mysterious green liquid. It was the very object that had seized before causing it to detonate upon himself. Charles still had not attempted to use it, while realized that he had been judged unfit to handle the vial at all. Gazes at the green liquid, quietly realizing that the strength of everyone else's cores falls short compared to his. Even brief exposure to this uncomplicated substance could prove fatal to them. Charles lost his temper and insisted that immediate action was necessary, particularly since the disciplinary committee had begun enforcing stricter measures, bonded by summoning a surge of fire. He sends the boy tumbling to the ground, making it clear that the kid is merely a messenger with no further purpose. Twisted off the cap of the tube and swallowed its contents. As soon as he moves, tension tightens his entire body.